the next years. We tend to give a substantial amount of time to discussions that are relevant but are in this moment. But in the long term, the main problem of Europe is this lack of productivity and the need to increase economic growth.
Thank you, thank you. Now, in this long list that you made up, just one detailed point: you did not mention the Green Deal. So the previous commission in Brussels was quite keen on it. So you are less keen on that?
No, I think we need to balance. I mean, the decarbonization and the energy transition is very important, and obviously Europe should continue to be committed, but we need to balance. Energy is a product that we use in our lives, but firms use as an input. So, like any product, we need to consider that there are security issues. We need to assure the access to energy, either primary sources or secondary, like electricity. We need to assure security. We need to diversify the sources of energy so that we can have low prices and price stability. And obviously, we have to consider and continue on that effort of climate change. But we need to balance that with other issues on energy, especially because energy is also one of the main reasons why we lack competitiveness when we compare to the US.
But just a brief point, in the Green Deal there's much more, right? There's the end of the combustion engine in 2035 and strong demands for the steel industry. Would you slow down a little bit there? Would you be in favor of that?
I think any plan needs to be adjusted to reality. So we're now facing new challenges. We have this, hypothetically, trade war with the US, or at least
I want to come to that.
A strong discussion on tariffs. We are also facing competition from other areas of the globe. So I think we need to consider that energy has several dimensions, and those dimensions need to be balanced and compatible among them, and security and price is also essential on this topic.
Now, in general, on Europe, we want Europe to be a global power, not to be a victim in this power play of other blocs. So, to become a real power, that would actually mean that we transfer competencies, or let's say power, from the national to the supranational level. But at the same time, we have in several European countries nationalistic movements who say exactly, we don't want that. We want to keep the power on the national level. So how do you resolve this contradiction or this dilemma?
Well, I think in most cases, one of the main reasons why we have seen in the last, let's say, 10, 50, 20 years, the rise of this nationalistic far right and far left extreme movements is exactly because in several sectors of our society, incomes have stagnated and people are feeling that their lives didn't improve as much as they expected 20 years ago. So the more Europe and the European Union can do to level up the quality and the level of life of these people, level up salaries and public services, the more Europe will be perceived, like it was in Portugal for also a long time, as an opportunity and not as a risk or a downside. So and for that, again, we need to go to the structural reforms, and we need to...
But first of all, on the national level, on the level of national governments who have to do these structural reforms, right?
On the national level, but also at European level. I mean, when we look at how difficult it is to do business in European countries, how much regulation there is, a substantial part of that...
Also coming from Europe, you're saying?
Coming from Brussels. When we think that we don't have integrated markets in energy, for instance, or in financial markets or in banking. And let's take the example of energy. We have some countries that are capable of producing electricity on nuclear. Others don't have dimension for that, but have more capacity to produce on renewables. The much integrated and interlinked these countries are, the most easy will be to manage energy at European level, again, as a portfolio. When there is conditions to produce renewables, countries like Portugal, Spain, Greece can do it. When there is less conditions, as they are intermittent, when there's less conditions, then countries that have the capacity and the dimension to produce, for instance, on nuclear, can produce more and sell to those countries. So the more integrated the European markets are, the more competitive we will be, and then that is the way for Europe to go back to be perceived by most of the population as an opportunity, as an instrument to improve the well-being and the welfare of people, and not as an obstacle.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Europe might in the future be an economic area which has a lot of internal trade, but still we want to export, we want to import with the non-EU world, let's say. So here we come to trade. In this current world of uncertainty, and I think I feel a little bit sorry for every customs officer these days. What kind of tariffs should he or she apply? It's not really clear. So in this uncertainty with the US administration, how should Europe react? Should we also in these upcoming negotiations show rather a position of strength, or show also, or more a position of willingness to compromise?
Well, first and foremost, I never like the word retaliation, so I don't think Europe should see any decision making on tariffs as a retaliation. I think we need to de-escalate what is happening. We need to negotiate. Basically what this American administration wants to reduce the trade deficit, the US trade deficit, for several reasons. One is an economic view that I would call a neo-mercantilism economic view, which in my opinion, and I would say 99.9% of economists, is a wrong economic view, but you have to face it. For some reason, there is this belief that trade deficits are a negative thing by itself, and that they are not trade deficits or trade surplus, are the consequence of the fact that the world is based on the dollar and the international financial system is based on the dollar, and that we trade dollars to buy commodities, that we use dollars as a reserve asset or a reserve value. But there are also other concerns on the US administration, in my opinion. There's also the issue of the votes and the political support. So most of this is because the political support for this administration is based on areas of the US that lost industry, the Rust Belt, the Midwest. We all know that globalization have improved the standards of life, generally speaking, but in some areas, some were left behind. It's the Stolper-Samuelson theorem. Is also doing this because the reduction of industrialization in the US also poses security questions. The main issue is that the fact that the dollar is at the center of the international financial markets is leading for increasing twin deficits in the US. And as US, as a share of the world GDP, is shrinking, it's becoming more and more difficult to finance these deficits. What I would suggest, and I've been doing this at Eurogroup ECOFIN meetings, is that we need to negotiate with him. Europe has a significant trade surplus with the US. We don't, I mean, trade surplus and trade deficits are only relevant, or trade surplus are only relevant if you have no one to finance you. It happened with Portugal 3 times in the last 50 years, but that's not going to happen with the European Union. In fact, this could be an opportunity to strengthen the role of the euro in the international financial markets. So I would say there are 2 things that we need in the short term, which is military equipments and energy, and he's willing to sell both. So I think we can arrange for an agreement where part of this trade deficit that U.S. has with Europe on goods could be realigned with Europe buying more military equipment and more energy. This doesn't mean
LNG basically.
LNG
at a very high price.
No, the price will be the market because it's a commodity. But again, on defense, it's important also to realize this. We need to increase defense spending. That increase on defense spending in the medium term should be used to also help reindustrialize Europe, to increase the size of industry, R&D, innovation, but that will take time. So I would say in defense that we need to, on the short term, to re-equip and increase the strength of Europe, and that part of that is also buying US military equipment. And then on the medium term, we need to also create a strong industry defense that will help us to reindustrialize Europe. So I think it's, I think the only way...
How does this work, you know, incentive-wise? I mean, we need to give industry incentives and the perspective of contracts so that they create more production capacity in Europe, right? And we also want to become more independent from American suppliers, because this is, in the military field, to be autonomous is very useful, right?
What we have to do in Europe is coordinate at European level, and I'm including here the United Kingdom and Norway, not just the European Union, to coordinate, to be able to specialize countries in what each country will do in terms of defense. Think on Portugal. I've been advocating that we should mainly focus on Navy, Air Force. Due to our geographical position, we are the ones that will defend our western border from any attack on communications or other infrastructures. So we need to coordinate specialization on each country, and then we need to have short-term and medium-term plans. Short-term is what we need now to assure our capacity of defense, and most of that will be purchasing. And then medium and long-term, what we'll need 5 and 10 years from now, and that could be produced and developed and produced in Europe by an European industry defense. So we need this short, medium, long-term plan.
Can I cut you there, because we don't have that much time? Portugal is far away from the 2% spending objective of defense, and I read some remarks that you are rather cautious in bringing it up. Is that true? I mean, does Portugal also see this need to bring up the defense spending, and does Portugal understand that there is a new threat coming from the east, from Putin and from Russia?
Well, we're fully aligned with our...
Especially without the protection of the Americans. Sorry.
Yeah. No, there are several threats to European security, and obviously the disengage that we could be faced in terms of Europe and US increase those threats. We are fully aligned in our international committees. There will be a NATO meeting in June to, again, to update what are the national plans. What I said a few weeks ago to another newspaper is that we will continue to increase defense spending, but fiscal balance is also very important for us. 15 years ago, we had a huge crisis on the debt sovereign crisis. We had to ask for a bailout. So we will continue to be very conservative on the fiscal balance. We had last year a fiscal surplus of 0.7% of GDP, but our public debt is still 95% of GDP. So the main driver of our fiscal conservatism is to continue to reduce public debt. So as long as we're able to continue to reduce our public debt 4 or 5 percentage points a year, and with the nominal GDP growth that we forecast for the next years, that will happen, we will be able to increase defense spending at least to 2% of GDP. Nevertheless, you don't increase defense spending on a very fast way. I mean, if you decide to construct military equipment, suppose that Portugal now decides to increase the number of their warships. The development and the construction of those warships will take several years. So this is not something that you go from 1.6% of GDP, which was our number in 2024, to 3% in 2 years. We are strongly committed to increase our defense spending. We also need it. We have a huge border, especially on the Atlantic, to defend. But fiscal balance is extremely important for us, and we need to continue to reduce our public debt.
Can I come back quickly to this question of the big power blocks in the world? Now, let's say Donald Trump is really, in a way, trying to exclude the United States from the global trade, which he might not do, hopefully, but if it goes into that direction, what should the rest of the world do? Should Europe, in the end, get closer to China, or should Europe kind of protect itself against China?
Oh, I think Europe should be the main sponsor of fair and free trade. We should continue to increase our trade agreements. We're closed one with South America last year. So Europe should continue to be the main advocate that trade needs to be free but also fair.
Because what about all these goods that come from China at low prices? What about those?
Again, as long as they comply with EU regulations, as long as we know that they are fair in terms of producing, competition is what brings value to the consumers. In fact, if there's a relative consensus on economists that tariffs hurt most consumers of the country that impose tariffs, and consumers of low incomes.
Yeah.
So I think Europe should continue to be very committed with increasing trade partnerships, with increasing the conditions of trade. Nevertheless, again, free but fair trade.
In the end, I would like to come to a question concerning more Portugal and its politics itself. There are elections coming up. We talked about economic stability in Portugal, political stability maybe a little bit less. It's the third elections in 3 years, I understand. And one question is very important also in Germany, by the way. Will the Conservatives in the end do some sort of alliance with the extreme right, which is in Portugal the party called Chega, right? So will at some point you do a deal, or will you exclude it?
It's the third election in 4 years, which is unexpected. There is a red line for us, so there is no possibility of our party, which is a center-right party in the European Popular Party family. There is no possibility of any agreement or any coalition or any deal with the far-right party Chega. We expect to win the election, to increase the number of our votes and MPs, and with that provide more stability, more political stability to a country that has been a success in economic and fiscal terms. but no possibility of any agreement with the far-right Chega party.
Yeah, no. I understand Portugal is also a country that really benefited from migration. Is that correct? A little bit like Spain, right? So how is this possible? Is it also because you get immigrants, for example, from Brazil, who already speak the language? Culturally, it's more easy to integrate. Is that one? Do you see migration as an advantage?
Well, there isn't a single economic sector in Portugal that doesn't lack workers and don't need more workers. We have moved, before the pandemics, we had around 500,000 migrants. We now have 1.6 million in a country that has a little bit above 10 million inhabitants. This was a huge jump. Most of the migrants, as you said, are coming from Brazil or from Africa-speaking Portuguese countries, which obviously helps in terms of integration, in terms of the culture, the language. We also seen in the last years substantial migration coming from countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. These people are absolutely essential to our economy, as just like almost all economies, advanced economies were lacking workforce. Nevertheless, this was a significant increase. I mean, from 5% population to 15% of population. I had to admit it had created some problems in terms, social, political problems in terms of how they were integrated, also the conditions that some of these people are living. So we have, when we reached government a year ago, we find a complete mess in this area, almost 500,000 people with no legal documents. We made a strong effort to legalize those who were possible to legalize and send away those that were not possible to legalize. I think we're in a much better position now, and but our job is to continue to integrate and provide the conditions of these people, because 99% of them are coming to Portugal to work, to improve their lives, to improve their family lives, like the Portuguese did in the 50s, 60s, 70s to Germany, France, Luxembourg, and like a lot of Portuguese continue to do it nowadays.
Good. Okay, so thank you very much. We've come to the end of our debate. Thank you very much for your kind words, and good luck to your work. We all need it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next session starts momentarily.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you, and I would like to welcome you all to today's discussion, which will focus on the resilience of the banking sector, especially in the current geopolitical context, which is full of challenges. I'm Christina Papakonstantinou, Deputy Governor of the Bank of Greece, and I'm here with Dr. Corbinian Ibel, who serves as Director General at the SSM, the Single Supervisory Mechanism. He's in charge of supervising universal banks and diversified lenders. He's also a member of the Basel Committee on Supervision. He's co-chairing the Basel Policy and Standards Group. Corbinian, he joined the SSM in 2014, 10 years. Same period as the 10 years of the Delphi Economic Forum. So, I mean, that you go together with that. You were before Director General in the directorate that had to do with macroprudential supervision, always at the SSM. And Corbinian, he has also a very extensive experience in the private sector, so it's the good combination of private and public sector. He has worked at Commerzbank in various positions as head of treasury, among others, CEO for in different roles. And also you have worked as a consultant in Accenture and the principal at Boston Consulting Group. I don't need to remind you all that the single supervisory mechanism refers to the system of European banking supervision, and it comprises the European Central Bank and representatives from the national supervisory authorities of the participating member states. So, without further ado, let me go to my first question and ask you, Corbinian, if you allow, how are things right now in the European banking sector? Are banks, European banks, more resilient compared to the past?
Yeah, thank you, Christina. Thanks a lot for the nice introduction, and thanks for the question. I mean, when we discussed about the topic for this discussion a few months ago, we did not know that it would be so spot on with the current developments. And therefore, I think it's really important that we take a look at the Eurozone banks. This is the Eurozone banks that we supervise together. And we have to say the banks have improved their resilience, built it up dramatically and greatly. So if you think back these 10 years ago, you might remember there was lots of crisis, lots of banks in crisis. There was high non-performing loans. Capital was tight, at least in some corners. And since then, if you just look at the numbers, NPL ratios, for example, came down from an average of 7.5 to 2.3. And let's not forget, also with the 7.5, there were lots of countries which had basically zero NPLs, which just reduced the average. So this is really an impressive development. And also, if you look at the CET1 ratio, and you know, this is basically what makes banks safe for unexpected risks. And it went up from 12.7 to 15.9%, and 15.9% is really also internationally, if you compare it to the US and other countries, a very, very high and very good number. And it really shows how resilient the banking system is. And we all saw it. We saw it when COVID came, the Ukraine crisis came, when Silicon Valley Bank crisis came. Always the European banking system proved to be very stable. Even if banks in other jurisdictions began to tumble, the European banks all stood very clear. There was no taxpayer intervention necessary, nothing like that. And I think that's a success of many factors, because, of course, of macroprudential conditions, but it's also because the banks learned, I think, a big lesson in the great financial crisis, and also because regulation helped a lot to achieve this level of resilience and this level of trust in the banking system.
So, I mean, we can say that to a great extent, all this success is also attributed to the European banking supervision system. I think that we need to praise ourselves. What about banking in Greece? What about the Greek banks, the situation as it is right now? And how do you see all these developments that they have, let's say, happened in the Greek banking sector?
Yeah, I think the Greek banking sector, and I also have here a few data for you, is basically even more impressive than the Eurozone banking system as a whole. So what you see happening is that NPL ratios come down from more than 40%, if you would go even back more in time, to now levels that are very similar to the Eurozone. It's still a bit higher, so there's still something to do and to be done. But it's so much better than it was ever before. And if you look also at profitability, the Greek system came from high losses now into a profitable banking system, and profits is what generates the capital of the future. So clearly, the banking system in Greece has done an incredible turnaround. I think this is due to many factors. One factor is for sure that the governance and the leadership in the Greek banks has improved dramatically compared to before the crisis. It's also based, of course, on the Greek state doing very smart interventions, for example, on the NPL relief. It's also based actually on monetary policy, so the interest rate hikes for sure helped a lot to achieve this. But in the end, whatever factor it was, is not so important as the end result. The end result is that in Greece, I would say, have a more stable banking system than I guess at least in the past that I can remember. And I think this is a success that people in Greece should be very proud of, and the banks should be very proud of. And I think we as supervisors can say we are also proud of.
Absolutely, and as you said, it's the result of a joint effort. But I mean, what are the challenges ahead? And also, what is the best way to deal with them, to address them? I'm referring now to the Greek banks, and maybe then we can pass in a more broader context.
Yeah, I think this is the most important topic, right? To celebrate the past is one thing, but we need to be.
We need to do it.
We need to do it, and we have all the rights to be proud. But now comes the part, there's always a new crisis. Yeah. And in the current situation where we see that truth messages on his social platform change stock markets of 10% volatility within a day, something that was not seen ever before, I think we need to make sure of one thing, that banks are resilient. And for banks to be resilient for geopolitical shocks in the future, we have developed a house of resilience, and this, what I show here, is the house of resilience. And this is what every bank needs to do to be sure that in the crisis to come, that they are safe. Because the issue is, as a bank, you do not know where the crisis comes from. You will see a geopolitical shock, but a geopolitical shock always translates into some form of financial risk or operational risk. So just that stock markets have a high volatility does not necessarily mean that this is dangerous for a bank. It only becomes dangerous if there's a transmission mechanism into the bank's balance sheet. So if you do not know exactly what to do, how to hedge, how to protect, what a bank needs to do is it needs to basically make sure that its banking model is resilient. And what does that mean? And here you have the different factors that help. The first one is sufficient capital buffers. We as supervisors give certain, and regulation gives certain minimum capital requirements. But that's of course not enough. Some of these requirements serve to protect the taxpayer, protect the depositor. But that's not the goal of a bank. The goal of a bank is to survive and to be able to finance the economy even in bad times. And to be able to do that, the bank must have sufficient capital buffers to continue to finance even in situations where you have losses that you have not foreseen. And these losses might come from very different sources. So the capital buffers is there to protect from unexpected risks. So banks need to continue to have these buffers to not pay out everything to their shareholders, to keep a little bit of powder dry, to be able to bridge whatever crisis there might come for a certain period of time. And this period of time might be needed to recover, to clean up the balance sheet, etc. Which brings me to the second point, clean balance sheet. Now, currently, we have a profitability in the banking system that is higher than we have seen for a very, very long time. This profitability must be must be used. Must be used on the one hand to show to investors, and that is clear that banks are a good investment because this is where there comes the growth and capital in the future, but must also be used to clean the balance sheet. They are still legacy assets. They are legacy assets also in the Greek banking system that need to be cleaned up as soon as possible before the next crisis hits. And there's credit underwriting standards. So credit underwriting basically determines the NPLs, the non-performing loans. The credit underwriting standards of the past determine the non-performing loans of today. And here I can say that the Greek banking system did very well because we did a study in 2019 comparing the credit underwriting standards of all Eurozone banks. And Greece, coming out of the crisis at that point in time, had among the highest credit underwriting standards in Europe. And that, of course, is also a reason why you saw before this nice decline of non-performing loans that the Greek banks benefit so much of today. But Greek banks need to be very careful about credit underwriting now, today, to make sure that they are protected from the non-performing loans in the future years. And this is where we as supervisors have intensive discussions with our banking colleagues to make sure that this is kept also in terms of former non-performing loans, etc. This is absolutely essential. So cleaning up legacy, credit underwriting is what you do for the future. And then we have here good profitability. Now we all see the bank's profitability is excellent these days. It's very good, and that is positive. But a lot of this profitability, there's always a little but if you're a supervisor, comes from increased interest rates. And these interest rates are, of course, totally out of the control of the bankers. And we need to make sure that banks keep profitable even if the interest rates go down, because nobody knows if they go down and when they go down. Now, what is the part of the equation that helps you being profitable even if the income goes down? It's cost management. And of course, especially in years of higher inflation, a good cost management is super essential. So we really encourage banks to be very careful about high cost increases in these times if it's not investment that helps them to have a high profitability in the future. Good cost control is essential in times of profitability, even if there are lots of people that might get greedy and think now is a time to finally pay a bit more. We can only encourage banks to be very careful and not to do that, because this will protect them in the next crisis when income streams suddenly reduce. Now, in the baseline, you see in this house, basically the base, this is high operational resilience. We have now seen with the crisis coming with Ukraine war that cyber attacks can become more intense, but cyber attacks is only one part of the story. The other part is that banks have to become more digital, because only by becoming more digital they can keep their cost-income ratio at bay. Now, a more digital bank also is more risky in terms of operational risk. And many of the instances we see in banks is not external cyber attacks. It's in reality some release upgrade, some internal data management error, and this is what blocks banks nearly as much. Which means you cannot be protected against all accidents or attacks, you never can be. But you have to have a high resilience. That means you need to be able to recover quickly, to have enough backup sites, to make sure that the backups work, to make sure that you can come back live very quickly, even if you are stopped for a while, for whatever IT reason there might be. So this is high operational resilience. It stretches a lot of different things, a lot of aspects. It stretches into outsourcing, it stretches into cloud computing. Banks need to make sure that they have the possibility to come back from accidents. Now, and then I put some things below that are maybe not so relevant at first sight, but become relevant on second sight. One is liquidity. Currently, there is no liquidity stress in the system, but it could come back. And then what banks need is sufficient contingent liquidity, that they are able to generate liquidity very quickly in times of stress situations, also in different currencies, because for some banks this is an issue. And then I wrote here, avoid open positions in IRBB and market risk. We have seen in the last couple of days how volatile markets can get. And of course, if a bank would have large open positions that are unhedged, that would have been not such a helpful idea. And IRBB, interest rate risk in the banking book, that is also something where, as we do not know where interest rates develop, I think nobody knows in these volatile times, you need to be very careful about open positions there, because this was one of the drivers of bank failures in the past, when banks were not sufficiently careful about that. And this is the house of resilience.
Yeah.
And I think if bankers do that, we can all sleep well and have a good life and relax and have an economy that is well financed.
So, I mean, find the right balance between being prudent and proactive at the same time. I think that's the key in whatever policy is to be followed. So, I mean, I think that you would agree or not with what it has been said, that crisis is the new normality. You know, yesterday when I was thinking a bit, I was trying to prepare myself for our discussion. Yesterday's events were full, let's say, influenced by the Trump administration decisions on the imposition of tariffs. And then again, in the evening, the whole situation changed. You mentioned volatility. So I was wondering, this factor of continuous uncertainty, how can one be, let's say, prepared to overcome it? Because, I mean, uncertainty, I think it's fair to say it's the main characteristic of the situation as it stands right now. And it's not exceptional, so it's not exceptional uncertainty. It has the tendency of becoming something more stable than that. So whatever you have, let's say, presented as way to address, I think becomes even more pertinent right now.
No, exactly. I think you're spot on with this analysis. I mean, this is, if you see a risk and you know that, like interest rates, you don't know if they go up or down, but you can still manage because you know it's interest rates. Then you can basically hedge your position and keep it flat. Or if you think that interest rates might go down or not, then you can do options to hedge your interest rate risk. But in the current situation, you do not know what happens next. You do not know whoever comes up with a reaction that has a geopolitical dimension tomorrow morning. If you do not know that, and you still want to do business, because of course you could stop all business, that makes you safe, but that does not help anybody. But if you want to continue to do business, I think you need to follow this house of resilience very tightly and very stringently. You need the capital buffers.
That's the Bible.
You need the clean balance sheet, and you need to use the profitability you have today to make sure you keep profitability in the future. You need to check your cost, and you need to invest in your resilience. And if you do all these things and don't have open positions, I think our banking system will remain safe. We will see that our regulation, that is for sure not loved by everybody, but it helped to create this resilient banking system. And I can just say, when the SVB crisis hit, and the European banks were not hit by that crisis, and they were stable, that improved the image of Europe in the world, in the world of banking supervision, in the bank of banking supervisors, so much that if you follow also the stock market development on banks, you see after that, shares of banks gained a lot of more value. That was not only because the profitability went up, that was also because investors said, oh, this banking system is now resilient against shocks and against different shocks coming from different basically perspectives. So whether that was Ukraine, COVID, SVB, that gives trust. And I think banking is a clear trust industry.
So, I mean, you're saying that both credibility and trust play a dominant role in how also supervision is, let's say, implemented.
I would say 100%. But it's outcome-based. I think outcome-based means the next crisis that come, we need to show that also in the next crisis, the European banking system, the Greek banking system is resilient. that we don't have uncontrolled failures. And if we show that again and again and again, there will be coming so much trust into the system that will have then, I mean, it's like a positive circle, right? There's trust, then people are willing to give money to the banks, funding costs go down, which make banks more profitable, which leads to people having more trust, and so on. So it's a positive self-enforcing cycle that we are here on.
A continuous process.
Exactly, and this is why it's so important to keep the resilience and not destroy this positive momentum by now big trouble in any banks. I think this is why if bankers would follow this house of resilience, and I think they do automatically, we will continue with this good cycle, with this good momentum for the European banking system.
In a way, whatever you have described is also the result of a common effort, common supervision, joint supervision, and I think that we clearly see the results right now. So my question would be to you, and I think this is a good opportunity to have you here. How much more Europe do we need? How far do we need to go with banking union, with capital markets union, with all these kind of issues that have been on the table for many years now? And maybe this is now the moment to make further progress in order to bring concrete solutions to problems that have been identified and diagnosed for years, but we need to be a bit bolder in the way to address them. Jointly, I mean, at the level of the EU and the Eurozone, of course.
I absolutely right.
I mean, you work for a European institution, you have to be in favor of that, but I mean, as a citizen as well, I'm sure.
No, as a citizen as well. Now, I think the SSM has shown that this cooperation between a national authority and a European center helps to really improve the way for supervision clearly, because we have local knowledge, local expertise, and we combine it still with a more European holistic view. So we have better benchmarking, better data, better knowledge. We can pool experts more than any national supervisor could ever have done. So I think this success model that now helped to make the banking system resilient, it would be lovely if this would be transformed also or transposed to other areas, whether that's capital markets union, whether that's other areas. So I think if you look at the current world, it's totally clear that no national state can really...
be on their own, yeah.
Exactly, we need Europe. We need to stand together as Europeans, and we need to be willing to move forward with Europe. And I think the SSM, the European Central Bank, are symbols of this is a successful strategy, and we just need to roll it out into more areas, and quickly, because the world is changing so quickly.
So we can use the SSM example as a kind of a precedent and a living proof that things are always better when we act together.
I would hope so. But of course it's for others to judge. I mean...
But how, let's say, to what extent do you think this has been realized at the level of, individual member states? How, and this is, an open discussion. You can be as open as you want, but to what extent do you think that also politically this has been fully digested inside the different member states, and how far are they ready to go, in order to find the national, let's say, the balance between their national interest and the European interest?
I think, honestly, to answer that question, I'm not the right person, because we should have asked the former speaker, who was a finance minister, what he believes, how far are the countries to go. I can just say, I think we, from a European services side, from European public servants, I think we would be ready to, of course, do much more for Europe. We believe that this is the way to go as public servants. But we will do, this is a clear democracy, exactly what the political bodies ask us to do. But I think the question of how far is Europe in that, this needs to be answered by people in charge of the governments who are elected officials and not like me, a public servant.
Still, our experience can be quite useful.
I would hope so, that they see it as an example.
It can be set as an example, I totally agree. Let's go back to supervision, and let me ask you, right now there is at the level of the SSM, it's a discussion that we're having also at the supervisory board. There is a big, let's say, plan, a big supervisory culture activation plan with different elements that would allow a more efficient and a more effective SSM. How do you see it as an insider? How do you see it from, let's say, your role as Director General in an institution that has contributed to that?
Yeah. So the experience of the past 10 years doing supervision is one big element is between the national authority and the ECB, there must be full alignment. Only if we are fully aligned, we have really impact on the banks. We have achieved that in Greece, I think, to a super high degree. And I think the bankers in the room will realize that there is no way to arbitrage us from each other. This success model of being fully aligned needs to be nurtured. You need to have a common culture. You need to invest into that. You need to invest into the alignment between the people, that you understand each other, that it's clear that we can trust each other, that we have the same goals. And I think for this program is a good program, and it will never stop.
Yep.
I think we need to continue doing this cultural development, this working together, this meeting, talking, exchanging views, being able to openly discuss, being able to agree to disagree, and then to find a common solution. I think this is what makes us successful as a supervisor.
So no backtracking on whatever we have built, but a more, let's say, continuous effort in order to go to this, let's say, direction of a common culture.
Let me share one, I think, interesting element here. What helped in the integration of the SSM, the single most important element, at least for the part that I'm responsible for, was COVID and the lockdown.
Yeah.
Why was COVID and the lockdown a positive element for integration? Because we work in Frankfurt in the central bank and, for example, in Athens in the Greek team. In former times, people have been sitting in one room in Frankfurt and other people have been on a telephone in another room with bad audio quality. And then when the meeting ended, people basically stopped the meeting and continued to discuss, both in Athens and in Frankfurt. And that was very, very bad because then information was not fully shared. Then the lockdown came and everybody was sitting in front of a video screen. The meeting ended when the meeting ended. And everybody who wanted to talk, talked. And everybody heard the same things. For me, I took over a new responsibility in this time. I didn't even know who was a member of the European Central Bank and who was not. And that led to a fully level playing field between the different countries. And that was a total booster in terms of more integration. This created a really common culture, an openness that we would not have achieved before. This is why we nurture so much to continue in this way of working, because it puts all of us on the same base, and then we can really achieve to make the best of the expertise in all the different corners we have. I think these little things in terms of culture are more important sometimes than many other things that might be more obvious and more visible, but that have much less effect on people and their views and their thoughts and beliefs.
I couldn't agree more. And I think that with this optimistic remark, we can conclude our discussion. Thank you very much, Corbinian. Thank you very much also for our cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next session starts momentarily.
Good morning, and welcome to this conversation with Nouriel Roubini. I'm Simon Nixon. I'm an independent journalist, and I'm the publisher of the Wealth of Nations newsletter, which you can find on Substack. Nouriel doesn't need any introduction, but I'm going to introduce him anyway. He's the Professor Emeritus at the New York Stern School of Business, the CEO of Roubini Macro Associates. He's a former senior economist at the White House Council of Economic Advisors. He's worked for the IMF, the World Bank, the US Federal Reserve, and he's the author of several books, including Crisis Economics, a Crash Course in the Future of Finance. He's also quite famously known as Dr. Doom, and so hopefully today, though, he'll spread a bit of optimism onto the proceedings. Nouriel, this is an extraordinary moment to be having this conversation. So we should start by discussing what just happened. What caused Trump to blink, do you think, last night on his tariff war? Do you think it was the Republicans Party? Was it the bond market? Was it pressure from business, from donors? Or do you think that there was something potentially nasty lurking in the financial system threatening to blow up?
Yes, usually, they call me Dr. Doom, but actually I've been contrarian even in the last week or two. Wall Street is now predicting a US and global recession, and I argue that actually we may be able to avoid it. So I'm actually Dr. Boom rather than Doom in relative terms. And the reason is as follows. In December I wrote a piece speaking about the good, the bad, and the uncertain about Trump's economic policy. And I argued that a whole bunch of things will be reducing growth and increasing inflation, starting with protectionism, tariff, trade war, restricted migration. And then other policies will be positive for growth, being pro-business, reducing taxes. But I made the argument there'll be 4 major guardrails that would constrain bad policies. 1, market discipline. 2, Fed discipline. 3, decent economic advisors. And 4, a small majority in Congress. And that's exactly what worked. Market discipline. Initially, the stock market fell, but it did not care as much about the stock market because in the US, 80% of the stock market is owned by 10% of the people. So when the market went down 10%, the impact on the economy will be very small. And this time around is really populist. It cares about those left behind, the blue collars, as opposed to the billionaires. But what happened was in the last 2 days, not only the stock market went from correction to bear market, meaning -20, but bond yields that had fallen started to rise sharply. And credit spread started to rise sharply. And the dollar started to fall in a disorderly way. And therefore, the combination of the bond vigilantes, the stock market vigilantes, the credit market vigilantes, that imposed market discipline. Because at that point, the tightening of financial condition could lead to a collapse, not just of the markets, but of the economy. And I said, market discipline works. More than 20 years ago, the main advisor of Bill Clinton, Jim Carville, said 2 things. 1, it's the economy stupid. And the second thing he said was, in my next life, I don't want to be born as the Pope or the President of the United States. I want to be reborn as the bond vigilantes, because I can go and beat around all the people who have stupid policies. And get what? Trump can control his party, Congress can control the Supreme Court, he controls even social media, he's controlling X, and he's going to control TikTok, but he cannot control investors. And the bond vigilantes, together with the stock market vigilantes, together with the credit market vigilantes, forced him to back down and blink. Compared to most of the world, China is a different story. I argued that the collision course between US and China is going to continue, but it will blink relative to the rest of the world. Point number 1. Point number 2, Fed discipline. There was a game of chicken between Trump, Powell, and Xi Jinping. And in this game of chicken, I argued that Powell will not blink. Because if Powell blinks and it cuts interest rates, when the tariff are going to lead to inflation, it's going to be a disaster. It's a disaster not only for the Fed, but also for bond yields and even for Trump. So in that game of chicken, there was a Trump put at which point, at which price of the stock market it would blink. It was a Powell put. There was at which point Powell would blink if the stock market collapses. But Powell did not care about the stock market. He cared about bond yields and credit spreads. And in that game of chicken, the strike price for Trump was higher than the one of Powell. So Powell did not blink. Trump had to blink. Same thing in the game of chicken between Trump and Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping can wait out Trump because he doesn't face election. He can stimulate monetary policy, fiscal policy, use the currency, and structural reform. And therefore, Xi Jinping did not back down, and the trade war has escalated. So Fed discipline forced the Fed to blink. So Fed discipline forced Trump to blink. Market discipline forced Trump to blink. 3, the economic advisor who told him escalate to de-escalate, Bessent, Miran had the upper hand compared to the Navarros, the Latniks of the world. Eventually they had the upper hand. And 4, he has a very thin majority in Congress, and Congress started to say, if you're doing these stupid things and you're going to destroy the economy for our constituency, we're going to restrict your trade negotiation power. And there was that threat. So in December I said, market discipline, good advisor, Fed discipline and thin majority in Congress are going to guardrail him. Guess what? He backed down. Now the big issue is not negotiation with Europe, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Mexico, and Canada. With friends and allies, you're going to reach a deal. You'll have to reach a deal because friends and allies do not have leverage. Friends and allies need the security support of the US, NATO, in the case of Europe, and in Asia, Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea. So they have to compromise. They'll have to spend more on defense. They'll have to buy more US weapons. They're going to have to buy more US LNG. They're going to have to buy more US ag products. They'll have to de-risk from China. They'll have to let their currency gradually appreciate. They'll have to do some tariff jumping stuff in the United States. So there'll be a compromise, and eventually the tariff on Europe are not going to be 28%, they're going to be 10%. Is it a bad thing? Yes. But is it something that's going to destroy the US and the global economy? No. 10% tariff. The euro can go up and down 10, 20% in a matter of months. It used to be at 160, then parity, now at 110. So you can live with 10% tariff. So with most of the world, that's going to happen, and that reduces the market tensions and reduces the risk of a US and global recession. With China, is a different story, because China, as I said, is worried that the US is out to destroy China, not only trade-wise, but also economically and also militarily. And therefore, for the time being, this game of chicken between US and China is going to continue. The question is, who's going to blink, whether they can sit down and find a grand bargain. I fear that even if they sit down and try to negotiate, in the case of Europe and other allies, you can get a deal done, for sure, in 3 months, even in a month. With China, it's a bigger mess, and most likely, for now, we're escalating rather than de-escalating. And that's still a threat to US economic growth, to global economic growth, and to the markets.
Well, thank you. That was a pretty comprehensive answer to but you talked about the bond vigilantes and that Trump blinked because of the bond vigilantes. The bond vigilantes, the quote from James Carville has been around for sort of 25 years or something. We had a situation in Britain, my country, a couple of years ago with a prime minister who thankfully only lasted 6 weeks, who came in and did really stupid things, and the bond vigilantes did for her. But what does it say about the state of US policy making? This is the most powerful country in the world, the country that's sort of custodian of the global financial system, that it could make a policy error on this scale and require the bond vigilantes to correct it, that almost at risk of triggering a global financial crisis over a policy error. I mean, how can anyone have confidence now in the US political and financial system? And isn't that what we were seeing over the last week with these really strange moves in the dollar and in treasuries? Isn't the lasting damage of this to the financial system and to the question of the dollar and the dollar's status and as a safe haven, as a reserve currency?
Well, you know, you make a valid point that, of course, was a massive policy mistake. I expect that this policy mistake would do, but that those 4 guardrails, market discipline, Fed discipline, good advisors, and small majority in Congress are going to eventually constrain him, and they did. It took only a week, actually, for him to blink compared to the rest of the world. And, of course, the risk is that some of his policies lead to lower growth and higher inflation, trade protection, migration restrictions, having tax cuts that are unfunded that blow up the deficit, playing with the independence of the Fed, trying to have a disorderly fall of the US dollar, and weakening the rule of law, both domestically and in relation to the rest of the world. Those are the 6 negatives. There are, however, 6 policies of Trump that over time can increase growth and reduce inflation. Overall, he's still pro-business. He messed up in the last week, but the business sector told him enough is enough. And even those guys put pressure on him. 2, he wants to make his tax cuts permanent, the one of 17. Leaving aside how you finance it, lower taxes on labor, capital, and income is a good news. 3, he wants to reduce regulation. And after the GFC, we over-regulated, went from laissez-faire to over-regulation. If we're going to move to the middle, it's going to be good. 4, he wants to try to reduce by increasing fossil fuel production, reduce energy prices in the US. That will be disinflationary and attract energy-intensive production in the US. How he's going to do it is complicated. If he's able to do it, leaving aside the consequences on climate change, that's going to be positive. 5, is doing DOGE, and there is a lot of waste in the government sector. We can cut spending. I was just in Argentina. I met with Milei. He has done a 5% of GDP primary adjustment, cutting spending draconianly, and the economy, instead of contracting, has been booming. So there is fat in the government, and we can cut spending without having a negative impact on the economy. 6, and most important, he's lucky, because the US is on the verge of the biggest technological revolution in human history. Is AI, machine learning, and Gen AI, is robotic, automation, is quantum computing, is biomedical research, space exploration, exploitation, green tech, ag tech, fintech, mobility revolution, new material science, new weapon systems are going to be semi-autonomous. There are at least 12 sectors that are going to be all driven by AI, going to lead to a productivity boom. US potential growth is estimated by the Fed today to be only 1.8%. I tell you, by the end of this decade, it's going to be 4%. And by the end of the next decade, it's going to be 6%. This is a situation for the first time in history where we have exponential growth and innovation. In the past, all innovation are logarithmic. They increase growth and then they flatten out. In this case, it's exponential. So if you believe that story, American exceptionalism is going to remain. And those innovations are going to be first in the US, then in China, and less so, but also in other parts of the world. And at the end of the day, tech trumps tariffs, meaning the impact of tech innovation are going to increase growth from 2 to 4%. That's a 200 basis points increase in growth. How much damage can a tariff war do? Maybe 30 basis points, maybe 50 basis points of potential growth. 200 basis points plus, negative of 50. It's a ratio between 4 to 1. So even if there was a trade war, and even if there was a recession this year, by the end of the decade, US is growing at 4%, and those kind of innovation are going to spill over to the rest of the world in positive way. But of course, those who innovate, US and China, are going to do better than those who innovate less and are adopting technology. But even those who adapt this new technology, even Greece can benefit from adapting fast enough AI. You're not going to innovate, but you're going to adapt, so you can benefit from that. So tech trumps tariffs, not only in 2030, but the tailwinds of technology have led to a productivity boom in the US and a capex boom that is occurring right now. We had growth close to 3% in the US for the last 2 years. Why? The hyperscalers, the Mag 7, the company of the NASDAQ, even the corporates cannot afford to wait. Because if you don't invest into AI, you're going to be left behind. And therefore, they don't care about this tariff. If you ask the Mag 7, if you ask the hyperscaler, do you care about this trade war? They say, we don't. We have to invest into AI because if Apple doesn't do it, Google will do it. If Google doesn't do it, Meta will do it. If Meta is not going to do it, Amazon is going to do it. They're all to invest. So In the US, you could have President Trump, President Harris, or President Mickey Mouse. It doesn't matter. Mickey Mouse could run the United States. The dynamism of the US private sector is such that there's productivity growth is going to be a tailwind, not only on the medium term, but even this year. That's one of the forces that prevents a recession from occurring even this year. Of course, you need to back down. Of course, you have to find negotiation with most of the world, hopefully even with China. But take Trump's tariff in the short run and over the medium term.
Well, I can see really are Dr. Boom with these days with that outlook, right? But I share your sort of long-term optimism. Just going back to this today, do you think realistic in 90 days that he can negotiate trade agreements with most of the world, given that these agreements normally take years?
I think he can, because if you're European, and I've been telling the Europeans for literally for the last 9 months, even before the election, suppose Trump comes and imposes those tariffs, what do? Do you retaliate? You have no bargaining power, because it's going to destroy your economy if tariffs remain at, say, 20% relative to Europe. So you sit down and you tell him, what do you want? And he's going to say, you know, you have to spend more on defense. And by the way, 2% of GDP is not a ceiling right now, it's a floor. You need to spend more than 2, probably 3. You have to do it because he's telling you, but it's also good for you Europeans. You have to start defending yourself because there is a Russian bear and there are other threats. So you have to go to 3. Once you go to 3, you cannot just spend it all on European defense spending, procurement, because you don't have the supply chains. It's delusional to think that tomorrow you're going to buy only European military equipment. You'll have to buy some American one. That's the story. Maybe 10 years from now, you're going to be independent. When the Germans announced more spending on defense, they said clearly, we cannot spend $25 million for tanks that can be destroyed by a $10,000 drone. So you need defense tech. Where do you have defense tech in Europe? There is no defense tech. There is some defense tech in Ukraine. There is defense tech in the United States. For the time being, you buy the F-35, you buy the defense tech from the US. Then you buy what? LNG from the US. US has tons of natural gas. It's creating pipeline, liquefying it to sell it to Europe. You want to rely again on Russia for your natural gas? Of course not. The US is going to sell you tons of LNG. You have to buy more ag goods from the United States. Of course, your farmers in Greece and otherwise are going to complain. You're going to subsidize them the same way Trump is subsidizing the farmers in the US that are hurt by the trade war. Then you de-risk with China, and you need to de-risk with China with the United States. In things that are critical, like high tech and so on, you have no choice. You have to de-risk. Even in automobiles, China is destroying the European automobile market with their EVs. They've been subsidized for decades. You'll have to de-risk the relation with China. That's good. You'll have to do some tariff jumping investment in US. And guess what? Cheap energy in US. Natural gas costs 4 times less in US than Europe, implies that some industries from Europe will have to move to the United States. And you'll have to let the euro appreciate. And as I said, the euro is already going higher, has to go higher, it's too weak. And if you do those things, it's going to say, the best deal in human history, the best trade deal, I won. The Europeans have conceded. And it's still going to give you 10% tariff rather than 20, but 10% tariff, you can live with it. So that deal can be done in 4 weeks. You don't need 3 months if you want to do it. So that deal can be done with Europe, can be done with Mexico and Canada, can be done with Japan, with Taiwan, with South Korea. The big issue is going to be China. So these things can be done if there's political will to be doing it. And I guess the Europeans were smart enough not to retaliate. The retaliation were spare change, 21 billion of goods as opposed to 380 the US imposed tariff on. That's the wise thing to do. Don't retaliate, sit down with him, humor him, give him what he wants, and he's going to say, great deal, we're friends and allies again. That's what's going to happen.
And what about China? You present a, you say that there's a Xi put on the US-China trade war, but at the moment it seems both sides seem to think that the other is weak, and that the other side faces financial and societal collapse from this trade war. As you say, Xi has more, in many ways, Xi has more cards. He has domestic levers he can pull. But how do you see, in the immediate term, how damaging can this trade war be? How realistic is it that effectively the new Trump tariff, 125%, effectively brings US-China trade to an end? How effectively can America decouple completely from China, and how can the rest of the world deal with this trade war? And China has other options. Can China escalate in different ways? Has China got other pressure points it can apply? I mean, can this bit of the trade war remain very destabilizing to the global economy for the foreseeable future?
Well, you know, as you pointed out, and I've had before, in this game of chicken between Trump and Xi, neither side wants to blink for now. Xi Jinping has a bunch of tools. Retaliate in the short run. He doesn't have to face midterm elections or no elections at all. He can do massive monetary stimulus, massive fiscal stimulus. He can let the currency weaken. He can try to divert trade to the BRI countries. He can do, finally, the structural reform. They're going to reduce savings and increase consumption. And maybe the Trump shock is good for China because it's going to force China to do what they've not done. By the way, the Trump shock is also good for Europe because Europe needed reform, and Europe does reform only when there is a crisis, the global financial crisis, the COVID crisis. So the Trump crisis is going to force Europeans to do what's necessary. So Xi Jinping in the short run can do a bunch of things, and he can retaliate, not just with tariffs. He can control the exports of rare earths. He can export the refining of green metals, starting with copper and all the other one. He can punish $1 trillion of investment the US firm have done to China. He can do a whole bunch of things to hurt. So he has leverage. Over the medium term, of course, US has more leverage than China because everybody in the rest of the world is running a trade surplus with the United States. So when you have a trade war, growth is going to fall in US, but growth is going to fall more in the rest of the world because the demand shock to the rest of the world is bigger than the inflation shock to the United States. So the trade war implies lower growth in US and higher inflation, but implies lower growth and lower inflation in the rest of the world because of the demand shock. And it hurts the rest of the world more because they run trade surpluses that are large as a share of their own GDP, while in US, imports are only 15% of GDP. So over the medium term, actually, the trade war occurs, China has to lose more. But in the short run, China can wait out Trump. And in the long term, China could try to do the reform that increase the safety net, that reduce domestic saving, that increase consumption, so that they rely less on net exports to the US and the rest of the world. Maybe that's actually the right solution. Because think of it this way, what Trump has done is totally unfair and crazy, but China is 30% of global manufacturing. He knows how to do production. He doesn't know how to do domestic consumption. Has too much savings compared to investment, too much production compared to consumption, and is dumping the excess capacity in global market. And that, by the way, is not acceptable, not just the US, but even to Europe. Europe will have to deal with the fact that the entire green tech of Europe, or EVs, or cars, are going to be destroyed by China. And I was recently in places like Global South, in India, in South Africa, in Brazil. And even India, South Africa, and Brazil, that are middle powers, swing states in between US and China, they say we don't want to have our own manufacturing sector destroyed by the excess capacity of China. We have a job problem, we have a growth problem, we have a manufacturing growth issue. We cannot allow China to dump it. Even the eternal friend of China, supposedly Russia, they are worried today that the Chinese cars are destroying the production of crappy Russian cars, okay? Even the Russians are worried about that, let alone the rest of the world. So either China learns how to consume rather than just produce, or otherwise there'll be a wave of protectionism against China in the US, in Europe, in India, in Brazil, in South Africa, even in Russia, and the rest of the world. So this Trump shock is, of course, is brutal, is not the right thing to do, but China has to change its economic model because it cannot be anymore the dumping ground for its excess capacity. That's not acceptable to the US, it's not acceptable to Europe, it's not acceptable to the Global South, it's not acceptable to anybody else.
we're running out of time now, but right at the, I mean, it's hard to know exactly what Trump was trying to do with his tariff policy. There's all sorts of, the administration seems to give a different explanation every day, from reindustrialization of America to collecting revenues to tackling China or whatever. But it seems to me that if there's a consistency through the administration's policy, it's dealing with America's fiscal problems, its debt and its deficit. And you talked about the Republican Party as being a guardrail, but I mean, just briefly, how do you see the fiscal situation in America playing into this? Do you think that that the fiscal position gets worse as a result of a slower economy and the tariff problems, and do you think that this budget that they're trying to do can finally start to get America's deficit and fiscal problems under control?
I mean, US has an unsustainable debt problem, but so does Europe, so does Japan, so does most of the rest of the world. And if you worry about the dynamic of US debt, US is going to have more potential growth, has better population growth compared to aging China or aging Europe or aging Japan. And Europe potential growth in Eurozone is what, 1%. US is 2, going to 3, going to 4. And growth can resolve most debt problems. The rest of the world is going to reply to this demand shock to the rest of the world with fiscal stimulus. You get in Europe, more defense, more infrastructure, more this, monetary easing, and China is going to do the same, monetary and fiscal easing. In the US instead, the Fed cannot do easing because inflation is going to go higher, so the Fed is going to stay on hold. And the plan of Bessent and the Republican is actually to try to avoid a spike in bond yields by doing fiscal retrenchment. If you look at the plan in Congress, making the tax cuts of 17 permanent doesn't change the baseline, because the baseline is $1.8 trillion deficit last year and this year. So what's going to happen next year with the tax plan? The baseline is 1.8, but then you have tariff revenues of 300 billion. You're going to have another tax spending cuts of DOGE of maybe 50 billion. Then you're going to cut subsidies to IRA and green energy. You're going to cut Medicaid transfers to the states. You're going to raise some taxes, even on the rich. Even the Republicans are thinking about raising the top rate from 37 to 40, because they need revenues from the rich to help the left behind. So all these things actually imply a massive fiscal drag. What's going to instead reduce that fiscal drag is they promise another $150 billion a year of tax cuts. No tax cuts, no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security, no taxes on Americans who are residing abroad. But you have about $500 billion of tax increases and spending cuts. You have $150 billion of tax cuts. The net of it is about 1.5% of GDP fiscal drag. So the US deficit actually is not going to increase next year. It's going to contract. Now, if there is a recession and the economy goes into recession and the Fed cannot cut rates because the recession is caused by inflation, they're going to give up on their fiscal plan. And instead of a fiscal drag next year, you get a fiscal stimulus, small and so on. But they know that actually, if the fiscal deficit blows up, given the stock of the debt, bond yields are going to go through the roof, the bond vigilantes are going to wake up even more, and then that destroys the economy. Because it's not the stock market that matters for the economy, it's the bond market, because everything, mortgages, auto loans, student loans, personal loans, credit card, depends on the 10-year bond yield. So from their point of view, fiscal consolidation, as long as there is not a recession, is the way to go, and the current plan is actually to constrain the deficit in the United States. Rest of the world is different. Everybody's going to have to fiscal stimulus. But that's why currencies in the rest of the world are going to strengthen, and the dollar is going to weaken. Because in the rest of the world, you have fiscal stimulus. In the US, you have fiscal contraction. So that relative fiscal stance is one of the reasons why the dollar gradually is going to weaken. That is some of the things that they'd like over time, as long as it's orderly.
Well, Nouriel, we're out of time, but I'm very heartened by your analysis that the guardrails are working and that some grown-ups, at the very least, may be back in charge, and that the long-term prospects for productivity changing technology for America, if not for the whole world, are just around the corner, and that's something to hold on to. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Yeah.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Είναι πραγματικά μεγάλη χαρά, η τιμή και η προσμονή μου να κάνουμε σήμερα τη συζήτησή μας με θέμα ανταγωνιστικότητα, παγκόσμιο εμπόριο και η θέση της Ελλάδας σε αυτό. Ένα θέμα που βρίσκεται στο επίκεντρο της ειδησιογραφίας, όλος ο κόσμος ασχολείται με αυτό. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι όταν μου πρότειναν να κάνουμε αυτή τη συζήτηση, είχα τελείως διαφορετικά πράγματα στο μυαλό μου για το τι θα πούμε και τώρα ανατράπηκαν όλα. Ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ το ανέτρεψε και αυτό και συνεχίζει με ανατροπές, όπως βλέπουμε και στην τρέχουσα ειδησιογραφία. Όπως και να έχει όμως, η επιβολή των δασμών από τον Ντόναλντ Τραμπ, από τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, δημιουργεί τεράστιες αλλαγές στο παγκόσμιο εμπόριο. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι πλέον περνάμε από την εποχή της ελεύθερης διακίνησης αγαθών και υπηρεσιών, θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε, σε έναν ενισχυμένο προστατευτισμό, που όπως γνωρίζουμε, θα μας το πούν και οι ομιλητές μας, ενέχει και πολλούς κινδύνους και αυτό έχει αποδειχθεί και ιστορικά. Φαντάζομαι ότι όλοι όσοι βρισκόμαστε σήμερα εδώ θα θέλαμε, φεύγοντας από αυτή την συζήτηση, να έχουμε μια ξεκάθαρη εικόνα για το πώς αυτές οι μεγάλες, τεράστιες αλλαγές στην παγκόσμια οικονομία αναμένεται να επηρεάσουν και τη χώρα μας. Οι εξαιρετικοί ομιλητές μας, ο καθένας σε διαφορετικό τομέα, θα μας βοηθήσουν να καταλάβουμε τι ακριβώς συμβαίνει, θα τα βάλουμε όλα μαζί και θα έχουμε στο τέλος της συζήτησής μας, αυτός είναι ο στόχος, μια πλήρη εικόνα για το πώς αλλάζει το παγκόσμιο περιβάλλον και ποια είναι η θέση της Ελλάδας σε αυτό. Λοιπόν, να καλωσορίσω λοιπόν τον κύριο Χρήστο Σταϊκούρα, πρώην Υπουργός Μεταφορών και έχει διατελέσει και Υπουργός Οικονομικών, θα είναι χρήσιμη και αυτή η ιδιότητά του. Μαζί μας είναι επίσης ο κύριος Χρήστος Καμπόλης, είναι επικεφαλής οικονομολόγος του Διεθνούς Κέντρου Ανταγωνιστικότητας, του IMD, ο κύριος Σημαίων Διαμαντίδης, που είναι πρόεδρος εξαγωγέων, ο κύριος Χρήστος Γιαννίτσης, ο οποίος είναι διευθύνων σύμβουλος της γαλακτοβιομηχανίας Όμηρος, ο κύριος Γιώργος Μιλωνάς, επίσης πρόεδρος και διευθύνων σύμβουλος της Αλουμίλ, ο κύριος Ορέστης Ομράν, partner και επικεφαλής Ελλάδας και Κύπρου της DLA Piper και ο κύριος Γεράσιμος Τζες, Γενικός Διευθυντής της Αντράντιους στην Ελλάδα και στη Ρουμανία. Λοιπόν, είμαστε έτοιμοι να ξεκινήσουμε. Θα βάλουμε το μεγάλο πλαίσιο, θα ξεκινήσουμε με τη μεγάλη εικόνα και θα ήθελα να ξεκινήσω με τον κύριο Σταϊκούρα. Θα ήθελα να βγάλετε μπροστά την ιδιότητά σας στα χρηματοοικονομικά, να ανακαλέσετε και κάποια πράγματα από τη θητεία σας στο Υπουργείο Οικονομικών και να μας βοηθήσετε να καταλάβουμε τι ακριβώς αλλάζει, διότι ήδη έχουμε αρχίσει να βλέπουμε κάποιες επιπτώσεις από τις ανακοινώσεις Τραμπ για την επιβολή δασμών, αν και όπως διαβάζουμε τις τελευταίες ώρες φαίνεται ότι οπισθοχωρεί, ωστόσο οι επιπτώσεις στις παγκόσμιες αγορές είναι τεράστιες. Ο πρώτος άμεσος αντίκτυπος φαίνεται εκεί, χάθηκαν δισεκατομμύρια δολάρια στις αγορές και σταδιακά θα βλέπουμε αλυσιδωτές αντιδράσεις μεσομακροπρόθεσμα. Θα ήθελα να μας πείτε ποια εκτιμάτε ότι θα είναι τα μακροοικονομικά ρίσκα για την Ελλάδα, η οποία ναι μεν έχει κάνει κάποια βήματα, ωστόσο δεν θεωρείται και από τις πιο ανθεκτικές οικονομίες.
Πρώτα απ' όλα θέλω να ευχαριστήσω και πάλι δημόσια τον Delphi Economic Forum για την εξαιρετική ετήσια συνάντησή μας, που μας δίνει την ευκαιρία και τη δυνατότητα να αναπτύξουμε και να καταθέσουμε κάποια σκέψη στο δημόσιο διάλογο. Θα ξεκινήσω εισαγωγικά λέγοντας ότι διαφωνώ μαζί σας στο ότι προσδοκάτε από εμάς να έχετε μια ξεκάθαρη εικόνα στο τέλος αυτής της συζήτησης. Αποκλείεται να έχετε. Και αποκλείεται να έχετε γιατί ξεκάθαρη εικόνα δεν έχει κανένας αυτή τη στιγμή. Γι' αυτό και μιλάμε για μια έντονη περίοδο αβεβαιότητας που δεν γνωρίζουμε πώς θα εξελιχθεί. Εάν η επιλογή των ΗΠΑ είναι μια μόνιμη στροφή στον προστατευτισμό και με ανορθόδοξο τρόπο αλλαγή των κανόνων λειτουργίας της αγοράς, τότε έχουμε μια καινούρια σελίδα στην ιστορία. Αν η επιλογή των ΗΠΑ είναι να μπει σε επαναδιαπραγματεύσεις με χώρες ή συνασπισμό χώρων, έτσι ώστε να διαμορφωθεί ένα νέο οικονομικό πεδίο, τότε οι επιπτώσεις θα απορροφηθούν πολύ πιο εύκολα. Σήμερα δεν γνωρίζουμε. Βλέπουμε κινήσεις και προς τη μία κατεύθυνση και προς την άλλη κατεύθυνση. Το βέβαιο είναι ότι εξελισσόμενη αυτή η κατάσταση προφανώς θα έχει επιδράσεις σε όλες τις χώρες του κόσμου. Κανένας δεν θα μείνει αλόβητος. Και πράγματι, οι αγορές, που θέλω να πω ότι πολλές φορές, ειδικά οι κεφαλαγορές, λειτουργούν ως ασφαλιστική δικλείδα σε αποσταθεροποιητικές οικονομικές πολιτικές, έχουν δείξει τόσο με τη μεταβλητότητά τους, όσο και με την απώλεια κεφαλοποιήσεων που αναφερθήκατε προηγουμένως, ότι συνεκτιμούν όλα αυτά τα δεδομένα. Οι επιπτώσεις τώρα, προφανώς θα είναι διαφορετικές στο πρώτο και στο δεύτερο σενάριο. Αλλά προφανώς, όσο χειρότερη είναι η κατάσταση, όσο περισσότερο τείνουμε προς προστατευτισμό, τόσο οι πιθανότητες μιας ύφεσης αυξάνουν, οι πληθωριστικές πιέσεις αλλά και οι πληθωριστικές προσδοκίες επίσης μεγεθύνονται, η αβεβαιότητα των αγορών και των επενδύσεων διωγγώνεται και αλλάζει προφανώς και η εφοδιαστική αλυσίδα. Όλα αυτά θα έχουν σίγουρα επιπτώσεις στην ασκούμενη δημοσιονομική και νομισματική πολιτική. Η Ελλάδα τώρα προφανώς θα επηρεαστεί στο δυσμενές σενάριο περισσότερο, αλλά το πόσο θα επηρεαστεί θα εξαρτηθεί από το τι κινήσεις κάνουμε σε ευρωπαϊκό και εθνικό επίπεδο. Να ξεκαθαρίσω ότι όλη η εικόνα αυτή είναι βέβαιο ότι θα έχει και άλλους γύρους, θα έχει αναδιπλώσεις, θα έχει συζητήσεις, θα έχει διαπραγματεύσεις μέχρι να καταλήξουμε σε ένα νέο σημείο ισορροπίας. Η επιδράση στην Ελλάδα θα είναι προφανώς μέσω των εξαγωγών της στις ΗΠΑ, που όμως είναι το 1% του ΑΕΠ, το μέσο ευρωπαϊκό όρος είναι 3%, αλλά σημαντικό σε κάποιους κλάδους και σε κάποια συγκεκριμένα προϊόντα. Θα είναι μέσω των δευτερογενών επιπτώσεων. Αυτό θα μειώσει την κατανάλωση στην Ευρώπη, άρα το ενδοευρωπαϊκό εμπόριο θα έρθει σε πιο δύσκολη θέση με επιδράση στην Ελλάδα και προφανώς μπορεί να βάλει σε σκέψεις για κάποιο πάγωμα κάποιων επενδυτικών πρωτοβουλειών που μπορεί κάποιοι εκ των συμμετοχόντων να είχαν για το προσεχές μέλλον. Τι πρέπει εμείς να κάνουμε? Εμείς πρέπει να συνεχίσουμε στο δρόμο που χτίσαμε από το 2019 και μετά. Δηλαδή, σοβαρότητα, υπευθυνότητα και ψυχραιμία. Δημοσιονομική υπευθυνότητα, θα το επαναλαμβάνω συνεχώς, αξιοποίηση των πεπερασμένων δημοσιονομικών όρων και πόρων με όρους οικονομικής αποτελεσματικότητας και κοινωνικής ανταποδοτικότητας, ακόμα μεγαλύτερη εξωστρέφεια και διεύρυνση της παραγωγικής βάσης, άνοιγμα ή και ενδυνάμωση άλλων αγορών, υπάρχουν αρκετές αγορές εκεί που θα πρέπει να στραφούμε και προφανώς σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο να συμβάλλουμε και εμείς ώστε με μία ενιαία φωνή, όπως είπε χθες και ο Πρωθυπουργός, να μπορέσουμε να μπούμε σε διαπραγματεύσεις έτσι ώστε να υπάρχει μια αμοιβαία επωφελής συνεργασία. Τα πεπραγμένα της χώρας από το 19 και μετά καταδεικνύουν και υποδεικνύουν ότι μπορούμε από κοινού, φυσικά και νομικά πρόσωπα και η ελληνική πολιτεία να τα καταφέρουμε.
Μάλιστα. Λοιπόν, είδατε, βάλατε εσείς τα πράγματα σε μία σειρά. Ήταν αρκετά ξεκάθαρα αυτά που μου είπατε. Και τώρα θα ήθελα να τα συνδέσουμε λίγο με το κομμάτι της ανταγωνιστικότητας και να έρθω και στον κύριο Χρήστο Καμπόλη. Διότι θέλουμε σε αυτή τη φάση που βρισκόμαστε, είπε και ο κύριος Σταϊκούρας, ότι έχουμε χτίσει πράγματα, έχουμε κάνει μια πρόοδο σε επίπεδο ελληνικής οικονομίας, σε επίπεδο εξαγωγών ανταγωνιστικότητας. Ωστόσο, δεν ξέρω, θα ήθελα να μας πείτε κι εσείς πώς διαμορφώνεται ο παγκόσμιος χάρτης ό,τι αφορά την ανταγωνιστικότητα και πώς βρίσκει τις επιχειρήσεις μας αυτή η αλλαγή που έρχεται από τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες. Έχουν δημιουργηθεί, θεωρείτε εσείς, οι συνθήκες ώστε να αντιμετωπιστεί μια τέτοια αλλαγή αποτελεσματικά από τις ίδιες τις επιχειρήσεις? Είναι ανθεκτικές απέναντι σε τέτοιες έκτακτες συνθήκες?
Ναι. Καλημέρα και από μένα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που μου δίνετε αυτή τη δυνατότητα να εκφράσω μερικές ιδέες. Συμφωνώ με τον κύριο Σταϊκούρα. Νομίζω το πλαίσιο που έθεσε είναι πραγματικά ορθολογικό και αναμενόμενο. Εγώ θα προσπαθήσω να το πάρω ένα βήμα πιο πάνω και θα πω τι βλέπουμε εμείς στο IMD, στο κέντρο της ανταγωνιστικότητας που βρίσκομαι, να συνδέει χώρες που σε γενική κατάσταση πάντα βρίσκουν τις πολύ ψηλές θέσεις στους δείκτες μας. Και νομίζω ότι ξεκινώντας από την πανδημία που ήταν έτσι ένα γενικό σοκ παγκόσμιο, αλλά συνεχιζόντας με τις γεωπολιτικές ανακατατάξεις, με τα ζητήματα της κλιματικής αλλαγής, που είναι πολύ ουσιαστικά, έχει διαμορφωθεί κατά κάποιο τρόπο μια καινούργια στρατηγική. Ενώ στο παρελθόν όλα τα οικονομικά μοντέλα στηριζόντουσαν κυρίως στην αποτελεσματικότητα, efficiency, πώς θα μειώσουμε το κόστος, πώς θα κάνουμε just-in-time delivery, πώς θα προσπαθήσουμε να βρούμε τις διεθνείς αλυσίδες που θα έχουν το χαμηλότερο κόστος. Όλες αυτές οι αβεβαιότητες που ήρθαν και οι κίνδυνοι καινούργοι που ήρθαν, νομίζω μεταφέρουν την όλη στρατηγική από ένα επίπεδο αποτελεσματικότητας σε ένα επίπεδο ανθεκτικότητας. Οι χώρες που καταφέρουν και δρομολογούν εξελίξεις είναι αυτές που είναι ανθεκτικές, resilient. Και η ανθεκτικότητα δεν είναι ένα στατικό επιχείρημα. Δεν είναι πώς αντιμετωπίζουμε μια κρίση. Είναι πώς αλλάζουμε πορεία στη διαδικασία που βρισκόμαστε. Και επομένως, για να μπορούμε να είμαστε ανθεκτικοί, χρειάζονται δύο πολύ βασικά ζητήματα. Το ένα είναι να είμαστε ευέλικτοι. Γιατί διαφορετικά δεν θα μπορούμε να μετατοπιστούμε από τη μία στρατηγική στην άλλη. Και η ευελιξία δεν είναι μόνο να έχουμε διαφορετικές απόψεις, να μπορούμε να βάλουμε μερικά ζητήματα σε διαφορετική θέση. Είναι επίσης να έχουμε και μία ευελιξία σκέψης. Αυτό το mindset που λέμε πολλές φορές. Χρειάζεται να είναι ένα ευέλικτο mindset. Το δεύτερο στοιχείο που κατά κάποιο τρόπο πρέπει να ενστερνιστούμε είναι η πλεονάζουσα ικανότητα, το redundancy. Αυτό που υπόθηκε ότι χρειαζόμαστε για να μπορέσουμε να φύγουμε από τη μία στρατηγική και να πάμε στην άλλη. Είναι επόμενο ότι θα πρέπει να έχουμε κατά κάποιο τρόπο αυξημένες, για παράδειγμα, αυξημένα αποθεματικά, για να μπορούμε να τα μετακινήσουμε από το ένα μέρος στο άλλο, να μπορούμε να αλλάξουμε την πλεύση που έχουμε. Κάτω από αυτές τις προϋποθέσεις, και περιμένω με ανυπομονησία να ακούσω τους συνομιλητές μας για την Ελλάδα περισσότερο, αλλά πιστεύω ότι ένα καινούριο ανταγωνιστικό πλαίσιο, και λίγο πολύ οι βασικές αρχές υπόθηκαν, αλλά το καινούριο ανταγωνιστικό πλαίσιο έχει τρεις διαστάσεις. Η μία είναι η ικανότητα. Αυτό είναι το capacity, το capability που έχει μια χώρα. Τους πόρους που έχει και μπορεί να τους διαμορφώσει. Το δεύτερο είναι μια συνοχή. Να υπάρχει μια συνέπεια σε όλα τα ζητήματα που κάνουμε. Από την παραγωγική διαδικασία, στην νομοθετική, στην εκτελεστική. Για να μπορέσει αυτό το ζήτημα να προάγει πολλαπλά συμφέροντα. Είδαμε, για παράδειγμα, όπως υπόθηκε και πριν, ότι υπήρξε μια πολύ σημαντική και πάρα πολύ γρήγορη μετάβαση στη ψηφιακή λειτουργία του συστήματος υγείας στην Ελλάδα κατά τη διάρκεια της πανδημίας. Αυτή όμως, κατά κάποιο τρόπο, δεν είχε την εξέλιξη που θα χρειαζόταν σε άλλους τομείς της ελληνικής οικονομίας. Για παράδειγμα, στις μικρές και μεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, που χρειάζεται με έναν τρόπο να τις φέρουμε μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο. Άρα, capability, ικανότητα, coherence, συνοχή, και το τρίτο είναι credibility, αξιοπιστία. Δηλαδή, να υπάρχει μια συνέπεια, μια σταθερότητα που υπόθηκε και πριν. Σταματήσω εδώ και θα δούμε αν μπορούμε να βάλουμε μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο όλα αυτά που θα ακούσουμε.
Σε αυτά στα οποία αναφέρατε θα έχει πολύ ενδιαφέρον να ακούσουμε στη συνέχεια και τον κύριο Γιαννίτση και τον κύριο Μιλωνά. Ωστόσο, θα ήθελα να περάσω στον κύριο Διαμαντίδη και σταδιακά, επειδή είναι και πρόεδρος των εξαγωγέων, μπαίνουμε και στην ουσία του προβλήματος στην Ελλάδα. Κύριε Διαμαντίδη, λοιπόν, θα ήθελα να μας πείτε ποιες είναι οι άμεσες επιπτώσεις μετά από αυτή την πολιτική απόφαση που ανακοίνωσε ο πρόεδρος των ΗΠΑ. Ξέρουμε ότι έχουμε μια έκθεση στις ΗΠΑ, εξάγουμε τα προϊόντα μας, υπάρχει μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον για συγκεκριμένα προϊόντα. Θα ήθελα να μας πείτε αν η έκθεσή μας εκεί είναι τέτοια που να επηρεάζει άμεσα τις ελληνικές εξαγωγικές επιχειρήσεις και αν υπάρχει κάτι που φοβάστε μεσοπρόθεσμα ότι θα αλλάξει για αυτές.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ και εγώ για το σημερινό κάλεσμα και πολλά συγχαρητήρια στο Delphi Economic Forum. Οι εξαγωγές μας προς την Αμερική είναι 2 δισεκατομμύρια 400 εκατομμύρια. Από αυτά, 735 εκατομμύρια ευρώ είναι τρόφιμα. Είναι αυτά που μας ενδιαφέρουν κυρίως. Φυσικά εξάγουμε και αλουμίνιο, είναι πολύ σημαντικές εξαγωγές αλουμινίου, προϊόντα τσιμέντου και αυτά σημαντικά και κάποια μικρά βιομηχανικά προϊόντα. Στα τρόφιμα εστιάζουμε διότι είναι παραγωγικός τομέας της Ελλάδος, μεγάλος, και εξάγουμε, να φανταστείτε, 235 εκατομμύρια ελιές, εξάγουμε ροδάκινα περίπου 90 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, εξάγουμε φέτα 62 εκατομμύρια ευρώ και διάφορα άλλα προϊόντα όπως ψάρια 22 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, λάδι 70 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, πολλά σημαντικά έτσι προϊόντα διατροφής. Εδώ πρέπει να τονίσω ότι οι εξαγωγές μας προς την Αμερική 5 χρόνια πριν ήταν οι μισές. Άρα οι Έλληνες εξαγωγείς έκαναν ένα τεράστιο βήμα, τεράστιες προσπάθειες να εξάγουμε στην Αμερική. Και τώρα αυτό με τους δασμούς μας βρήκε σε μια περίοδο που πάμε να εισέλθουμε στην Αμερική ακόμα περισσότερο. Διότι είναι μια αγορά 350 εκατομμυρίων κατοίκων και μας ενδιαφέρει πάρα πολύ. Όσον αφορά τις επιπτώσεις στην εθνική οικονομία, όπως είπε και ο κ. Σταϊκούρας, είναι 1% του ΑΕΠ. Δεν πρόκειται να πληγεί η ελληνική οικονομία συνολικά. Όμως, εάν δούμε ότι πλήττονται κάποιοι κλάδοι στην Ελλάδα, ο κλάδος των τροφίμων και ειδικά ο κλάδος των ελιών, των ροδάκινων, όπως σας είπα, του λαδιού και κάποια άλλα τρόφιμα που κάθε χρόνο ανεβαίνουν και έχουμε κάνει πολλές προσπάθειες να κατακτήσουμε τις διεθνείς αγορές, είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Θα πληγούν κλάδοι αν γίνει αυτό. Και αν φυσικά οι Ευρωπαίοι καταναλωτές και αυτοί πληγούν, οπότε οι εξαγωγές μας προς την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση είναι περίπου το 60%. Εξάγουμε από 50 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ που είναι οι συνολικές εξαγωγές της Ελλάδος, τα 60 δισεκατομμύρια πηγαίνουν στην Ευρώπη και τα υπόλοιπα σε τρίτες χώρες. Αν λοιπόν πληγεί η Ευρώπη, θα είναι ένα πλήγμα και για μας εδώ. Ακόμα και για τον τουρισμό, αν δεν έρθουν οι τουρίστες που έρχονται κάθε χρόνο στην Ελλάδα και από την Αμερική, αλλά και από την Ευρώπη. Αυτές είναι οι επιπτώσεις που βλέπουμε. Πρέπει να τονίσω εδώ ότι το 2018-19 είχαν επιβληθεί πάλι δασμοί επί Τραμπ σε ελληνικά προϊόντα. Τότε όμως τους αποτρέψαμε και με προσπάθειες του Συνδέσμου Εξαγωγέων. Έτσι εμείς έχουμε ήδη αποτανθεί στους Έλληνο-Αμερικανούς, στο ελληνοαμερικανικό λόμπι, το οποίο επηρεάζει τον πρόεδρο Τραμπ. Έχουμε ήδη αποτανθεί σε αυτούς. Τους έχουμε εξηγήσει τι θέλουμε, διότι η κυβέρνηση δεν μπορεί να το κάνει σαν κυβέρνηση, διότι είναι με την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Εμείς όμως, σαν εξαγωγείς, μπορούμε. Ήδη έχουμε αποτανθεί εκεί, ώστε να μπορέσουν να μεταπείσουν τον πρόεδρο Τραμπ με επιχειρήματα ότι αυτά τα προϊόντα που εξάγουμε εμείς εκεί είναι για τη διατροφή των Αμερικανών, την υγιεινή διατροφή των Αμερικανών, τα χρειάζονται για την υγιεινή τους διατροφή. Εμείς μάθαμε τους Αμερικανούς, παράδειγμα, να βάζουν ελιές στην πίτσα τους, να τρώνε ελιές καλαμών, ενώ μέχρι τώρα βάζαν μόνο μπέικον. Και έτσι είναι προϊόντα υψηλής διατροφικής αξίας για τους Αμερικανούς πολίτες και μάλιστα αυτούς που έχουν χαμηλό εισόδημα. Πολύ σημαντικό. Δεν μπορείς να τους στερήσεις οι υγιεινά προϊόντα τα οποία χρειάζονται για τη διατροφή τους. Έτσι λοιπόν εστιάζουμε εμείς και σε αυτό. Παράλληλα, εγώ ένα μήνα πριν είχα πάει στην Αμερικανική Πρεσβεία πριν την επιβολή των δασμών και το συζήτησα αυτό εκεί με τον εμπορικό ακόλουθο. Διότι η πρέσβης δεν έχει έρθει ακόμα. Εκεί μου τονίστηκε το εξής. Ναι, μεν το 18-19 πετύχαμε να μην έχουμε εξαίρεση από τους δασμούς, αλλά τότε αποφάσισε το Υπουργείο Εμπορίου της ΗΠΑ. Σήμερα αποφασίζει, μου είπαν, ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ. Και σε αυτόν πρέπει να αποταθείτε. Αυτή είναι η πραγματικότητα. Ο ίδιος ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ. Παράλληλα, μου ζήτησαν συνάντηση οι πρέσβεις του Καναδά. Συναντηθήκαμε μαζί της και με τον εμπορικό ακόλουθο. Εκεί κάναμε κάποιες συζητήσεις πώς θα μπορέσουμε να στείλουμε περισσότερα προϊόντα στον Καναδά. Εμείς κάναμε μια μελέτη στο Ινστιτούτο που έχουμε στο ΣΕΒΕ, μελετών, και την καταθέσαμε στον Καναδά τι μπορεί να φέρει περισσότερο από την Ελλάδα και να αντικαταστήσει αμερικανικά προϊόντα. Ήδη έχουμε κινηθεί δηλαδή να αντικαταστήσουμε, αν ομιγέννητο, δεν μπορούμε να στείλουμε τα τρόφιμά μας ή οι άλλες εξαγωγές μας, αλουμίνιο κτλ. Στην Αμερική. Ήδη έχουν διαφερθεί και άλλες χώρες από μόνες τους, όπως παράδειγμα η Κολομβία, η οποία μας ζήτησε στοιχεία από την Ελλάδα τι παράγουμε. Έτσι λοιπόν, εμείς οι Έλληνες εξαγωγείς ποτέ δεν σταματήσαμε να διερευνούμε νέες αγορές και τώρα φυσικά με την Αμερική είναι ένα ένασμα. Ανακοίνωσε ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ χθες ότι θα έχει 10% δασμούς και αναστέλει για 3 μήνες τους υπόλοιπους δασμούς, μπορεί να πούμε. Άρα λοιπόν τι θα γίνει εδώ? Οι Αμερικάνοι έμποροι θα προσπαθήσουν να εισάγουν όσο δυνατόν περισσότερα προϊόντα, ώστε στους 3 μήνες να έχουμε πολλά για 5-6 μήνες, γιατί δεν ξέρουμε τι θα γίνει. Απ' την άλλη όμως, οι Έλληνες οι οποίοι θα ήθελαν να διεισδύσουν περισσότερο στην Αμερική, να κάνουν κινήσεις επενδυτικές στην Αμερική, εξάγοντας προϊόντα, θα βάλουν ένα φρένο, γιατί θα πούν να δούμε τι θα γίνει. Έτσι λοιπόν η διείσδυσή μας περισσότερο στην Αμερική, η οποία τη χρειαζόμαστε γιατί είναι μεγάλη αγορά και εξάγουμε λίγα εκεί, προς το παρόν θα φρενάρει. Είναι μια επίπτωση και αυτό. Και φυσικά θα αυξηθούν οι εξαγωγές αυτό το τρίμηνο. Το 10% δασμούς, αν μείνει το 10% για την Ελλάδα, μπορούμε να πούμε ότι δεν μας πειράζει. Διότι θα κάνουν 3% έκπτωση οι Έλληνες εξαγωγείς, 3% θα κάνουν και οι έμποροι της Αμερικής και 3% θα πάνε στον πολίτη. Είναι ανεπαίσθητα όλα αυτά, μπορούμε να τα απορροφήσουμε. Πάνω από το 10% όμως είναι δύσκολο. Μέχρι τώρα πρέπει να σας πω ότι δασμούς δεν είχαμε σε ελληνικά προϊόντα, ειδικά τρόφιμα. Είχαν όμως κάποιες επιβαρύνσεις στο τελωνείο κατά κιλό, μικρές επιβαρύνσεις. Στα ροδάκινα όμως είχαμε 17%. Έτσι λοιπόν παρακολουθούμε το όλο ζήτημα. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό για μας. Πρέπει να σας πω όμως το εξής, ότι οι ελληνικές εξαγωγές από το 2010 έως το 2023 τριπλασιάστηκαν. Το 2010 είχαμε τις μισές εξαγωγές προϊόντων από ό,τι έχουμε το 1 τρίτο των εξαγωγών που έχουμε σήμερα στα προϊόντα. Άρα λοιπόν τι έκαναν οι Έλληνες μέσα σε οικονομικές κρίσεις, μέσα στην πανδημία και μέσα σε πολέμους, τριπλασιάσαμε τις εξαγωγές. Και εδώ γεννάται το ερώτημα. Οι Έλληνες χρειαζόμαστε κρίσεις για να ανασκουμποθούμε και να πάμε μπροστά. Η πραγματικότητα αυτό αποδεικνύει. Έτσι λοιπόν εμείς οι εξαγωγείς είμαστε συγκρατημένα αισιόδοξοι ότι θα αντιμετωπίσουμε οποιαδήποτε κρίση συμβεί, διότι έχουμε το πλεονέκτημα να ανταποκρινόμαστε με θετικότητα στις κρίσεις.
Μάλιστα. Καταλαβαίνουμε ότι ναι, μεν θα υπάρξει ένα πρόβλημα σε ό,τι αφορά τη ζήτηση. Παρ' όλα αυτά, έχετε κάνει τις κινήσεις σας εσείς για να είστε προετοιμασμένοι και σε άλλες εναλλακτικές αγορές. Έχει όμως ενδιαφέρον να δούμε μια αμιγώς εξαγωγική εταιρεία πώς αντιδρά σε όλη αυτή τη μεγάλη πρόκληση. Και έρχομαι τώρα στον κύριο Χρήστο Γιαννίτση, που είναι Διευθύνων Σύμβουλος της Όμηρος. Κύριε Γιαννίτση, 100% εξαγωγική. Εξάγεται και στις ΗΠΑ και στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, σε πολλές χώρες του εξωτερικού. Τι ποσοστό των εξαγωγών σας κατευθύνεται στην Αμερική?
Καλημέρα καταρχάς. Συγχαρητήρια στην οργάνωση του φόρουμ και ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Η εταιρεία μας είναι μια καθαρά εξαγωγική εταιρεία. Υπάρχουν πωλήσεις και υπάρχουν προϊόντα της εταιρείας στην αγορά της Αμερικής. Ευτυχώς, θα έλεγα, δεν είμαστε τόσο πολύ εκτεθειμένοι στην εκεί αγορά. Είναι της τάξης περίπου του 8% του ετήσιου κύκλου εργασιών της εταιρείας. Όμως αυτό δεν σημαίνει ότι φυσικασόμαστε. Είναι γεγονός ότι οι δασμοί του Προέδρου Τραμπ μας έχουν βάλει σε μια ανησυχία. Και εμάς και τους συνεργάτες μας στη χώρα εκεί, διότι περιμένουμε μια αντίδραση καταναλωτών. Καταλαβαίνετε, το προϊόν μας, δηλαδή η φέτα που αποτελεί την ατμομηχανή των ελληνικών τυροκομικών προϊόντων, είναι ένα προϊόν το οποίο βγαίνει στο ράφι. Δεν είναι πλέον μόνο ένα προϊόν το οποίο απευθύνεται στους Έλληνες ομογενείς εκεί. Είναι ένα προϊόν το οποίο το έχουν μάθει οι ντόπιοι καταναλωτές, οι Αμερικανοί καταναλωτές, και το προτιμούν, διότι σε σχέση με άλλα παρεμφερή, θα έλεγα, προϊόντα, είναι πολύ καλύτερης ποιότητας, καλύτερης διατροφικής αξίας. Αυτή λοιπόν η κίνηση του Πρόεδρου Τραμπ μας οδήγησε στο γεγονός να καθίσουμε σαν εταιρεία και να σκεφτούμε ποιο είναι το backup plan αν γίνει κάτι το υπερβολικά δύσκολο και απαγορευτικό για το προϊόν μας μέσω των δασμών στην αμερικανική αγορά. Αυτή τη στιγμή εξάγουμε περίπου στις 50 χώρες και έχουμε δει πώς μπορούμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε την πρόκληση αυτή. Η πρόκληση αυτή βεβαίως θα είναι προσπαθώντας να διοχετεύσουμε τις ποσότητες αυτών των προϊόντων στις άλλες αγορές, οι οποίες όμως, να τονίσω εδώ, όπως ανέφερε και ο Πρόεδρος πριν, ότι και αυτές θα πιεστούν, διότι καταλαβαίνετε, οι κινήσεις του Πρόεδρου Τραμπ είναι κινήσεις που επηρεάζουν όλη την αγορά και ειδικά την Ευρώπη, που η Ευρώπη είναι ο μεγάλος καταναλωτής των προϊόντων των δικών μας, των ελληνικών προϊόντων που προέρχονται κατά βάση από τον αγροδιατροφικό τομέα. Έτσι λοιπόν, μια πρώτη κατεύθυνση θα ήταν πού να κινηθούμε σε άλλες αγορές, είτε παραδοσιακές αγορές, είτε νέες αγορές αναπτυσσόμενες, όπως οι αγορές της Ασίας. Το δεύτερο θα ήταν πώς θα μπορούσαμε εμείς, μαζί με τους συνεργάτες μας εκεί, αν το επίπεδο των δασμών μείνει σε χαμηλά επίπεδα, όπως τώρα τη τάξη του 10%, να είμαστε σε συνεργασία με τους εκεί πελάτες, να προσπαθήσουμε να αφομοιώσουμε ένα μικρό ποσοστό των δασμών μέσα από τη δικιά μας τιμολογιακή πολιτική και πάνω απ' όλα πώς μπορούμε να είμαστε πιο ανταγωνιστικοί, είτε μέσω του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού, για να είναι ακόμη πιο ανταγωνιστικό το προϊόν και να μπορέσουμε να ανοίξουμε άλλες αγορές. Είναι γεγονός, και ιδιαίτερα ο αγροδιατροφικός τομέας, μπορώ να σας πω, ότι έχει τα τελευταία 3-4 χρόνια βρίσκεται σε έναν αναβρασμό. Ειδικά μετά τον πόλεμο της Ουκρανίας. Θα σας αναφέρω ένα παράδειγμα. Όταν έγινε ο πόλεμος, οι τιμές των σιτηρών πήγαν στα ύψη. Θα μου πείτε, μα πώς επηρεάζει αυτό ένα τελικό προϊόν όπως είναι το τυρί? Ναι, επηρεάζει, διότι το ουκρανικό καλαμπόκι ήταν αυτό το οποίο ερχόταν και σε χώρες όπως στην Ελλάδα, χρησιμοποιούταν ως τροφή για τα γαλακτοπαραγωγικά ζώα και οι τιμές του ήταν χαμηλές, άρα η πρώτη ύλη ήταν χαμηλή, άρα το προϊόν μας ήταν και πιο ανταγωνιστικό. Τον τελευταίο λοιπόν καιρό πρέπει να αντιμετωπίσουμε καταστάσεις που ενώ παλιά λέγαμε «OK, για 6 μήνες κάνουμε αυτή τη τιμολογιακή πολιτική, είμαστε ήσυχοι». Τώρα δυστυχώς κάθε μέρα είναι ένα καινούριο διαφορετικό στάτους. Κάθε μέρα λοιπόν με την υπάρχουσα κατάσταση πρέπει να είσαι σε εφαγρύπνηση να δεις το τι θα συμβεί. Θέλω να πιστεύω, και ειδικά με την κίνηση του Πρόεδρου Τραμπ χθες, ότι θέλω να είμαι αισιόδοξος, διότι τα δικά μας προϊόντα, ειδικά τα προϊόντα του αγροδιατροφικού τομέα, είναι προϊόντα μη ανταγωνιστικά προς την αμερικανική αγορά. Δεν θεωρώ δηλαδή ότι, όπως σας ανέφερε και ο Πρόεδρος πριν, δεν θεωρώ ότι η αμερικανική αγορά θα έχει κάποιο πρόβλημα αν δεν επιβληθούν δασμοί σε προϊόντα όπως καθαρά τα δικά μας, τα γαλακτοκομικά προϊόντα. Δεν υπάρχει αντίστοιχο προϊόν εκεί ή το δικό μας δεν είναι ανταγωνιστικό προς την τόπια αμερικανική παραγωγή. Εγώ θα συνιστήσω ψυχραιμία σε όλους, να δούμε το τι θα γίνει. Καθένας να έχει ένα plan B για τη δικιά του εταιρεία και προφανώς πρέπει να είμαστε ευέλικτοι. Πρέπει να είμαστε ευέλικτοι, διότι τα γεγονότα κάθε μέρα είναι τέτοια που μας δημιουργούν και εκπλήξεις.
Έτσι, πρέπει να υπάρχει ευελιξία, το ανέφερε και ο κύριος Καμπούλης νωρίτερα. Θα ήθελα, κύριε Γιαννίτση, έτσι πολύ σύντομα, εσείς είδατε άμεσα τις επιπτώσεις αυτών των ανακοινώσεων στην καθημερινότητα της εταιρείας σας, στη σχέση σας με τους πελάτες σας?
Βεβαίως. Αυτή τη στιγμή να σας πω ότι η εταιρεία μας είναι προμηθευτής σε 2 major αλυσίδες σούπερ μάρκετ της Αμερικής. Τον τελευταίο 1,5 μήνα έχουμε δει ότι παραγγελίες οι οποίες ήταν σε ένα πρόγραμμα τριμήνου από τους πελάτες μας έχουν πλέον μπει υπό αίρεση. Μέχρι βέβαια χθες, όπου θέλω να πιστεύω ότι τώρα με αυτή την παράταση την οποία πήραμε, θεωρώ ότι θα ισχύσει το αντίστροφο. Δηλαδή, οι πελάτες μας, που είναι και οι εισαγωγείς των προϊόντων αυτών, θα σπεύσουν ακριβώς να προμηθευτούν τα προϊόντα με χαμηλή ταρίφα, έτσι ώστε θεωρώ ότι και αυτοί δεν γνωρίζουν ακόμη το τι συμβαίνει. Διότι, κοιτάξτε να δείτε, είναι αυτό το οποίο αναφέρθηκε πριν. Δεν είναι το τι θα αποφασίσει κάποιος οργανισμός εκεί. Είναι το τι θα αποφασίσει ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ. Και πιστεύω ότι δεν μπορεί κανένας να είναι στο μυαλό του πρόεδρου Τραμπ για το τι πραγματικά απόφαση και του τι θέληση έχει.
Έτσι, αυτό επιβεβαιώνεται μέρα με τη μέρα, αυτό που λέτε. Οπότε, είδαμε τι γίνεται στον αγροδιατροφικό τομέα για μια εξαγωγική επιχείρηση, η οποία βλέπει άμεσα έτσι, τις επιπτώσεις των ανακοινώσεων αυτών. Θα ήθελα να έρθω τώρα και στον κύριο Μιλωνά, της Αλουμίλ, για να μας πείτε και εσάς ο κλάδος σας πώς επηρεάζεται. Ο κλάδος του αλουμινίου είναι ένας κατεξοχήν εξαγωγικός κλάδος και μάλιστα στηρίζει τις ελληνικές εξαγωγές. Εσείς βλέπετε άμεσες επιπτώσεις από αυτές τις αλλαγές?
Προφανώς. Να σας πω όμως το εξής. Δεν θα μιλήσω γενικά, διότι δεν θεωρώ τον εαυτό μου δήμονα για να πω τι γίνεται, αλλά θα σας πω τι γίνεται μέσα από το χώρο το δικό μας, τη δικιά μας της δουλειάς. Καταρχάς, η εταιρεία μας, παρόλο που δεν είναι ακριβώς εξαγωγική, ο τζίρος της σχεδόν κατά 90% είναι εκτός Ελλάδος. Γίνονται πολλές εξαγωγές από την Ελλάδα, αλλά έχουμε και πολλές δραστηριότητες στο εξωτερικό. Παράγουμε σε διάφορες χώρες. Και αυτή τη στιγμή το πρόβλημα που έχουμε δεν είναι μόνο τι θα κάνει η Ελλάδα. Μας απασχολεί τι θα κάνει η Τουρκία, τι θα κάνει η Αίγυπτος, τι θα κάνει η Ινδία, τι θα κάνουν οι Φιλιππίνες. Δηλαδή μας ενδιαφέρει και παρακολουθούν τι θα κάνει η Κένια. Χώρες τις οποίες δραστηριοποιούμαστε όχι πουλώντας εκεί, αλλά όντως ήταν εκεί. Και κάθε μία την έχει βάλει ο Τραμπ σε διαφορετικό ράφι. Λοιπόν, το πρόβλημα που βλέπουμε καταρχάς είναι το εξής. Όλη αυτή η ιστορία θα δημιουργήσει μια τρύπα στην αγορά. Σκεφτόμενοι τι θα συμβεί, πώς θα συμβεί, όλοι κάτι θα αναβάλουν, όλοι κάτι θα περιμένουν και αυτό που μας απασχολεί πιο πολύ είναι αυτή την τρύπα, πώς θα τη γεμίσουμε, γιατί δεν θα θέλαμε να σημαίνει μείωση της δικής μας δραστηριότητας. Στο κομμάτι το δικό μας το αλουμίνιο έχει πολλά επίπεδα. Ας πούμε, είναι οι πρώτες ύλες. Το μεγάλο πρόβλημα της Αμερικής είναι εκεί. Δεν έχει πρώτες ύλες, τις αγοράζει απ' έξω. Αυτοί που παράγουν μέσα είναι λίγοι, θέλει να τους προστατεύσει, ok. Το δεύτερο επίπεδο είναι αυτό που λέμε τα πλατιά προϊόντα. Και αυτό είναι πιο πολύ commodity, είναι κάτι πολύ ευαίσθητο στις τιμές. Ναι, αλλά εμείς αυτό που πουλάμε στην Αμερική είναι κουφώματα τα οποία είναι μαγνητικά αιωρούμενα, που λειτουργούν με αυτοματισμούς, ανοίγουν και κλείνουν μόνα τους, με οδηγίες ομιλίας. Αυτοί που έχουν να τα πληρώσουν. Και η διαφορά τιμής εμάς δεν μας επηρεάζει, δεν μας ανησυχεί. Μας ανησυχεί πιο πολύ τι θα συμβεί στις άλλες χώρες και στην Ευρώπη. Δηλαδή, εμάς μας ανησυχεί πιο πολύ πώς θα προστατευτεί η Ευρώπη απέναντι στην Κίνα, η οποία θα κάνει επίθεση στο δικό μας το χώρο των μετάλλων στην Ευρώπη. Εκεί τι θα κάνει, ας πούμε. Δηλαδή, θα πρέπει να είμαστε προετοιμασμένοι όχι μόνο πώς θα συζητήσουμε με την Αμερική για το πώς θα εξελιχθούν τα πράγματα, αλλά τι θα κάνουμε να έχουμε σενάρια σε περιπτώσεις ανταγωνισμού. Διότι στο κάτω-κάτω, σαν επιχειρηματίας εγώ, με ενδιαφέρει περισσότερο πώς θα μπορέσω να κάνω κάτι καλύτερο από τον ανταγωνισμό, το δικό μου τον ανταγωνισμό, στις χώρες μέσα στις συνθήκες οι οποίες θα διαμορφωθούν, τις οποίες δεν τις επηρεάζω εγώ. Επομένως, αυτό που μας ενδιαφέρει είναι να δούμε την κατηγορία των προϊόντων που θα έχουμε. Μην ξεχνάτε, φάγαμε 10-12 χρόνια ξύλο στην Ελλάδα. Αυτά τα 10 χρόνια προβληματιστήκαμε, όπως είπαν και προηγουμένως, μέσα στις κρίσεις παίρνεις αποφάσεις αναπροσαρμογής. Εμείς αυτές τις πήραμε. Διότι είχαμε σοβαρή κρίση που ήταν ελληνική και έπρεπε για τις ελληνικές επιχειρήσεις να αντιμετωπιστεί μόνο με εξωστρέφεια. Δεν υπήρχε άλλος τρόπος. Πώς σχεδιάζεις αυτή την εξωστρέφεια είναι ένα θέμα για το πόσο μπορείς να είσαι ανταγωνιστικός, πόσο μακριά μπορείς να πας, σε ποιες αγορές μπορείς να πας, διότι τα προϊόντα μέσα στον COVID του ζήσαμε και αυτό. Κάναμε εξαγωγές στην Αυστραλία και ξαφνικά το μεταφορικό κόστος ήταν πιο ακριβό από το προϊόν. Δεν μπορούσες να κάνεις. Έπρεπε να τοποθετηθείς σε μια άλλη αγορά, να αγοράζεις, ξέρω εγώ, από την Κίνα και να πουλάς στην Αυστραλία. Επομένως, η στρατηγική που αναπτύξαμε μέσα από την κρίση και την ελληνική αλλά και την κρίση που είχαμε με τον COVID μας οδήγησε να είμαστε σε κάποια θέση όπου να μπορούμε να προσαρμοζόμαστε σε κάθε αγορά με τις δυσκολίες που έχει. Στην Ινδία, ας πούμε, που κάνουμε μια φοβερή δουλειά, η Ινδία έχει 26% δασμούς. Τι σημαίνει, ότι δεν θα πουλούσαμε? Μα όλοι είχαν 26% δασμούς. Αλλά μένα με ενδιέφερε πώς θα είμαι καλύτερος από τους άλλους. Στην Αμερική σήμερα εμείς, όλοι οι πελάτες μας συνεχίζουν να βάζουν παραγγελίες, γιατί είναι η κατηγορία της αγοράς. Βέβαια θα θέλαμε να μπούμε και σε πιο μεσαία αγορά, την οποία τώρα θα δούμε πώς θα εξελιχθούν τα πράγματα. Άρα για μας σαν επιχείρηση, μέσα σε αυτή τη μεγάλη εικόνα που δημιουργείται και φυσικά μας ενδιαφέρει, προσπαθούμε να είμαστε καλύτεροι από τους ανταγωνιστές μας. Και τι θα επιβιώσουμε.
Οπότε λέτε η καινοτομία...
Καινοτομία, καλά, δεν το συζητάμε. Χωρίς καινοτομία δεν πας μακριά. Άμα πουλάς βασικά προϊόντα τα οποία δεν έχουν προστιθέμενη αξία, δεν μπορείς να πας μακριά. Διότι τα παράγουν κι άλλοι και θα τα παράγουν πιο φτηνά και θα είναι πιο κοντά σε κάποιες άλλες αγορές. Δεν γίνεται. Δηλαδή, θέλεις καινοτομία για να δημιουργήσεις σοβαρή προστιθέμενη αξία στο προϊόν σου, για να μπορείς να απευθυνθείς στις διεθνείς αγορές και πλέον ο ανταγωνισμός, όταν είναι σε ψηλό επίπεδο, έχει τα ίδια προβλήματα με σένα σε εκείνο το επίπεδο. Δηλαδή, δεν είναι το ίδιο πρόβλημα αν παράγεις βασικό προϊόν και αν παράγεις ένα τεχνολογικό προϊόν. Διότι όλοι όσοι το παράγουν έχουν υψηλά κόστη της ανάπτυξης, έχουν υψηλά κόστη R&D, έχουν κόστη στρατηγικής, έχουν πολλά κόστη. Άρα κινείσαι στο ίδιο επίπεδο. Πρέπει να είσαι λίγο καλύτερος.
Μάλιστα. Είναι σαφές. Οπότε είδαμε και το κομμάτι των επιχειρήσεων πώς αντιδρά σε αυτές τις προκλήσεις. Τώρα θα ήθελα να έρθω στον Ορέστη Ομράν της DLA Piper. Έχει τεράστια εμπειρία σε θέματα διεθνών και χρηματοοικονομικών συναλλαγών. Γι' αυτό θα επιστρέψουμε λίγο έτσι στη μεγάλη εικόνα και όπως αυτή διαμορφώνεται. Γι' αυτό κάνω και αυτή την εισαγωγή για εσάς. Διότι θα θέλαμε να μας πείτε την άποψή σας για το πώς αναμένεται να εξελιχθεί αυτή η εμπορική πολιτική των ΗΠΑ, της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και άλλων κρατών. Από εδώ και στο εξής, και πώς μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο η θέση της Ελλάδας μπορεί να ενισχυθεί.
Κοιτάξτε, εγώ θα ξεκινήσω προσπαθώντας να ερμηνεύσω τη στάση των ΗΠΑ και λέγοντας κάτι το οποίο ίσως υπό κάποιες προϋποθέσεις θα μπορούσε να θεωρηθεί και ριζοσπαστικό για τα δεδομένα του δημοσίου διαλόγου, όχι μόνο του ελληνικού αλλά και του διεθνούς. Συζητούμε όλοι και λέμε ότι ο πρόεδρος Τραμπ είναι απρόβλεπτος, διακατεχόμεθα από μια βεβαιότητα, δεν ξέρουμε τι θα κάνει μετά, δεν ξέρουμε τι σκέφτεται. Εγώ θεωρώ ότι μπορεί κάποιος να ερμηνεύσει πολύ καλά τι σκέφτεται και να προβλέψει τι θα κάνει μετά, εάν καταφύγει στην ιστορία ως ερμηνευτικό εργαλείο της εφαρμογής της διεθνούς εμπορικής πολιτικής. Και εξηγούμε. Ιστορικά υπήρχε πάντοτε μία ευθεία σχέση αναλογίας μεταξύ της εμπορικής ισχύως των καλουμένων αυτοκρατοριών, βλέπετε παραδείγματα της Μεγάλης Βρετανίας, το παράδειγμα της Ιαπωνίας, όταν ήταν πολύ μεγάλες εμπορικές δυνάμεις και ουσιαστικά ήλεγχαν ένα μεγάλο κομμάτι του πλανήτη εμπορικά, τότε εφήρμοζαν πάρα πολύ φιλελεύθερα μέτρα εμπορικά. Δηλαδή, δεν είχαν καθόλου προστατευτισμό, ήταν πολύ φιλικοί προς το εμπόριο κτλ. Πότε είχαμε εφαρμογή προστατευτισμού? Σε δύο περιπτώσεις. Η πρώτη περίπτωση ήταν όταν οι αυτοκρατορίες έπαβαν να αισθάνονται ως αυτοκρατορίες. Γιατί υπήρχε μεγάλος διεθνής εμπορικός ανταγωνισμός, γιατί αναδεικνύονταν και άλλες δυνάμεις κτλ. Ο δεύτερος λόγος επιβολής προστατευτισμού, ιστορικά, ήταν η προστασία συγκεκριμένων τομέων της οικονομίας, οι οποίοι βρίσκονται σε βρεφικό, σε νηπιακό επίπεδο, ήταν δηλαδή μόλις αναπτυσσόμενοι, οπότε ευλόγως η κυβέρνηση της χώρας που μπορούσε να εφαρμόσει προστατευτισμό προσπαθούσε να τις θέσει υπό τη σκέπη της, να τις προστατεύσει από τον διεθνή ανταγωνισμό ακριβώς για να αναπτυχθούν. Σίγουρα δεν συμβαίνει εδώ το δεύτερο. Δεν μιλάμε για βρεφικούς τομείς της οικονομίας πλέον, μάλλον για μεσήλικες μιλάμε. Άρα στην πραγματικότητα η εξήγηση είναι η πρώτη. Η Αμερική από το 2001 και μετά, όταν η διεθνής κοινότητα επέλεξε να βάλει την Κίνα στο Διεθνή Οργανισμό Εμπορίου, περιορίζοντάς την ωστόσο για 15 χρόνια με συγκεκριμένα μέτρα, δεν υπολόγισε κάτι το οποίο ίσως από μακροοικονομικής απόψεως ήταν αυτονόητο. Η Κίνα θα ανέμενε τη λήξη των περιορισμών και θα χρησιμοποιούσε, λόγω της μεγάλης παραγωγικής της ικανότητας, τη δύναμή της για να ενισχυθεί στο διεθνές εμπορικό πλαίσιο λόγω πλέον της κανονικής συμμετοχής σε αυτό. Αυτό συμβαίνει τώρα και αυτό νομίζω ότι εξηγεί πάρα πολύ καλά την αντίδραση του Προέδρου Τραμπ, η οποία θα ήταν και αντίδραση, θεωρώ, ήδη είχε ξεκινήσει από τη διακυβέρνηση Biden και νομίζω ότι ακόμη και αν αλλάξουμε πορεία και κάποια στιγμή επανέλθουν οι δημοκρατικοί, πάλι θα έχουμε κάποια μορφή προστατευτισμού, διότι πλέον οι Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες αισθάνονται ότι δεν είναι αυτή η μονοκρατορία εμπορική, αισθάνονται ότι πρέπει να ενισχύσουν την εσωτερική αγορά κατανάλωσής τους, ότι πρέπει να ενισχύσουν την παραγωγή τους, διότι δεν γίνεται ο βασικός εμπορικός αντίπαλος να έχει 30% του ΑΕΠ της στην παραγωγή και η κατανάλωση αυτού του 30% να είναι ελάχιστη και ουσιαστικά να εξάγεται και να αναμένουν να εισαχθεί από άλλες χώρες. Άρα λοιπόν είναι ερμηνεύσιμη η στάση του Προέδρου Τραμπ και νομίζω ότι αυτό μας βοηθάει στο να δούμε τι θα κάνει μετά. Είναι εύλογο να πούμε ότι θα διαπραγματευτεί. Το ζήτημα είναι πόσο θα διαπραγματευτεί και πόσο θα παρεκκλίνει από τους στόχους τους οποίους έχει ήδη θέσει σε μακροοικονομικό επίπεδο. Θεωρώ ότι δεν θα παρεκκλίνει. Θα χρησιμοποιήσει όμως ευλόγως την διαπραγμάτευση ως εργαλείο για να πετύχει τους σκοπούς του, διότι διαφορετικά δεν γίνεται. Δεν είναι κάποιο είδους παράλογη προσέγγιση, κάποιο είδους, αν θέλετε, προσέγγιση πλήρους καταστροφής κτλ. Όχι, καθόλου. Είναι πολύ λογική η στρατηγική που εφαρμόζει εν τέλει. Πάω τώρα λοιπόν στην Ευρώπη. Η Ευρώπη εκ των πραγμάτων, λόγω της περιορισμένης δυστυχώς ισχύως της στο διεθνές πλαίσιο, έχει, αν θέλετε, μια λογική, θα πρέπει να εφαρμόσει μια λογική follower, λογική ακολούθου. Δεν μπορεί η Ευρώπη από μόνη της να κάνει τις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες να προσαρμοστούν στη δική της εμπορική προσέγγιση, θα γίνει το αντίστροφο. Εμείς θα προσαρμοστούμε στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες και θα πρέπει διαπραγματευτικά να το κάνουμε με τον καλύτερο για μας τρόπο και τον καλύτερο τρόπο της Ένωσης και προφανώς των επιμέρους κρατών μελών. Βεβαίως δεν μας βοηθάει ένα πράγμα. Ένα συγκριτικό μας πλεονέκτημα στη διεθνή εμπορική πολιτική, το οποίο ήταν το γεγονός ότι ναι, μεν έχουμε ενιαία εμπορική πολιτική, αλλά δεν έχουμε πολιτική ενοποίηση, τώρα δράει εναντίον μας. Διότι προφανώς σε μια τέτοια διαπραγματευτική λογική, όταν δεν είσαι πολιτικά ενοποιημένος, η φωνή προς τα έξω που θα βγάζει διαπραγματευτικά δεν θα είναι ενιαία. Αυτό είναι προβληματικό. Δεν έχουν αυτό το μειονέκτημα ούτε η Κίνα, ούτε η Ινδία, ούτε οι χώρες των BRICS κτλ. Άρα λοιπόν η Ευρώπη θα πρέπει να διαπραγματευτεί και έρχομαι και στην Ελλάδα για να κλείσω αυτό το οποίο θέλω να πω. Νομίζω η Ελλάδα εκ των πραγμάτων και λόγω της θεσμικής της θέσης εντός της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης θα πρέπει να ακολουθήσει τις επιλογές που θα κάνει ενιαίως η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Θα πρέπει όμως να ενισχύσει ακόμα περισσότερο τη θέση της, να εκμεταλλευτεί τα συγκριτικά πλεονεκτήματα της ελληνικής οικονομίας όπως αυτά από το 2019 και μετά έχουν αναδειχθεί και σε πολύ σημαντικό βαθμό να δούμε αυτά τα 2,4 δισεκατομμύρια των εξαγωγών, τους τομείς που αφορούν, τα προϊόντα που αφορούν και πώς εμείς με τη σχετική ευελιξία που μπορεί να μας προσφέρει το εθνικό και ενωσιακό πλαίσιο μπορούμε στα πλαίσια πάλι της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης να ωφεληθούμε, επαναλαμβάνω, στο συγκεκριμένο ιστορικό-κοινωνικό-πολιτικό πλαίσιο, το οποίο δεν είναι το ευκολότερο και δεν βοηθά τους μικρούς παρά μάλλον τους μεγάλους.
Μάλιστα. Επιβεβαιώσατε με την απάντησή σας ότι πραγματικά έχουμε ομιλητές από διαφορετικούς τομείς και ο καθένας δίνει το δικό του στίγμα και κάπως έτσι θα δώσει και το στίγμα του ο κύριος Τζέις, ο οποίος βρίσκεται σε έναν από τους μεγαλύτερους ομίλους ασφάλισης πιστώσεων παγκοσμίως. Είναι πολύ hot αυτό το κομμάτι και παρουσιάζει μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον. Θα ήθελα λοιπόν, επειδή έχετε την μεγάλη εικόνα και δραστηριοποιήσετε σε πολλές χώρες του εξωτερικού, να μας πείτε ποιος θα είναι ο αντίκτυπος που θα έχουμε κατά την εκτίμησή σας στον διεθνές εμπόριο και πώς σκοπεύετε εσείς ως εταιρεία να αντιδράσετε. Ποιες θα είναι οι αλλαγές που θα δείτε στις δραστηριότητές σας?
Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την ερώτηση, κύριε Ροδοπούλου. Καλημέρα σε όλους. Αυτή ακριβώς η ερώτηση, αυτός ο προβληματισμός, μας έχει απασχολήσει ιδιαιτέρως τις πολλές τελευταίες εβδομάδες. Ακριβώς διότι το μέλημα του άξιου ασφαλιστή πιστώσεων δεν είναι να αποζημιώνει μία επισφάλεια, όπως κάποιος θα θεωρούσε γρήγορα, ενός πελάτη του, ο οποίος δεν θα πληρωθεί, θα υποστεί μία επισφάλεια από έναν οφειλέτη του, αλλά δύο βήματα πίσω. Το μέλημά μας είναι να προλαμβάνουμε τις επισφάλειες και να τις αποτρέπουμε. Άρα προσφέρουμε προφύλαξη και αυτό το προσφέρουμε χάρη στην τεράστια βάση δεδομένων που έχουμε για εκατοντάδες εκατομμυρίων επιχειρήσεων παγκοσμίως, των οποίων τα οικονομικά στοιχεία επικαιροποιούμε συνεχώς με βοήθεια της AI και της τεχνολογίας και άρα αν διαγνώσουμε και αφουγκραστούμε μία δυσμένεια σε έναν από αυτούς τους οφειλέτες, έγκαιρα πηγαίνουμε στον πελάτη μας και τον αποτρέπουμε να πουλήσει περαιτέρω στον κακό αυτόν οφειλέτη ή αντίστοιχα τον προτρέπουμε να πουλήσει σε αξιόχρεους οφειλέτες. Γι' αυτό μας απασχολεί αυτός ο προβληματισμός. Όπως είπατε, η Ατρέντους είναι ηγέτιδα στην παγκόσμια αγορά ασφάλισης πιστώσεων. Στην Ελλάδα είμαστε 12 χρόνια οι market leaders και έχουμε ήδη αναπτύξει σενάρια για τον αντίκτυπο της συνθήκης αυτής παγκοσμίως. Περί επισφαλιών, λοιπόν, σήμερα, από τα χείλη μου, οι πληροφορίες, στο worst case σενάριο, όπως έχουμε υπολογίσει, όπως το λέμε εσωτερικά, στο full-blown trade wars, αναμένουμε παγκοσμίως μία αύξηση των επισφαλιών το 25 φέτος κατά 6% και του χρόνου ακόμα 5%. Οι γεωγραφίες που θα πληγούν πιο πολύ είναι αυτό που λέμε της Asia Pacific και συγκεκριμένα της Ταϊβάν, Νότια Κορέα, Κίνα, Ιαπωνία, Βιετνάμ κλπ. όπου εκεί αναμένουμε 8% αύξηση των επισφαλιών φέτος και ακόμα 3% του χρόνου. Στην Αμερική, όπου ξεκίνησε η όλη αυτή η συζήτηση, αναμένουμε 6% επισφάλειες φέτος και 5% του χρόνου, κάτι αντίστοιχο και στην Ευρώπη 5 και 5%. Στην Ευρώπη, βέβαια, ομολογώ ότι αυτό συμβαίνει όχι για τους δασμούς, αλλά για το θέμα ότι είναι αδύναμη, έχει αδύναμη οικονομία η Ευρώπη σχετικά και η γερμανική οικονομία έχει μια ισχνή ανάπτυξη, σχεδόν ύφεση. Για την Ελλάδα μας, τα πράγματα είναι, όπως αναφέρθηκαν, λίγο καλύτερα. Εκτιμούμε μικρότερο αντίκτυπο στην Ελλάδα μας, ακριβώς διότι, όπως υπόθηκε, η Αμερική δεν είναι δημοφιλής εξαγωγικός προορισμός. Εξάλλου, μόνο το 4,8% των εξαγωγών μας εξάγεται στην Αμερική και αντίστροφα, μόνο περίπου 2,5% των εισαγωγών έρχεται από την Αμερική. Άρα, μικρός ο αντίκτυπος. Οι κλάδοι αναφέρθηκαν, γαλακτοκομικά, ελαιόλαδο, φρούτα σε κονσέρβες κλπ. Άρα, ο άμεσος αντίκτυπος μικρός. Ο έμεσος, όμως, αντίκτυπος αναφέρθηκε και πάλι ο τουρισμός. Είμαστε λίγο πιο σκεπτικοί, γιατί είναι αυτονόητο αν στις μεγάλες χώρες, Αμερική και Ευρώπη, υπάρξει ύφεση και συρρικνωθεί η αγοραστική δύναμη, αντιλαμβανόμεθα ότι αυτό θα επηρεάσει και τον τουρισμό μας. Τώρα, για το τι θα κάνει η Ατράντιους στην ασφάλιση πιστώσεων, καλύτερα να σας πω τι δεν θα κάνει. Δεν προτιθέμεθα να μειώσουμε ή να κόψουμε τις ασφαλιστικές μας καλύψεις που προσφέρουμε στους πελάτες μας. Θα διατηρήσουμε τα πιστωτικά μας όρια. Έχουμε γίνει πολύ πιο σοφοί από το παρελθόν, έχοντας με επιτυχία περάσει δύσκολες κρίσεις όπως της μεγάλης μετά Lehman Brothers εποχής, κρίση παγκόσμια, τα διαβόητα που γίνανε το 2015 στο Brexit, COVID κλπ. Είχαμε πολλές ευκαιρίες, δυστυχώς. Άρα, θα είμαστε πολύ προσεκτικοί, θα υποστηρίξουμε τους πελάτες μας, διότι, όπως ξέρουμε, και κλείνουμε αυτό, υπάρχουν καλοί πελάτες σε κακούς κλάδους και κακοί πελάτες σε καλούς κλάδους. Άρα, δεν είμαστε δογματικοί, οφείλουμε να αναγνωρίζουμε τις ευκαιρίες και τις απειλές και ανάλογα να ενημερώνουμε τους πελάτες μας για να μπορέσουν με επιτυχία να ορθοποδήσουν σε αυτή την δύσκολη συνθήκη.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Δυστυχώς μας έμειναν λίγο περισσότερα από 5 λεπτά. Ήμασταν πολύ... δεν ήθελα να διακόψω και τις σκέψεις σας, οπότε δυστυχώς δεν θα έχουμε χρόνο να κάνουμε ένα νέο κύκλο συζήτησης. Ωστόσο, θα ήθελα να πω κατακλείδη ότι αυτό που κρατώ είναι ότι, και θα περάσω από όλους σας να μου πείτε έτσι το τελευταίο σχόλιο που θα θέλετε να κάνετε με βάση αυτά που ακούστηκαν, ότι η Ελλάδα συνολικά έχει κάνει βήματα πρόοδου, έχει αυξήσει σημαντικά τις εξαγωγές της, έχει ανέβει θέση στην ανταγωνιστικότητά της. Γίνονται προσπάθειες, ωστόσο πολλές φορές στην πράξη διαπιστώνεται ότι υπάρχουν κάποια προβλήματα τα οποία εδώ και χρόνια δεν μπορούν να διορθωθούν, όπως η γραφειοκρατία, η αστάθεια στο επιχειρηματικό περιβάλλον. Υπάρχουν κάποια θέματα τα οποία εξακολουθούν να κρατούν πίσω τη χώρα. Και θα ήθελα, κλείνοντας έτσι, αν θέλετε να κάνετε κάποιο σχόλιο γι' αυτό, κύριε Σταϊκούρα, και στη συνέχεια να κλείσουμε με το τελευταίο σχόλιο από όλους σας. Σας ακούω.
Να συνοψίσω, νομίζω ότι συγκλίνουμε όλοι ότι υπάρχει μια εμπορική αβεβαιότητα που μπορεί να τίνει σε εμπορική κρίση και το πιθανότερο είναι να μην έχουμε εμπορικό πόλεμο. Άρα, το πιθανότερο ενδεχόμενο είναι μέσα από αναδιπλώσεις, επαναδιαπραγματεύσεις, να βρεθεί ένα καινούριο σημείο ισορροπίας, το οποίο θα έχει επιπτώσεις. Θα πρέπει, συνεπώς, να είμαστε έτοιμοι ως χώρα, προληπτικά, τρέχοντας ακόμα και stress test, ουσιαστικά αυτό άκουσα, όπως κάνουμε και στον κρατικό προϋπολογισμό, ώστε να ενισχύουμε διαρκώς ως χώρα τους βαθμούς ανοσοποίησης. Δηλαδή, να έχουμε όλο και περισσότερα αντισώματα, πρωτίστως για εξωγενείς κρίσεις. Δεύτερη παρατήρηση. Εξαγωγές. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, γιατί την περίοδο 19-23 από κοινού, αλλά πρωτίστως ο ίδιος ο ιδιωτικός τομέας, τόλμησε, βγήκε στο εξωτερικό, βρήκε τα ανταγωνιστικά του πλεονεκτήματα και καταφέραμε να φτάσουμε το 2022-23 στο 50% του ΑΕΠ, προσπερνώντας σημαντικές χώρες της Ευρώπης, Ιταλία, Γαλλία, Ισπανία, Πορτογαλία, που τις βλέπαμε με το κιάλι 6 χρόνια πριν. Ήμασταν στο 30%, νομίζω το είπε ο κ. Διαμαντίδης, και φτάσαμε στο 50%. Αυτό δεν έγινε μόνο γιατί είχαμε κρίση, αλλά γιατί εργαστήκαμε από κοινού, έτσι ώστε να δημιουργήσουμε τις προϋποθέσεις για την ενίσχυση των εξαγωγών. Και ποιες είναι αυτές σε τίτλους? Πρώτον, πολιτική σταθερότητα. Πολιτική σταθερότητα και η προβλεψιμότητα είναι σημαντικό στοιχείο. Δεύτερον, δημοσιονομική σταθερότητα. Τρίτον, φορολογική σταθερότητα με κάποια επιπλέον κίνητρα. Τέταρτον, επενδύσεις σε έρευνα και καινοτομία. Εδώ θα ήθελα να κάνω μια πρόταση, σύσταση. Κοίταγα σήμερα τα στοιχεία του ιδιωτικού τομέα. Έχει δρόμο και ο ιδιωτικός τομέας να διανύσει σε επενδύσεις έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Μην τα περιμένουμε όλα το κράτος. Πρέπει και ο ιδιώτης στο δικό του κομμάτι να συμβάλλει. Και διαρθρωτικές αλλαγές με καλύτερες υποδομές, όπως είναι, για παράδειγμα, η σύνδεση των λιμένων με την Ευρώπη.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Να ακούσω και μία φράση από τους υπόλοιπους, κύριε Καμπόλη, έτσι πολύ σύντομα.
Να πω, συμφωνώ απόλυτα με ό,τι είπε ο κύριος Σταϊκούρας και νομίζω ότι όλοι είδαμε ότι η προσπάθεια για ανθεκτικότητα ήταν διάχυτη σε ό,τι υπόθηκε εδώ πέρα. Και κάτι ακόμα ήταν αυτό που πήρα εγώ και εν μέρει το είπε ο κύριος Σταϊκούρας, καινοτομία. Και η καινοτομία είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ ουσιαστικό. Και η χώρα μας σε αυτό το τομέα, ενώ μπορεί να προσθέσει πάρα πολλά, κατά κάποιο τρόπο δεν παράγει καινοτομία όσο θα έπρεπε. Και ένας από τους λόγους είναι ότι η καινοτομία δεν θέλει μία συγκεκριμένη διάσταση. Δεν μπορούμε να περιμένουμε μόνο μία επιχείρηση ή ένα κομμάτι του δημοσίου τομέα να προσδώσει το εναρκτήριο λάκτισμα για την καινοτομία. Η καινοτομία στηρίζεται σε οικοσυστήματα. Και τα οικοσυστήματα θέλουν ταλέντο, θέλουν κεφάλαιο, θέλουν ένα ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο το οποίο να είναι φιλικό και, για την καινοτομία και θέλουν μεγάλη συνδιαλλακτικότητα. Μια κοινή συζήτηση μεταξύ όλων αυτών των μερών.
Σας ευχαριστώ, κύριε Διαμαντίδη. Έτσι πολύ σύντομα, σας παρακαλώ.
Εγώ θέλω να πω ότι οι εξαγωγές της Ελλάδος είναι 50% του ΑΕΠ. Είναι 50 δισεκατομμύρια προϊόντα, δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε και τις υπηρεσίες. Και 50 δισεκατομμύρια υπηρεσίες. Οι υπηρεσίες έρχονται και καλύπτουν ένα μεγάλο έλλειμμα που έχουμε στο εμπορικό έλλειμμα και έτσι ισοφαρίζουμε κάπως το εμπορικό έλλειμμα που έχουμε, που είναι μεγάλο, που είναι 34 δις, αλλά με τις υπηρεσίες μπορούμε και το ισοφαρίζουμε. Χρειάζεται η έρευνα και η καινοτομία. Εμείς στη Θεσσαλονίκη είμαστε ένας πόλος καινοτομίας. Δημιουργούμε το Tech, το οποίο είναι ένα σημαντικό ερευνητικό κέντρο που θα δώσει πνοή σε πολλές επιχειρήσεις. Υποστηρίζουμε πάρα πολύ αυτό το Tech για την καινοτομία. Εδώ πρέπει να πω επίσης ότι έχουν υποβληθεί προγράμματα καινοτομίας από επιχειρήσεις 120 εκατομμύρια ευρώ και εγκρίθηκαν τα 20. Χρειαζόμαστε δηλαδή και την κρατική επιχορήγηση για να μπορέσουμε και εμείς οι επιχειρήσεις να μπορέσουμε να καινοτομήσουμε περισσότερο.
Σας ευχαριστούμε. Κύριε Γιαννίτση, να ακούσουμε μία φράση και από εσάς.
Στο πάνελ αυτό εκφράστηκε ο επιχειρηματικός κόσμος, η πολιτική ηγεσία, καθώς επίσης και φορείς, οι οποίοι με την συνάδουν πάντοτε και πορεύονται μαζί με την επιχειρηματικότητα. Σήμερα μπορώ να πω ότι είμαι πιο αισιόδοξος μετά την κουβέντα αυτή, διότι πραγματικά όλοι γνωρίζουμε και έχουμε αναγνωρίσει τι συμβαίνει. Καθένας θεωρώ από το κομμάτι του και όλοι μαζί, όπου τα συμφέροντά μας είναι κοινά, έχουμε βγάλει ένα πλάνο, ένα backup plan, διότι αυτή τη στιγμή ζούμε σε μια εποχή αβεβαιότητας, αλλά αυτές οι εποχές τις χρειαζόμαστε κιόλας, διότι οι καλοί γίνονται καλύτεροι και κάποιοι προχωρούν μπροστά.
Κύριε Μιλώνα, να ακούσουμε και εσάς.
Μέσα στην συζήτηση που παρακολουθώ αυτές τις 2 μέρες, υπάρχει μια συναντήληψη της κρίσης. Εγώ σαν επιχειρηματίας ψάχνω να βρω τις ευκαιρίες. Ο Καναδάς που ζορίζεται ανακοίνωσε ένα τεράστιο πρόγραμμα stimulation της οικονομίας, θα χτίσει νοσοκομεία, σχολεία κτλ. Εγώ που είμαι στα οικοδομικά υλικά θα περάσω μια χαρά. Στην Ευρώπη τα τελευταία 3 χρόνια λόγω της οικονομικής του προβλήματος που υπάρχει, εν πάση περιπτώσει, λείπουν 2,5 εκατομμύρια σπίτια. 2,5 εκατομμύρια σπίτια τα οποία θα πρέπει να γίνουν. Έτσι. Τώρα, λόγω της κρίσης που θα μειωθούν τα επιτόκια, θα βοηθηθεί η οικονομία οπωσδήποτε για να καλύψει το πρόβλημα που δημιουργεί η Αμερική, όλοι αυτοί οι τομείς θα αναζωογονηθούν. Αυτοί με ενδιαφέρουν. Και αυτούς βλέπω και εκεί θα στοχεύσω. Η κάθε επιχείρηση αυτό πρέπει να κάνει, κατά τη γνώμη μου, στον κλάδο της.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Ομράν.
Να επαναλάβω και εγώ το κλισέ, η κρίση ως ευκαιρία. Η κρίση δεν είναι μόνο κρίση των εμπορικών δασμών επί Προεδρίας Τραμπ. Είναι μια κρίση που ξεκίνησε το 20, ξεκίνησε με την πανδημία, με το Ουκρανικό, με τις κυρώσεις. Μην ξεχνάμε τις κυρώσεις και τη σημασία που έχουν για τη διεθνή οικονομία και συνεχίζεται τώρα με τους εμπορικούς δασμούς. Πώς μπορεί για την Ελλάδα μας να είναι μια ευκαιρία? Δύο χαρακτηριστικά, μεταξύ πολλών άλλων. Πρώτον, όχι μόνο κεφαλαιοποίηση των στρατηγικών μας πλέον εκτιμάτων σε τομείς όπως ο τουρισμός, έτσι, αλλά ενίσχυση των συμπράξεων δημοσίου ιδιωτικού χαρακτήρα. Είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικός ο ρόλος του κράτους, ελέγχθη και μέσω των κρατικών ενισχύσεων. Πρώτον. Και δεύτερον, νομίζω είσοδο σε νέους τομείς. Αυτό που γίνεται τώρα με την αμυντική βιομηχανία είναι μια τεράστια ευκαιρία για τη χώρα μας, για την ελληνική βιομηχανία, να συμμετάσχει σε αυτό το μεγάλο πρόγραμμα, το οποίο φαίνεται ότι θα αλλάξει συνολικά όχι μόνο την άμυνα και την ασφάλεια της χώρας μας, αλλά και όλης της Ευρώπης.
Μάλιστα, σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και κύριε Τζέι, να κλείσουμε με εσάς.
Πολύ γρήγορα λοιπόν να πω ότι στα χαρτογράφητα νερά αυτά τα οποία βρισκόμαστε, τα δύο πιο σημαντικά στοιχεία για την εταιρεία είναι η διαφύλαξη της ρευστότητας και εξωστρέφεια βασισμένη σε σύγχρονα χρηματοπιστωτικά εργαλεία όπως η ασφάλιση εξαγωγικών πιστώσεων. Ευχαριστώ.
Σας ευχαριστώ εγώ όλους πολύ για αυτή τη συζήτηση και όλους εσάς που μας παρακολουθήσατε. Γεια σας.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
Παρακαλώ, συντομεύετε. Είμαστε έτοιμοι να ξεκινήσουμε με την επόμενη συζήτηση. Ευχαριστώ.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Theophanis Opathanasiou, journalist with the Greek Public Television, and I'm very happy to be joined by Mr. George Burns, President and CEO of Eldorado Gold. Mr. Burns, welcome to Delphi, welcome to Greece.
Pleasure to be here again.
It's very interesting. We will discuss the latest developments in the global economy during these challenging times and possible applications in the mining industry. With trade wars and tariffs creating uncertainty, the mining industry faces challenges, technological challenges, political challenges, and I look forward to hearing how Eldorado Gold is handling these complex issues. So let me go straight to our first question. What's the impact of these tariffs to global economy and the mining industry?
Yeah, for the mining industry, I think it's a bit too early to tell. If these tariffs hold for any sustained period, definitely it'll impact our input costs. I mean, we're an industry that we're moving rock to get metals out of the ground to help society have all these wonderful things we have in our lives. And so there's a lot of money that goes into building infrastructure, into processing rocks to create the minerals we need to run a modern society. So in our case, what the implications are on our input costs, like everybody, we're not too sure yet. But if the tariffs hold in, there's no doubt our costs are going to go up. In terms of, what does the tariffs mean? My own view that the tariffs that have started are really the U.S. trying to make a change and disrupt the balance of trade. And from what I've read in the last 24, 48 hours, it's now being signaled that there'll be individual negotiations with each country. And to me, that tells me this will get calmed down, it will get resolved, and I think the sooner the better in terms of our business and certainty around our business.
So you think it's a matter of time, will be settled?
I do.
Okay, now, how could Canada and Europe work together and invest more in critical minerals during these changing political times?
Well, I think it's already begun with our investments. We're a Canadian company, and we've invested more than 2 billion euros already in the country. And I think our success will bring others. And, if you look at what the EU has recently done, say in the last year, there is a focus on trying to get certainty on mineral supply chain into the EU, and that means more investment, building more capacity within the EU, building relationships to secure metals for the EU, and I think there's a great opportunity here between Canada and the EU. Canada, I would say, is a much more mature mining industry. We have lots of companies across the country produce lots of metals, and in fact, I think it's one of the issues Trump's brought up is the focus that there are a lot of minerals north of the U.S. that they'd like to have security of supply. So, and I think the CETA that's being negotiated and hopefully will be implemented soon will open up more opportunity to share investment, to share technology and cooperation between the EU and Canada. So for us, I mean, we've been investing here in Greece for about 12 years. We have one mine running. We have a second mine that we expect to be in production in the first quarter of next year. And it's going to be a pretty significant change in our company's footprint, but it's going to be a massive impact on Greece and particularly the local communities where we're operating. And we're not done with this. We have other exploration projects. We have another development project in northern Greece that we're working on community consultation.
Can you tell us more? Where is that new mining industry in northern Greece?
Well, it's near Alexandroupolis. It's a development project where we're doing community consultations and working on permitting. And with success, we hope to have that mine in construction in the next couple of years. So that would be our third mine. And I think the opportunity for Greece is this is a country that has huge mineral wealth, and it's very underexplored. So the key to untap that potential, to secure supply for the EU to create high-paying jobs here in Greece is through the exploration bit. So it's really getting exploration licenses opened up for companies to invest in drill and find ore bodies, and then work through the permitting and environmental controls to turn those exploration successes into mines. And so it can be an important part of developing a new economy for the country, high-paying jobs, taxes, royalties, and securing the minerals that are required to run society.
It is obvious that Greece doesn't have the experience in the mining industry. Canada has a long time experience. What Greece has to improve in order to have a better position in the mining industry?
Well, I think, again, the first thing is opening up the licenses for exploration. The second thing, there are good regulations here to enable companies to work through permitting, but they're bureaucratic and they're slow, and that becomes challenging. So I think it's looking at other countries within the EU that have more modern, more efficient processes for permitting, and then creating an environment where you attract foreign direct investment to build the mines once the exploration activities find the deposits. So there are massive opportunities in our industry. They don't move quickly. It roughly takes 5 to 10 years between getting an exploration license, drilling it, hopefully having success to find that economic ore body, and then it's about a 5-year process to go through the baseline studies to protect the environment, the permitting, and the construction.
Yeah, before we go more and talk more about Skouras, let me take you back to EU. The EU's 2026 budget focuses on being more independent. How are changing trade policies affecting Europe's supply chains? And if Europe is ready, Europe to make mining an important part of its industrial plan?
Well, I think for sure, if you look at the EU, there are a number of countries that have very mature mining industries, and so it's easy to turn to those countries and see how are they making that successful. And
can you give us some examples?
Well, Finland would be an example where there's a lot of mining activity in that country. In fact, we've brought in some expert miners from Finland that are helping us develop the Skouras underground. So it's a much more mature mining industry there, and so there's probably lessons to be learned. Canada, again, is a much more mature mining industry, so there's things that we can do to help modify the current regulations here to make them more efficient.
So, about the European Union, how are these changes in trade policies will affect Europe's supply chains?
Well, I think it's good news that the EU is focused on developing additional mines within the EU. They've identified a number of projects that they're going to focus on, and they've also identified Greece as strategically located, an area that's got great exploration potential, and can and I think will be an important part of that supply chain. So, and I think that's a big shift in the EU in general's thinking, is that you can't just sit back and assume you'll be able to get the metals you need for your society with this complex global situation we have. So, I think they're making the right decisions. They're focused on infrastructure, investments, and incentives, and that's not completely transparent exactly how that's going to work, but I think it's really good news that they're focused on underpinning the things that are required to really control their own supply chain going forward.
What Eldorado Gold have seen as an opportunity in Greece and have invested in Greece compared to other European countries?
Well, I mean, it really, for us, it starts in the ground. You need to find the minerals, and the economics around those minerals need to be robust enough to justify the investment. So Skouras, as an example, is a high-quality resource reserve, and it's going to create a lot of value. So that's what attracted us to the country, is the mineral wealth and these particular deposits that we're developing. And as I say, I think the exploration potential here is extreme, and so the best thing the country can do is make it efficient, make the regulations and the environment where investors feel safe, that they'll make the investment and they'll get the reward at the end of the investment. And so, you know, we're happy where we're at today, but it hasn't been easy all along. We went through a period of high uncertainty. Skouries was roughly half built and had to be put on care and maintenance for 4 years. So those are the things that deter an attraction of investors. And so I think it's continuing what I've seen with this government is collaboration, cooperation to find ways to protect the environment, educate the communities, provide investment into the communities so the wealth of the mining activities is shared with local communities and the federal government and Greece as a whole. And I think we're a prime example of success for others to look at.
What challenges and solutions have you seen in project like Skouries? And what have you learned from Skouries?
Yeah, so I joined El Dorado about a little over 8 years ago. And at the time, Skouries is an open pit, so we're excavating from the surface. There's an underground mine under it. We basically remove the economic minerals. We break them into roughly sand, and we float the minerals. And in our case, it's copper and gold. And copper is now a strategic mineral to the EU, so it's an important part of what the EU is trying to do. So we're a great example of the supply chain they're trying to create. Once we float those minerals, we then need further processing, and they get sent off. The material that doesn't have the metals in it is called tailings, and the tailings have to be deposited safely and protected for the future to protect the environment. So when I joined, Skouries was a slurry disposal, which meant it's ground up rock, barren of minerals, and water. And it takes up a lot of space to deposit those materials. We changed the design after I joined El Dorado to what we call dry stack. So we have a building under construction right now. It's roughly the size of a soccer field. It's 4 stories tall. And we take those tailings and we run them through great big filters. And these filters separate the water from the solid. And so we recycle the water now, which is good for the environment. And those solids then don't take as much space to be deposited in. So it was a great big improvement in the impacts that the project will have. And it's a big investment too. We're spending more than 100 million euros to build that filter facility that makes the footprint of the project better. So there's lots of examples like that. Maybe another one with technology. In our underground operations, we have diesel equipment, and so we need lots of fresh air to make the air safe for our workers that are underground. By moving to electrical equipment, you get rid of that issue. And so we're investing in battery electric trucks, and we're testing them in Canada right now with the hope and the belief that that technology will improve, and as we ramp up the underground at Skouries, we'll deploy these electric trucks rather than diesel equipment. So if we're successful with that, we need less air in the underground. We'll consume less electricity to make the same metal. So there are a lot of activities happening in the industry to make us, well, have less impact on the environment.
How the new technologies and AI and will change the industry, in the mining industry?
Well, another example of AI, and we've already deployed this at our Olympias underground mine here. When our employees go underground, they need fresh air. And so we ventilate by pushing air into the underground. Now, in the past, we push air throughout the entire underground. And there may be parts of the underground where there are no people. We don't need to be wasting energy to put air where it's not required. What we have now is our employees and every piece of equipment has a tracking device on it. And we have a computer, so we know where everything is underground. And so our ventilation system, we can not have air in that area because it's not required. You know, if you and I walked into a heading the computer would know we walked into that heading. It would speed up the fans and deliver the appropriate amount of air for us to be safe in that area of the mine. So technology is already being adapted in our industry to, again, enable lower costs, improve safety for our workers, and reduce impacts on the environment.
What will be the future with AI in the mining industry?
I mean, it's hard to predict how far this is going to go. You know, our training is an example. In the old days, you get a new employee, you do some classroom work, and then you put them on the equipment and you start training. Up at our operations, we now have virtual reality. So the operator's sitting in a chair like this, they have a TV screen in front of them, and they have the controls, and it literally feels like you're driving the truck. But you're not. You're sitting safely in an office. So they learn the skills in a very safe environment before we put them on the truck, where there's obviously risk, just like we have on the roadways. You need the right skills to be able to control that truck. So the technology is changing, but where it will ultimately go, I think it's going to go more and more automation, improvements in safety, reductions in cost, and there's a lot of people working on these technologies.
On a personal note, our generation has gone through a lot of technological transformations. How the AI transformation compared to if you compared AI with the other shifts in technology, what can you say about the scale, the speed, and the strategic implications that having in businesses and in the world?
Well, I mean, I can talk to our industry. So the equipment that we operate, typically an operator controlled everything. Now we have a computer controlling it. So in our mines, we have to drill holes into the rock. So we'll have a bit, it'll cut and drill a hole, maybe a couple inches in diameter and maybe 10 meters long. Those drills now, the computer is doing everything. There is an operator there to kind of watch and monitor it, but the drill decides where to put it based on an engineer that designed the pattern for the drilling, and then it drills the hole, and it'll take quite a few holes to set up for a blast, but that technology is moving, and I think it'll continue to move, where there'll be less and less risk and more automation to make it safer and lower cost. And you know, I don't know ultimately where it will end up, but I think it's heading in a good direction for our industry.
The mining industry compared to other industries, to what extent have been transformed in AI?
I would say we're a bit slower. So if you kind of just look at automobiles, you know, we've gone to electric cars pretty fast. We're just now starting to go to electric haul trucks in our industry, and we've got 45-ton full electric trucks. So they have a battery in the front of the truck, and basically they're hauling ore out of our Lamaque underground mine in Quebec, and they'll make one lap out of the underground back in. They go into a bay. There's a battery that's been charging while that truck was away. It automatically changes the battery, and then the truck can do another lap. So we kind of follow technology because the equipment that we operate is very expensive. So auto industry figured out how to do electric cars. Now we're starting to deploy those in our mines. And for us, it's better technology. The trucks that we have at Lamaque run about 50% faster up the ramp than the old diesel trucks that we were operating. So these technologies are not only safer, better, lower cost, but they're faster and more efficient. And so to answer your question, I think our industry, because of the cost, kind of follow what other industries do, and then we mock it up to the larger scale that we have to operate in.
Mm-hmm. How is Europe adapting the new transformation with AI compared to Canada?
Well, as I say, we have miners from Finland that are here helping us deploy the best available technologies for Skouries. So the underground stopes that we're mining at Skouries are going to be 60 meters tall. They're massive, and there's not many mines on the planet that are mining those largest stopes. So to do that, we need very accurate drills. The pattern's got to be tight. We can't have much overbreak so that we can cleanly mine those 60 meters. Then we backfill that opening with cement. So we take the tailings that went through the process facility that had no metals in it. We take those tailings, we mix it with water and cement, and we fill that hole back up with concrete. And then we mine right next to it. So we need those drills to be extremely accurate so that we're carving the ore and we're not remining that cement that we just put in the hole. So anyways, in Finland, they're, again, a much more mature mining industry, and they've got the technology, the equipment, and the expertise to do this. And so for our company, they're doing the development right now. We'll be training a Greek workforce to get those skills over the next 2-3 years. And the Finnish workers will go back home and we'll be able to then continue to mine with that better technology.
The Trump administration brought in the focus of the industry the critical minerals. How Eldorado Gold is following this strategic shift? Are you change strategic shifts because of this discussion with about the critical minerals?
For us at Eldorado, we're focused on 3 countries. So our head office is in Canada. We have one mine in Canada, and we have 5 exploration projects where we're trying to find our second mine. We're also in Turkey. We have 2 operating mines there. And again, 5 exploration projects looking for our third mine. And here in Greece, we have the Olympias mine running. We have our Skouries mine that'll be in production in the first quarter of next year. And we have our Parama Hill project in Thrace that's in permitting and community consultation, and we hope to have that permitted next year and in construction shortly thereafter. Beyond that, though, we have a number of exploration projects. Up near Olympias and Skouries and Halkidiki, we're currently drilling a copper-gold underground skarn. And it's early days, but we're hopeful that will turn into a development project and eventually a mine. And up near the Parama project we're working on, we have some really exciting exploration projects that we will probably start drilling next year.
How big project is this?
I mean, they're all various sizes. So we're invested more than 2 billion euros so far in the mine and the development project we have. The Parama project's about 430 million in investment to get that project into production. The exploration projects are tougher to tell because we haven't yet determined how big the ore body is, exactly how we're going to mine it. And so stay tuned. We'll figure that out.
In terms of infrastructure and transportation, what's the challenges you face here in Greece?
Well, I'll give you one example. The mining industry is criticized a lot about our environmental footprint, and I can tell you we have deployed the best available technology at Skouries. We have more than 500 points that we measure around our operations in Halkidiki. It includes air, water, dust, noise, vibration, and all this data is collected and put online so anybody could get onto our website and look at the controls we have in place and the impacts that are being managed. And so our industry is getting better and better at managing the controls in the environment and building trust with communities by being transparent on how we operate and how we're protecting the environment.
What is the next plan? Are you looking for other locations here in Greece?
Yeah, I mean, we're very interested in additional exploration licenses that we could then deploy our exploration activities to find new projects and new mines. So, and I think that's a big opportunity for the country is to get these licenses out and tendered. And I would say for the country, it's about finding other miners either within Greece or other foreign direct investors to be interested in bidding on these potential deposits and then investing their dollars to try to find the ore bodies and then develop them.
What's the process of this licensing program? Do you think it's going to be soon out?
The things we're hearing from the government is, yes, they're looking at getting these licenses out for tender so companies can bid on them. And so I'm not sure what the timeline is, but I'm hopeful in the next couple of years we can pick up some additional licenses and expand our exploration footprint.
Mr. Benz, thank you very much for this informative conversation and your valuable insights. Thank you so much for this and about the implications in the mining industry and the world economy. Thank you, really.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you all for the attention. Thank you.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Alexandra Guta, I'm a journalist, and I welcome you all to this next session of the Delphi Economic Forum about AI collaboration and leadership. Can you all hear me? Okay, about AI collaboration and leadership, and France's strategy as an example and model for Greece and the EU in general. So let's start with the basics. Human talent is not enough, in this field at least, so we should do something about it. Public funds are never enough. So if we want to have more money for technological companies and startups and more money in VCs, then we should mobilize the private sector and do it as fast as possible because the competition in the AI field is fierce. Shall we do it like France, who managed to become one of the best go-to places for investment in technology in Europe? As Sam Altman put it, France is now globally renowned for its innovation and leadership in the AI sector. We'll discuss all this over the next 40 minutes with 5 great panelists who I will introduce to you one by one as our discussion goes on, starting with Professor Philippe Tibi. Philippe is at the École Polytechnique France and also head of the initiative TB, who launched back in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, Philippe. And since then has played a substantial role in attracting capital for technological investments. So my question is, university professors don't usually spearhead such groundbreaking initiatives, in my country at least. I don't know if you have any university professors in the audience that do not agree with that. So how did you come up with the idea? How did you manage to get all these large companies on board? And what are your key goals for 2025, 2026? It's 3 questions, actually, but you still have 3 minutes to reply.
Okay, thank you. Actually, being a professor is a hobby for me. So it's a hobby I've enjoyed for the last 40 years. But not my real job, the way I could survive was to be a banker. And I've been a banker for 26 years. And lately, I was the country head for UBS in France. When I was at UBS, I was very frustrated because there was no IPO. And very few IPOs and no tech IPOs in France. And when you think about it, there is a very simple reason for that, that there is no shareholders for such companies. There were no shareholders for such companies. That's something sometimes people forget. For a company to grow, you need capital. And to get capital, you need shareholders that bring capital to the companies. I started actually more than 10 years ago to push the idea. In 2017, Emmanuel Macron was elected as the president of France. He's a true believer in the fact that technology is not only fun and funny and entertaining, but is a condition for prosperity for the whole country and also sovereignty, as we know very well now. So that's why I was commissioned to write a report, and I only put one recommendation on the report, which is to bring private capital, because public capital is constrained, as we know in Europe. And we went to see those who have capital in France. They are the insurance companies, and so to make a long story short, but now they have pledged to inject 13 billion, 1-3, in venture capital funds and listed equity funds. That's a pledge, but they have honored the pledge. We are now at 11 billion. And so it's going relatively well. There are over 100 venture capital funds in the initiative. We have a platform that connects those who have money and those who have projects. And the plan for the year to come is, I think, to continue also to push in defense, which I think is unfortunately the topic of the times, and also to do something pan-European, because France is not going to save EU. It has to be pan-European. So that's why I'm in Greece. I've been in Greece a number of times since I teach in Athens as well, and we met a number of authorities and investors. And we hope that, while with the discussions, and if the government here wants to push for that, it's simple. You take people that have money, and I think in Greece some people or institutions have money, and there are many, as far as I could judge in my university, there are a lot of good people and a lot of technical good people, and I was very much impressed by the cluster that was initiated by Pfizer in Thessaloniki, for instance. So, if there is a will, things happen. You need to have will and capital. Capital without will doesn't work, and will without capital, just a game for children.
Mm-hmm. The truth is that big foreign companies such as Pfizer, that you already mentioned, but also Trump, Accenture, etc., find very good human capital here in Greece.
Yes.
Though it's not enough sometimes, but this is another discussion. So now turning to Yannis Asael. Yannis is the national delegate of Greece in OECD's Global Partnership for AI. He's also a staff research scientist in Google DeepMind. He's included in the MIT's Innovators Under 35 list. And he's also a special advisor for AI for the Greek Ministry of Digital Governance. So, Yannis, do you think France's approach in AI could serve as an effective model and strategy for Greece as well, given the country's special characteristics and needs?
I could answer with just one word, which is like absolutely. Now, to elaborate more, I'd start with an example. It's like I have my hands on large language models. That's part of my job, and I work in one of the leading labs in research for that. Many of my colleagues are in the French office, and most of them are not French. I also have many colleagues of mine from my studies in Oxford that are also like in French startups. Most of them are not French. I think that this speaks for itself. And I find that like these people, I find that this is extremely important because these people are going to go out, they're going to exchange ideas, they're going to give talks, maybe one day they become professors. But this is how you build an ecosystem. And I think that France has one of the most ambitious and like visionary strategies structured around a holistic ecosystem on that. Now, I think that the whole idea is about building a sustainable ecosystem that will like that will create this virtuous circle that you train your students, the students go and do entrepreneurship, and then the companies return back to the universities, and that's how you make something sustainable. Now, I think that there are many strengths that we can use as a model, and one of them is like the strategic vision, that like we should start with like putting AI first. And I think that the Greek government has done amazing work in the last few years with our representation in the AI board, to the global partnership on AI with Pharos, the AI factories. Like there's a number of projects that AI is clearly a strategic initiative. Now, I think that like the key and the catalyst in all this is funding. And connecting private and public funding, I think that's really important. It's something we can totally work on that and based on that. The other thing is like I have a strong personal bias here, which is research. Like many times, research is something that it's connected with like a journalistic research. Like it can be, it's a word that sometimes it's ambiguous. But if you've done, if you've had your hands on a strong master's degree or like a PhD, you understand the depth and how research is interconnected with the whole idea of innovation. And I think that the French approach to like deep tech investments, that's something that's extremely important and will propagate this ecosystem. Now, Greece, of course, needs some tailored approaches as of like, we're not such a big economy. So probably we need to focus on specific fields. That can be agriculture, health that is being digitized right now. I think that many of these ideas were in the recent government blueprint on the AI strategy that we should base on. Now, also Greece has many SMEs, and I think that like a huge priority should not just be funding, but at the same time educating. Like many times, absorbing the knowledge can be equally as important as creating new. Last but not least, I really like all the efforts in connecting academia with companies, because that's something we actually saw in a surveys we did for the government's blueprint, that in Greece they're a little bit further away on how we'd like them to be. And I think that we could totally base on the French example and build on that. Maybe to conclude is that like I think that the content and the priorities will always be specific to a country. But as a model, I think that we should try to be inspired by things we already know that work. And I hope that soon, one day, like as I say that many of my colleagues are in France, but they're not French, people will say the same about Greece, because it's a beautiful place to be. And having been part of the country's brain gain, I feel that's something I don't regret a single day.
Great. Thank you very much, Yannis. I believe that the role of open innovation is very important also because you mentioned the need to put companies and academia together. So many problems may be solved via open innovation. So the next one is for Minas Liarokapis, who is the co-founder, CEO, and CTO of Acumino. You're also with the next dexterity research group that aims to make both humans and robots more dexterous, Minas. So my question is, since your company was founded in Seattle and you have offices in Seattle, also in New Zealand, in Greece, you have presence in Japan, what would you say are the strengths of all these regions, one by one? And how is it to work with such a distributed workforce? And also, I also got a third question for you. What are your plans for Greece and Europe in broader sense?
Excellent questions. Thank you so much for having me. Glad to be here. Good morning, everybody. So, initially, we started in Seattle as a US company, a Delaware corporation. But we realized very quickly that in order to run a lean operation, in order to be cost efficient, we need to move product development overseas. And there was a huge opportunity, the huge opportunity of mine networks. And we decided to bring an office here and expand in Greece a lot. We had 0 people 6 months ago. Right now, we have 8 people in Athens, and we see a lot of opportunity for further expansion in Greece. Now, the strengths of the different regions, of course, the market in the US, the funding in the US. We are discussing with a lot of VCs in the US. We have a lot of opportunities. But we have also a lot of opportunities in Europe, because Europe has significant labor and skill gaps. Germany, Luxembourg, France, many regions, they need people. And robotics and AI are here in order to fill these gaps. With Acumino, we are trying to develop solutions that are scalable. We are developing already today solutions that are deployed in factories. We are developing AI-powered robot workers that can fill these labor gaps. And we see this tremendous opportunity for Europe to invest in AI technologies and robotics technologies that can increase the productivity of our manufacturing. Now, Japan also has the same problems. Labor gaps, skill gaps, especially in areas that are rural, like the area of Shiga or Biga, north of Kyoto. They have a lot of factories there. Nagoya, a lot of factories, and lack of people. So robotics and automation will change the whole situation. Robotics and automation will change the very essence of what economy means. And we need to be leading this. And by we, I mean Europe, I mean Greece.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it seems like a puzzle to achieve this. I don't know, because many people fear automation. It's not always faced as an opportunity, but mostly as a threat.
A bet? I don't think that's a bet. It's a clear... did you say a bet?
Threat, actually. Threat.
Ah, threat. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't see any threats. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are afraid that a lot of jobs will be lost due to automation. Our ability to automate and our speed in automating is much slower than the speed of the labor gaps. Mm-hmm. For example, by 2030, it is estimated that we will have an 85 million people gap, labor gap. This is huge.
This refers to Greek, and it's from a Deloitte
This is from BCG, Boston Consulting Group.
Okay.
This is a $10 trillion lost from the global economy because of the labor gap. Mm-hmm. $1 trillion opportunity. It is not a coincidence that the US, China, and many other countries, they are putting such a large bet on AI and robotics, because they understand that not AI, because AI, it is difficult to monetize. Mm-hmm. You know, when you have an LLM and you have a nice tool for creating text, it is very difficult to monetize. It is very difficult to justify the value. But physical AI, the sky is the limit. Mm-hmm. You can have production cost decrease. You can have better productivity for the factories. You can meet your demand. I know a lot of factories in Greece that they cannot meet the demand that they have because they don't have the people, because they are in Thessaloniki, and they cannot find people to increase their production.
Thank you, Minas. Now stepping in next is Panagiotis Pronzas. Panagiotis is the head of strategy and investments and also head of the public sector and partner with Grant Thornton Greece. So Panagiotis, Europe is facing human talent shortage currently in the AI and technology fields, and several countries, including France, have launched specialized tech visa programs in order to attract talent. So my question is, what steps could Greece take, but also more broadly, what could Europe do in order to enhance its appeal to top international talent? And another one, could the tech visa scheme work for Greece?
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you, Ms. Guta, for this insightful question. It is an unfortunate truth that Europe, including Greece, is facing a shortage of skilled talent in tech and AI. That's why many countries are exploring public initiatives and policies to address this issue. France is a great example of implementing such initiatives. Specifically, France has launched specialized visa programs to attract international talent, which have proven to be very effective. Considering the Greek economy and the local circumstances, I believe Greece has an opportunity to take similar steps to enhance its appeal in this area. What can Greece do to reduce the tech gap in the labor market, attract highly skilled professionals from around the world, and generally improve its position in the global AI industry? I believe there are 3 key steps. Firstly, the introduction of a tech visa program following France's example is obviously one of these steps. However, if this is the only initiative, the expected results will be limited. There are at least 2 other steps that Greece should definitely take to achieve this goal. Greece should accelerate its investment to foster a strong startup ecosystem through new financial incentives, tax breaks, investments in data center, and access to innovation hubs. Additionally, Greece should strengthen the partnerships between Greek universities and the private sector, investing in local talent and tech-focused education. On the other hand, the EU can also play a critical role in this process. Specifically, the EU could implement a unified visa system for tech professionals, making it easier for skilled workers to move between member states and access opportunities across Europe. Furthermore, the EU should mobilize more funding for R&D in tech and AI programs and increase the ability of each country to invest in new technologies and innovation programs. In conclusion, Greece can enhance its appeal by introducing tech-specific visa programs, strengthening its ecosystem, and leveraging EU-wide policies. Public initiatives, such as targeted financing, can also play a key role in reducing costs for businesses, making it easier to attract and retain top tech talent.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis. So I'd like to close this first round of questions with Patrick Amiel, Patrick is the co-founder and CEO of 3-to-1, the first startup studio of France, if I'm not mistaken, Patrick. It's a new innovation model that brings together entrepreneurs and large companies, and you're also a business angel. So my question is, why do large groups use startup studios? How can startup studios contribute to corporate innovation? And also, what special characteristics should a startup studio have in order to work in a European level?
Okay. Everything in 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, just to have an idea, who is familiar with the concept of startup studio? If you can raise the hand. Okay, just less than 10 people. So first, I'm going to explain what is a startup studio. In my previous life, I was an entrepreneur. I co-founded a marketplace in France, and I sold it to the Vivendi group, just to understand background as entrepreneur. And a startup studio is a company built by entrepreneur to be able to build a lot of startups. So we are a factory to create startups with large company, because we are a corporate startup studio, and we are the first one in France. We work with like 15 companies, and a company like BNP Paribas, L'Oréal, and whatever used to work with this kind of thing. So at the beginning, we had the feeling that large company had gold in their hand, but in the other hand, entrepreneurs know how to execute. And we create a model to join the forces between entrepreneur and large company. The three main assets of a startup studio. First, we do the thing very fast. I mean, each time we launch a new business, a new venture, it takes 6 months from the idea to the first customer of the new business we launch. So it's the ability with the entrepreneur DNA and asset to move fast. The second one is the ability to de-risk the launching of a new activity. Each time in a large company you launch something, there's a lot of risk to execute by the legal, the IT, whatever, everything is quite difficult. But because we are serial entrepreneur, we have some experience, and the risk to fail is less important than doing it alone. And the third advantage is also to participate to a transformation program. I mean that mixing the DNA of entrepreneur and people from large company helps also the large company to transform and to change a little bit the mindset in all the new business they would like to launch. So this is the first thing. Let me just share an example. BNP Paribas in France is the largest bank in Europe. Sometimes it's Santander, sometimes it's BNP Paribas. It depends on the valuation of the market. But BNP is one of the leading banks in Europe. They were just about doing an M&A operation, acquiring a company, but the valuation was too expensive. So they decided to launch by themselves something. So they had the option of M&A. The second option for BNP Paribas was to launch alone, and the third one was to launch with us. And we launched a platform. The name is 1.6. This is a payment platform. If you are familiar about this word, it's like Stripe. It's a very big player in the world. Stripe, it's a crazy company. And we are quite crazy because we launched something in front of Stripe. But with BNP Paribas and an entrepreneur, we gathered the forces to create an European champion. There is no player in Europe able to compete Stripe. We built it with BNP Paribas. So if you work in the in the finance and the fintech area, we can use our company we create rather than Stripe. And when we talk about Europe, there is a lot of word, intention, and willingness, but we need act. So we have a platform, and we would like to gather it with all the company in Europe rather than using a company from China or US. Just to give an example. Do we have time to?
Okay,
in 10 seconds?
A bit more.
Okay. Now, to succeed with the European dimension, first, it's very clear that Europe It's a mosaic of culture, DNA, and everything. So if you would like to succeed, you need to have specific guys in each country. That's why we are opening an office right now in Athens, and we are already in the process of hiring Greek people to run the office, and my partner will be the general manager because he speaks Greek.
What are you looking for? Because maybe we have some people in the audience that are interested.
Yes, please join. we need people. We need people like a strategist, entrepreneur also. This is the two first guys we are looking for. And then, so if you are looking to make something in Europe, you need to have cross-cultural people. Then to attract talent, for example, we are talking about AI. We have championed an AI in France. We are able to bring those guys if we need in some country in Europe, even in Greece. I know that there is a lot of talent in Greece on that, and it's very, I appreciate to discover this. And the last thing, you need to have very strong relationship with large corporate. Large corporate have the key role because we work on a very strategic subject with them. So we need to create those links.
Thank you very much, Patrick. After all, we live in an era when big companies, large groups should think and act like startups sometimes. So I would like to get back to you, Philippe, for a second round of questions. Let's say that a pan-continental scheme based on Initiative TB is created in Europe. How could it best function in a EU level? This is my first question. And also, how could it complement similar institutions and policies by public institutions that also aim to mobilize private funds in the tech sector?
Okay, I think to understand why EU must do something at this level, we have to come back to history. And I know the Greeks have invented history with Herodotus or Thucydides, so I think you're fond with, we know that. You know, the first industrial revolution, it was oil and electricity, and that was a domestication of mechanical power. And that was invented in Europe, and as a result, the West conquered the world. So it has a very strong strategic importance. Now, AI, in particular, is a way to domesticate knowledge with, I think, the same prosperity and productivity consequences. And this is why all the great countries, the big countries, want to lead there. So it's not surprised that the US is the leading with hundreds of billions of dollars being injected in not only startups, but also with big tech, the Microsoft and the likes. And also China is pouring a lot of money in that field with remarkable successes, as they do in tech. No, China is a technology power these days, and people have to understand that. So the two are, and we see that with Trump now, they are fighting with each other to dominate technology. And we are not in the game at where we should be if we look at the level that we have in not only the market, but also academic and so on. We must be aware that the US and China are not going to make any prisoners. I think it's quite clear today. So if we don't step up to the challenge, they will extort value and money from us, from our work. So it's really where the challenge is. It can, the response to that can only be at the European level. A single country, you know, Germany is the largest country in terms of population, 80 million people. China is 1.4 billion. So, you know, that's a different league. So we need to behave as a market. I think the Draghi report said the level of investment is 4 trillion in 5 years. I'm disappointed that very few people discuss the Draghi report. I think everything is there in terms of strategic intent. 4 trillion is a big number, but European savings are 35 billion, 35 trillion. So it is not like out of sight. We need to find ways to do it. The way to do it, I think, as I said, is a combination of public money. A small pool of public money is available because Europe has become poor in terms of public finances and a lot of private money. We need public money a lot because public money finances the big ideas. The start of AI has been financed by the universities and so on. Nuclear modules, smart nuclear modules are financed by the public at the beginning because they are long-term projects. New space has to be financed by public money. It was the case in the US. It's because it's too long for private money. So we need more public money. I think there should be much more coordination at EU level so that there is no duplication. And then we need a lot of private money that will invest with the duration that can be absorbed by the private sector, maximum of 12 years, actually. And there is money there. So the question is, how do we work together? My view is simplistic, maybe. But we have a lot of institutions or family offices or whoever are having the money, the 35 trillion I'm mentioning. You put them on the side of the room, and you put the venture capitalists on the other side, and you connect the two. This is what we did in France in our own way, which I think is not replicable in every country because, anyway, the French are not going to lecture other the other peoples in Europe. But no, I think in France, those who have money are the insurance companies. It's not the case, for instance, in Greece. Those who have money here are probably the ship owners and the church and some corporates. So you have to find your own ways to connect the two. I think we have found a mechanism where people could discover each other, see that there was a lot of money to be made by investors, which is the promise that we made to the investors, is that they could make a lot of money out of tech, which I think is obvious, and that's it. But it has to be done all together because that's the scale of the challenge. You don't find the US and China with a single European country. It has to be a bloc.
Okay, thank you very much, Philippe. I would like to ask all of you to keep it in 3 minutes because the clock is running. So over to you, Yannis. The US and China are advancing rapidly in the AI field, while EU seems to be lagging behind, aside from the regulatory framework, which of course is very important. So my question is, how could European member states collaborate more efficiently to strengthen Europe's position in the AI global market? And also, what could be the role of Greece?
I'm very happy to be taking the microphone after what you said, because I think that I'll stand on the keywords of I'll be one of the ones referring to Mario Draghi's report on EU competitiveness, because I think it's key in all this. And I really like the word pan-European. I feel that's how we should start thinking. Now, as a researcher, I like to put things into perspective, and numbers speak for themselves. There's an example is that there's LM Arena. It's a website where you can see the ranking of all foundational models. Unfortunately, there are not many European. Actually, it's only pretty much Mistral in that leaderboard. And I think that speaks by itself for all the efforts that have been done by the French ecosystem. Now, I think we strongly need to empower the European ecosystem as a whole. And I think that we need to start with moonshots. We need more moonshots, like we have CERN, like we have Airbus. We need to align more countries together rather than each country being on its own. We need to share resources. And I think that there are beautiful efforts being done on, for example, with Euro HPC and AI factors, that Greece is one of the countries that will host one. But I think that these efforts need to be much bigger. And the thing with AI is that many times policymakers don't understand it. They think that if you invest half of the money, we'll still have a competitive advantage. But to be honest, it's not like that. There's a threshold. And unless you meet that threshold, you won't be competitive. So I feel that we stand, and I'm always on the optimistic side of things, that we have a beautiful chance to be all in a technology that we know it's changing the world around us. Now, I find that it's really important to stress data spaces, and I think that there are lots of efforts there on creating data spaces for training foundational models. I think that data is key in all this. At the same time, a pan-European venture capital ecosystem, like not forcing companies to leave Europe to find a better place, but actually keeping them here and maybe rebranding some of the things as well. Like I find that AI, there are lots of challenges in AI Act, but maybe we could use the branding of like trustworthy AI made in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there are lots of opportunities that we need to explore, but there's one thing for sure. We have to move fast and learn from each other. I think that that's one of the most beautiful things that the European Union can offer.
Thank you very much, Yannis. Building on the same question, Panagiotis, what is your take about the same question?
Yeah. Many people might argue that, for example, the US economy and the China economy are currently leading the AI industry. On the other hand, one could say that the European Union has focused more on regulation than technological advancement. Regardless of the validity or long-term endurance of these perspectives, I believe we can all agree that European countries must collaborate more effectively if they want to remain competitive in this global landscape. In this context, there are several actions that the EU can take to enhance this necessary collaboration. Some of these actions include increasing joint AI research programs across EU member states, fostering talent mobility, and promoting shared infrastructure, especially in the tech industry. Specifically, European countries can collaborate on AI infrastructure, such as data repositories and high-performance computing centers, to improve AI research capabilities. What role can Greece play in this landscape? First of all, Greece can serve as a bridge between Eastern and Western Europe in attracting investment and talent to this growing tech ecosystem. Additionally, Greece can specialize in critical AI areas, especially in sectors like healthcare, pharmaceutical, and sustainability, leverage its existing strengths to contribute to Europe's overall AI leadership. Beyond these actions, and considering the values and the culture of European countries, I believe that the European Union can lead the way in integrating and maintaining ethical standards in the AI industry, as well as ensuring data privacy protection. To sum up, if Europe wants to compete in AI, stronger collaboration between EU member states is essential. Greece, with its strategic location and emerging tech ecosystem, can play a pivotal role in this effort.
Thank you very much, Panagiotis. Minas and Patrick.
I remember the question.
Please keep this
okay.
short as possible.
I believe that we need to come together, all of us, all the European countries. We have an unprecedented opportunity here with AI and robotics. We need to invest. We need to read Draghi's report, and we need to invest now. Not tomorrow, not next month. We need to invest now. And we need to come all together. I welcome the model of France. France has participated in industrial revolutions. Greece has not. We need to learn from France. And for Greece, there is here a unique opportunity. We missed the first industrial revolution. We missed the second. We missed the third. We are missing right now the fourth. Maybe we can cheat and go directly to the fifth with robotics. I think that there is a unique opportunity here, and we need to act very, very fast.
Thank you very much for being so brief and to the point, Minas. So I would like to close the second round of questions with you, Patrick, and ask you, from your own experience, why would France's strategy work well in a European level?
You know, the name of our company is 3-2-1, so I'm going to give you 3 key assets we have in France. 10 years ago in France, the ecosystem was quite shy, maybe as it is today, in Greece. But today, we have 3 pillars in France. For me, it's very obvious. First, it's a long-term strategy. I had a chance 9 years ago to lunch with our president, Emmanuel Macron, before he was elected. And it was very clear for him that technology, IT, has to be a key pillar in France. So it was a 10-year strategy, and not without saying we go on the right, on the left, on the right, and upside down, and everything. No, it was the same line for 10 years. The first point, so you need to have a vision. The second point, in France, the ecosystem works because we have money with VC and the BPI, the public bank of innovation in France, which invests a lot of money. We are talking about billions of euros each year in the systems. So there is a lot of money. So we have mature VC with success. We have the government who put money. So we have money. We have talent. As you said, we have wonderful talent of engineer with École Polytechnique and other écoles, with business school. And all those talent, during their scholarship, they study entrepreneurship. They do things. It's in the core program of all those schools in France. So we have talents also. And in this talent, we have serial entrepreneurs, so they are able to create new company. And also, we have large corporate, who used to work with startup and to buy services, to spend money with startup. Because startup without customer is quite difficult. For example, there is a plan in France. The large company in France has promised to invest 1 billion euro in startup in France. Not to invest, sorry, to buy services on startup, to be customer. So the system with large corporate, VC, talent works. And the last thing, we were talking, I am here because I was invited by La French Tech, which is the association of French entrepreneurs worldwide. But the French Tech is present in Paris, in all the departments in France, and also in 52 countries. That's why I'm here. And so the French diaspora is very active to help each other. Mm-hmm. You need to create something. I think with my partner, we are here since 10 days in Athens. We met a lot of companies. You have everything to succeed. But I agree with you. You need to focus in 1 or 2 good themes, because it's difficult if you don't have a lot of money, just to be focused and to succeed and to create the legend in Greece. Maybe not only in Greece, maybe also in the region. You have a key role to play. We are strong with UK, Germany, France. We need help with strong country on tech in Eastern Europe. Please do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Patrick. A big thank you to all of you for your great insights. And thank you all for being such an engaged audience.
Oh, thank you.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, θα κάνουμε ένα σύντομο διάλειμμα μέχρι τις 2 και θα είμαστε πίσω εδώ για μια συζήτηση στις 2 η ώρα. Ευχαριστώ. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take...
2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Καλησπέρα. Καλημέρα.
Καλησπέρα σας. Είναι η δεύτερη μέρα στο Φόρουμ των Δελφών. Νομίζω έχει φύγει από κυρίαρχο στοιχείο το Οικονομικό Φόρουμ των Δελφών. Χρόνια πολλά. Είμαστε μόλις στα 10 χρόνια. Λέω μόλις, παρότι χτίστηκαν με πολύ κόπο, γιατί βλέπουμε σε αυτό που ακολουθεί. Ο Υφυπουργός αρμόδιος για την Μακεδονία και τη Θράκη, ο κύριος Κώστας Γκιουλέκας, είναι μαζί μας. Κύριε Υπουργέ, καλησπέρα.
Χαίρομαι πολύ. Χρόνια πολλά καταρχήν και για το Delphi Forum. Χρόνια πολλά και για τις μέρες που έρχονται. Ούτως ή άλλως σε μια εβδομάδα γιορτάζουμε και το Πάσχα. Και χαίρομαι ιδιαίτερα γιατί πραγματικά εδώ, στους Δελφούς, και συμβολικά και ουσιαστικά, συναντιόμαστε όλοι. Συναντιέται ο πολιτισμός μας, το αρχαίο ελληνικό πνεύμα, συναντιέται η σύγχρονη Ελλάδα, συναντιόνται φίλοι από άλλες χώρες που έρχονται εδώ και με πολύ ενδιαφέρουσες εισηγήσεις θέτουν διάφορα θέματα. Άρα θα έλεγα ότι πραγματικά είναι ένα φόρουμ, όπως το εννοούμε, δηλαδή ένας τόπος όπου συνθετικά λειτουργούμε και αρχίζουμε να ξεδιπλώνουμε ο καθένας σκέψεις, απόψεις, δράσεις και ιδέες. Εμείς από την πλευρά μας, έχοντας την ευθύνη με την εντολή του Πρωθυπουργού για κάποιο χαρτοφυλάκιο, εμείς δεν έχουμε να ξεδιπλώσουμε απόψεις και σκέψεις, έχουμε να μιλήσουμε για το τι κάνουμε.
Ένας κοινοβουλευτικός φαντάζομαι ότι ανταποκρίνεται με μεγάλη χαρά όταν ακούει στην άλλη άκρη της γραμμής τον Πρωθυπουργό ή ένα συνεργάτη του να του αναγγέλει την ανάληψη ενός χαρτοφυλακίου, ενός Υπουργείου. Αυτό συναισθηματικά ήταν παραπάνω από χαρά.
Εγώ θα έλεγα
ενώ
το
για
εξής.
το θέμα που έχετε να διαχειριστείτε.
Όταν διανύει κανείς κάποια χιλιόμετρα στην πολιτική, αντιλαμβάνεται ότι όλο αυτό είναι μια αποστολή. Άρα, με αυτή την έννοια, σίγουρα είναι κάτι ευχάριστο να σου αναθέτουν μια αποστολή για να μπορείς να έχεις την ευκαιρία να αποδείξεις στην πράξη εάν μπορείς και τι μπορείς να κάνεις. Αλλά από εκεί και πέρα πρέπει να έχεις απόλυτη συναίσθηση της ευθύνης που αναλαμβάνεις. Και ξέρετε, επειδή, κύριε Πολύζε, η Μακεδονία και η Θράκη για πολλά χρόνια, η Βόρεια Ελλάδα για πολλά χρόνια, ήταν περίπου μια περιοχή που και δικαιολογημένα ως τη δεκαετία του 90 θύμιζε λίγο κάτι από ακριτικές περιοχές, αυτό που λέμε, ξέρετε, η εσχατιά της Ελλάδος. Όλο αυτό μετά τις μεγάλες αλλαγές που γίνανε στα κράτη της νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και κυρίως στα κράτη του πρώην Ανατολικού Συνασπισμού, μετετράπη από ένα συγκριτικό μειονέκτημα που είχε η Βόρεια Ελλάδα και ιδίως η Μακεδονία και η Θράκη, σε ένα μεγάλο συγκριτικό πλεονέκτημα. Ποιο δηλαδή? Ότι από εκεί που απήχαμε 75 χιλιόμετρα από τα σύνορα, όπου όμως πάνω από τα βόρεια σύνορα της Ελλάδος υπήρχε ένα άλλο εντελώς διαφορετικό πολιτικό σύστημα από αυτό στο οποίο η Ελλάδα ήταν προσανατολισμένη, αυτό ακριβώς, το ότι απέχουμε 75 χιλιόμετρα, μιλώ για τη Θεσσαλονίκη, από τους Ευζώνους και κάτι αντίστοιχο, κάποιες πόλεις της Μακεδονίας και της Θράκης λίγο λιγότερο, λίγο περισσότερο, αυτό ακριβώς έγινε και το μεγάλο συγκριτικό πλεονέκτημά μας. Δηλαδή το γεγονός ότι η Θεσσαλονίκη, η Αλεξανδρούπολη, τα Γιάννενα, αν μιλήσουμε για όλο το βορειοελλαδικό τόξο, η Φλόρινα, η Κοζάνη, η Καβάλα, όλες αυτές οι πόλεις της Βορείου Ελλάδος απέχουν από τη Σόφια, από τα Σκόπια, από το Βελιγράδι, από το Βουκουρέστι, από τα Τύρανα, από την Κωνσταντινούπολη. Μόλις λίγες ώρες, κυριολεκτικά, δηλαδή η Θεσσαλονίκη-Σόφια είναι 2,5 ώρες με 3 ώρες με το αυτοκίνητο. Κανείς, επομένως, αντιλαμβάνεται ότι αυτή η γεωπολιτική θέση της Βορείου Ελλάδος, με λιμάνια, με την Εγνατία Οδό, με τα χερσαία σύνορα, γιατί είναι η μόνη πλευρά της χώρας μας που συνορεύει με χερσαία σύνορα με 4 διαφορετικά κράτη. Και από την άλλη, με την απόσταση αυτή ή την εγκύτητα αυτή που λέγαμε, όλο αυτό ξεδιπλώνεται σε ένα μοναδικό πλεονέκτημα. Και ξέρετε, εμείς θα μπορούσε κανείς
Ποιο
να
είναι
πει...
αυτό?
Θα σας πω ότι το να πάει κανείς και να συναντήσει επιχειρηματίες, φίλους, συνεργάτες, πολιτικούς σε όλη την ευρύτερη Βαλκανική, για μας είναι κάτι που κυριολεκτικά μπορεί να γίνει την ίδια ημέρα. Αυτό όμως σημαίνει ότι με αυτή τη λογική θα μπορούσε η Βόρεια Ελλάδα, και αυτό είναι ένας από τους στόχους που προσπαθούμε να καταφέρουμε με την κυβέρνηση του Κυριάκου του Μητσοτάκη, με την εντολή του ίδιου του Πρωθυπουργού, είναι ακριβώς και όλα αυτά επιτρέψτε μου να πω, τα παιδιά της Βαλκανικής θα μπορούσαν κάλλιστα να φοιτούν σε ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια, αφού η Θεσσαλονίκη διαθέτει το μεγαλύτερο πανεπιστήμιο της χώρας και των Βαλκανίων, το Αριστοτέλειο Πανεπιστήμιο, αλλά έχουμε παράλληλα το Πανεπιστήμιο της Μακεδονίας, έχουμε το Διεθνές Πανεπιστήμιο της Ελλάδος, το Πανεπιστήμιο το Δημοκρίτιο.
Τώρα όμως ανοίγεται μια άλλη συζήτηση μέσα στη δική μας συζήτηση.
Κάθε άλλο.
Γιατί κάποιος θα σας πει, μα δεν έχετε ιδιωτική τριτοβάθμια εκπαίδευση.
Ευτυχώς.
Πώς θα έρθουμε από τα Βαλκάνια, θα δώσουμε εισαγωγικές εξετάσεις για την τριτοβάθμια εκπαίδευση.
Αυτό ήταν και ένα μεγάλο πρόβλημα, μια αγκύλωση, επιτρέψτε να το χαρακτηρίσω έτσι, που δυστυχώς μέσα από ιδεολειψίες κράτησε την πατρίδα μας τα προηγούμενα χρόνια μακριά από τις εξελίξεις. Όταν δηλαδή, και το λέω αυτό γιατί είχα και την ευθύνη κάποια στιγμή ως Υφυπουργός Παιδείας να συζητούμε αυτό το θέμα, όταν έρχονταν ξένα πανεπιστήμια, έπρεπε να έρθουν κυριολεκτικά από το παράθυρο, γιατί δεν υπήρχε επίσημη πύλη εισόδου. Αυτό η κυβέρνησή μας το ξεπέρασε, ακριβώς επιτρέποντας τα μη κρατικά, μη κερδοσκοπικά εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα, τα ανώτατα εκπαιδευτικά ιδρύματα, να μπορούν κάτω από πολύ αυστηρές προϋποθέσεις να ιδρύσουν σχολές στην Ελλάδα. Και βεβαίως αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε ήδη 13 προτάσεις από σοβαρά πανεπιστήμια, κάτι που μπορεί να γίνει η αφορμή να ξεπεράσουμε το σκόπελο που υπήρχε τις προηγούμενες δεκαετίες. Το παιδί δηλαδή από τη Σόφια, και τελειώνω με αυτό αμέσως κύριε Πολύζε, από τα Σκόπια, μπορεί να σπουδάζει στη Θεσσαλονίκη, στην Καβάλα, στις Σέρρες, στη Φλόρινα και το Σαββατοκυριακό να είναι στο σπίτι του. Είναι πολύ μεγάλο πλεονέκτημα. Πέρα από όλα τα υπόλοιπα, ότι έχουμε την ευκαιρία να ζήσουμε μαζί, να δει το δικό μας πνεύμα, να μάθουμε το δικό τους πνεύμα και όλο αυτό να οδηγήσει αυτή την περιοχή μας αναπτυξιακά μπροστά.
Στην προηγούμενη αναφορά σας για το πώς είδαμε αυτές τις μεταβολές στη δεκαετία του 90, που ήταν και γεωπολιτικές σε ένα μεγάλο βαθμό και στην ανάπτυξη των υποδομών, ένιωσα ότι κρυβόταν μια δικαιολογία για την γκρίνια που κάνει ο Βορειοελλαδίτης και ειδικά ο Θεσσαλονικιός. Η γκρίνια όμως συνεχίζεται και σήμερα, στα 2025. Θέλω να καταλάβουμε, όσοι δεν προερχόμαστε από εκεί, άρα δεν έχει ποτίσει μέσα μας η κουλτούρα του γιατί γκρινιάζω. Τι αντιστοιχεί σε ρεαλισμό και τι έχει στοιχεία υπερβολής.
Θα σας πω, καταρχήν δεν χρειαζόμαστε δικαιολογίες. Γιατί? Γιατί πάρα πολύ απλά, όντως, η Βόρεια Ελλάδα είχε μείνει πίσω. Για πολλούς λόγους. Ήταν άλλα τα μοντέλα της ανάπτυξης, ήταν άλλες οι προτεραιότητες. Δεν είναι του παρόντος να το συζητήσουμε, αλλά σε κάθε περίπτωση είναι δυνατόν, ας πούμε, σας λέω ένα χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα, το μετρό Θεσσαλονίκης να κάνει 20 χρόνια να τελειώσει όταν το χρονοδιάγραμμα ήταν 10 χρόνια. Επιτέλους τελείωσε. Πέρυσι το Νοέμβριο παραδόθηκε και παραδόθηκε έτσι όπως έπρεπε, δηλαδή ένα υπερσύγχρονο μετρό, θα έλεγα ένα από τα 3 πιο σύγχρονα της Ευρώπης, αντίστοιχο μετρό χωρίς οδηγούς, καθαρά ηλεκτρονικό μέσο, υπάρχει στην Κοπενχάγη, στο Μιλάνο και στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Είμαστε πράγματι περήφανοι, δεν είμαστε όμως καθόλου περήφανοι για την καθυστέρηση. Άρα λοιπόν, αυτό που είπατε
έχει
για
και ένα στοιχείο αυτοκριτικής, γιατί το δικό σας κόμμα με άλλα εναλλασσόταν στην εξουσία στην 20η που
εγώ να αναλάβω το μερίδιο της ευθύνης που ανήκει, αλλά με την ίδια λογική να θυμίσω και να πω και στους φίλους που παρακολουθούν τη συζήτησή μας ότι δυστυχώς είχαμε περάσει και όχι στο πολύ παλιό, στο πρόσφατο παρελθόν, είχαμε περάσει από εκείνη τη φάση όπου κάποιοι ζωγράφιζαν εκδοτικά μηχανήματα σε μουσαμάδες προκειμένου να μας πείσουν ότι αυτά είναι τα εκδοτήρια του μετρό και ότι το μετρό προχωρεί. Λοιπόν, προτιμώ μια κυβέρνηση όπως η κυβέρνηση του Κυριάκου του Μητσοτάκη, η οποία έβαλε ένα χρονοδιάγραμμα, το τήρησε, παρέδωσε το μετρό και επαναλαμβάνω ένα από τα πιο σύγχρονα μετρό του κόσμου και μάλιστα και ένα μετρό με πολύ ιδιαίτερα χαρακτηριστικά, γιατί σε ορισμένους σταθμούς όπως το σταθμό Βενιζέλου, λόγω των ανασκαφών ανακαλύφθηκαν ολόκληρα κομμάτια της αρχαίας Θεσσαλονίκης, μιας πόλης που 2.300 χρόνια διατρέχει την ιστορία στο διάβα των αιώνων και είναι σημαντικό ότι κάποιος στην καθημερινότητά του κάνει και ένα ταξίδι στην ιστορία. Όχι μόνο οι επισκέπτες, αλλά και εμείς που είμαστε Θεσσαλονίκης.
Πείτε μου κάτι πολύ γρήγορα, γιατί έχω πολλά να σας ρωτήσω. Αυτό που είχε δημιουργήσει ένα πεδίο αντιπαράθεσης ενώ εξ αρχής δεν διευθετήθηκε ειρηνικά, τώρα έγινε αποδεκτό από την πόλη. Δεν λέω για τον επισκέπτη. Ο επισκέπτης θα μπει μια φορά, δεν θα μπει ποτέ. Εγώ δεν έχω μπει, παρότι έρχομαι συχνά στην πόλη σας.
Ευκαιρία να μπείτε. Σας προσκαλούμε να έρθετε.
Ενίοτε συναντιόμαστε, κύριε.
Βεβαίως.
Λοιπόν,
στο
αυτό
μέτρο.
έγινε αποδεκτό από την πόλη, ως λύση εννοώ.
Αυτό η πόλη το υποδέχθηκε ως ένα απαραίτητο έργο υποδομής. Και πώς θα ήταν αλλιώς, κύριε Πολύζε, να σας πω κάτι. Μιλάμε για τη Θεσσαλονίκη. Προηγουμένως, με την ερώτησή σας, μου δώσατε την ευκαιρία να κάνω μια αναφορά στα πλεονεκτήματα της Βορείου Ελλάδος, της Μακεδονίας και της Θράκης ειδικότερα, αλλά πρέπει να ξέρουν όσοι φίλοι δεν είναι από την Ελλάδα, ότι η Μακεδονία και η Θράκη και η Θεσσαλονίκη είναι περίπου το 1/3 της Ελλάδος. Ζούνε περίπου 3 με 3,5 εκατομμύρια. Η Θεσσαλονίκη είναι περίπου το 50 με 60% της Βορείου Ελλάδος, εννοώ σε πληθυσμό. Άρα λοιπόν όλο αυτό δίνει αυτόματα και την απάντηση γιατί έπρεπε η Θεσσαλονίκη και γιατί πρέπει η Θεσσαλονίκη να αποκτήσει έργα υποδομής που θα της επιτρέψουν να παίξει έναν ρόλο πρωταγωνιστικό, χωρίς να το λέμε, ξέρετε, έτσι, με μεγάλο ιδεατισμούς, το λέμε γνωρίζοντας πολύ καλά την πραγματικότητά μας. Γιατί είπατε προηγουμένως για την κρίνια των βορειοελλαδιτών. Εγώ θα σας πω ότι αλίμονο αν στην Ελλάδα έχουμε την πολυτέλεια να μιλάμε για το κράτος του Βορρά και το κράτος του Νότου. Έχουμε όμως σίγουρα την πολυτέλεια να μιλάμε για ισόρροπη ανάπτυξη, όπως έχουμε πράγματι την πολυτέλεια να πούμε ότι τα ωφέλη από μία ανάπτυξη που θα έρθει πιο γρήγορα, και στη Βόρειο Ελλάδα το λέμε αυτό όχι ως ευχή ή ως δική μας προσδοκία, το λέμε πια αυτό γιατί ήδη η Pfizer, η Microsoft, η Deloitte, η Demand και άλλες μεγάλες εταιρείες κολοσσοί ήρθαν και επένδυσαν στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Ξέρετε, δεν το κάνανε αυτό γιατί ξαφνικά αγάπησαν τη Βόρειο Ελλάδα, την οποία εμείς μπορεί να την αγαπούμε ιδιαίτερα γιατί είναι η πατρίδα μας. Το κάνανε αυτό ακριβώς για αυτό που σας είπα, γιατί η εγκύτητα με τα γύρω κράτη δίνουν τη δυνατότητα σε πάρα πολλές εταιρείες, μιλάμε για την επιχειρηματικότητα, προηγουμένως μιλήσαμε για τα πανεπιστήμια, δίνουν την ευκαιρία και στη Θεσσαλονίκη, αλλά και σε ολόκληρη τη Μακεδονία και τη Θράκη, να είναι μια περιοχή που, επιτρέψτε μου να την πω έτσι, με οικονομικούς, αναπτυξιακούς όρους, μια περιοχή στρατηγείο, από όπου κανείς μπορεί πραγματικά να ξεδιπλώσει επενδύσεις, επιχειρηματικές δραστηριότητες για ολόκληρη τη Βαλκανική.
Λοιπόν, θέλω να δούμε το θέμα της ανάπτυξης. Ξέρετε, λίγο και με το ταυτοτικό του φόρουμ να ευθυγραμμιστούμε. Και να δούμε αν για την Θράκη, επειδή 2 φορές εμφατικά είπατε, πρέπει να δούμε τη Θράκη, θέλω να δούμε πώς την βλέπει η πολιτεία, η κυβέρνηση την Θράκη. Έχουμε, για παράδειγμα, αναπτυξιακά κίνητρα, όπως τα ακούγαμε στο πεδίο των υποσχέσεων. Τώρα λέω για το πραγματικό πεδίο. Έχουν φέρει ανάπτυξη, εφαρμόστηκαν, είναι σε ένα σχεδιασμό. Θυμάμαι να ανατίθεται ο σχεδιασμός αυτό στην κυρία Μπακογιάννη, για παράδειγμα. Δημιούργησε αποτέλεσμα.
Η κυρία Μπακογιάννη, ως πρόεδρος της Διακομματικής Επιτροπής της Βουλής των Ελλήνων για τη Θράκη, και οι υπόλοιποι συνάδελφοι βουλευτές είχαν εκπονήσει ένα σχέδιο για την ανάπτυξη της Θράκης. Αυτό είναι το ένα σκέλος, ο ένας άξονας. Ο άλλος άξονας είναι η πολιτική που εφαρμόζει η κυβέρνησή μας. Εγώ δεν θα ήθελα να πω ότι εμείς μονοπολούμε την ευαισθησία για τη Θράκη και οι προηγούμενες κυβερνήσεις ασφαλώς έδειξαν το ενδιαφέρον τους, αλλά θέλω να μιλώ για το παρόν και να πούμε τι γίνεται τώρα. Πολύ απλά λοιπόν με παραδείγματα, κύριε Πολύζε, γιατί και οι δύο με την επαγγελματική μας ιδιότητα, και εσείς ως δημοσιογράφος και εγώ ως δημοσιογράφος και δικηγόρος, έχουμε την ευκαιρία να τα λέμε και λίγο με τίτλους. Το να αναπτύξουμε και να αναβαθμίσουμε το συνοριακό σταθμό στους Κήπους, κάτι το οποίο ήδη ξεκίνησε και γίνεται, ναι, αυτό είναι ένα δείγμα του έμπρακτου ενδιαφέροντος και μια απαραίτητη δράση για να μπορούμε να μιλήσουμε για αναπτυξιακή πορεία στη Θράκη. Το να φτιάξουμε, όπως ετοιμάζουμε, το νέο τελωνείο στις Καστανιές του Εύρου, στο βόρειο τμήμα του Εύρου, αυτό είναι πράγματι κάτι το οποίο δεν μπαίνει στη σφαίρα απλώς ενός σχεδιασμού ή ενός οράματος, αλλά είναι η υλοποίηση μιας συγκεκριμένης δράσης, την οποία κάνουμε. Σας αναφέρω πολύ χαρακτηριστικά παραδείγματα. Ένα άλλο χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα βεβαίως είναι το λιμάνι της Αλεξανδρούπολης, όπου υπάρχει πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον, κάτι που συνδέεται και με τις τελευταίες εξελίξεις. Δεν περίμενε κανείς ότι μετά το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο στους κόλπους της Ευρώπης, στην καρδιά της Ευρώπης, θα έχουμε έναν πόλεμο. Δυστυχώς, για περισσότερο από 2-2,5 χρόνια μένεται ο πόλεμος στην Ουκρανία. Άρα όλο αυτό οδήγησε στην ανάγκη να αναζητηθούν και λύσεις. Μία από αυτές προσφέρθηκε μέσα από τη Θράκη. Το λιμάνι λοιπόν της Αλεξανδρούπολης, που είναι ένα από τα 4 μεγάλα λιμάνια της Βορείου Ελλάδος, το δεύτερο λιμάνι της χώρας σε σημασία και σε δυναμική είναι το λιμάνι της Θεσσαλονίκης, υπάρχει το λιμάνι της Καβάλας, το λιμάνι της Αλεξανδρούπολης, το οποίο εξυγχρονίζεται με πάρα πολύ γρήγορους ρυθμούς, όπως επίσης αναβαθμίζεται όλο το σιδηροδρομικό δίκτυο, το οποίο οδηγεί από την Ελλάδα στη Βουλγαρία. Το λιμάνι της Ιγουμενίτσας ταυτόχρονα είναι οι 4 πύλες της Βορείου Ελλάδος, από όπου προϊόντα, εμπορεύματα μπορούν να ταξιδέψουν πολύ πιο γρήγορα προς την κεντρική Ευρώπη. Αντί να πάμε από τους κλασικούς δρόμους Μεσόγειος, Γιβλαρτάρ, λιμάνια των βορείων χωρών, για να καταλήξουν όλα αυτά στις αγορές, μέσα από τον Πειραιά ασφαλώς στην Αθήνα, αλλά και μέσα από τη Θεσσαλονίκη, την Αλεξανδρούπολη, την Καβάλα και την Ιγουμενίτσα, όλα αυτά μπορούν να φτάσουν τουλάχιστον 48 ώρες νωρίτερα. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό, ειδικά για ευπαθή προϊόντα, εάν όλο αυτό γίνει μέρος ενός συνολικού σχεδίου. Αυτό το σχέδιο εφαρμόζουμε.
Μαζί με τη σκέψη μου πρέπει να έχω και την πίεση να διαχειριστώ το χρόνο, οπότε ο συνάδελφος
περνάει γρήγορα ο χρόνος, όντως.
Και εσείς. Είπατε και πριν ότι η Βόρεια Ελλάδα, η Ελλάδα στα βόρειά της συνορεύει με 4 κράτη. Έχουμε τον γειτονά μας που τον σεβόμαστε, αλλά δεν μας αφήνει να τον αγαπήσουμε. Οι Τούρκοι είναι διαρκώς αυτοί που δεν ξέρω αν φοβόμαστε, αλλά δεν μας αφήνουν και να χαλαρώσουμε, να μείνουμε ήρεμοι. Πολλοί εκτιμούν ότι θα έχουμε ένα ακόμη δύσκολο καλοκαίρι. Πρέπει να τελειώνει η ιστορία με το καλώδιο. Δεν θα τελειώσει η ιστορία με το καλώδιο, λέει η τουρκική πλευρά. Οι διατυπώσεις είναι αυθαίρετες, είναι δικές μου, αλλά το απλουστεύω για να συνεννοηθούμε εδώ. Πώς μπορούμε να το διαχειριστούμε αυτό σε μια τόσο ρευστή παγκόσμια κατάσταση?
Κύριε Πολύζε, καταρχήν η Ελλάδα μπορεί να δικαίως να ισχυρίζεται και να λέει ότι είναι προσιλωμένη στο διεθνές δίκαιο. Ό,τι λέμε και ό,τι κάνουμε πατάει απολύτως, εδράζεται στο διεθνές δίκαιο και στο δίκαιο για τη θάλασσα. Άρα λοιπόν, εμείς από την πλευρά μας έχουμε δείξει την ειλικρινή μας διάθεση στην Τουρκία και οι επαφές και σε επίπεδο κορυφής μεταξύ του Κυριάκου Μητσοτάκη και του Τούρκου Προέδρου του Ταγί Ερντογάν, όπως η πρόσφατη επαφή που είχαμε με τους 2 υπουργούς των εξωτερικών των 2 χωρών, όλα αυτά οδηγούν πράγματι σε μια πιο ασφαλή, αν θέλετε, οδό. Εμείς εκπέμπουμε διαρκώς το μήνυμα ότι η ειρήνη είναι το πολυτιμότερο αγαθό για να μπορέσει κανείς να μιλήσει και για σχέσεις καλής γειτονίας και να μιλήσει από εκεί πέρα για ανάπτυξη στην ευρύτερη περιοχή. Κάνω μια παρένθεση και λέω πολύ γρήγορα, επαναλαμβάνω και πάλι για φίλους οι οποίοι ενδεχομένως δεν είναι από την Ελλάδα, ότι κάποτε τα Βαλκάνια τα είχαν αποκαλέσει, δυστυχώς δίκαια τότε, πυρητιδαποθήκη της Ευρώπης. Εμείς λοιπόν θέλουμε αντίθετα να μετατρέψουμε τα Βαλκάνια, και εδώ η Ελλάδα παίζει ένα πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο, σε ατμομηχανή της Ευρώπης. Πραγματικά τα Βαλκάνια έχουν μια εξαιρετική δυναμική. Για την Τουρκία λοιπόν, και επανέρχομαι στο θέμα, από τη μία εκπέμπουμε διαρκώς τα μηνύματα αυτά ότι εμείς επιθυμούμε διακαώς σχέσεις καλής γειτονίας, βεβαίως χωρίς αυτό να σημαίνει ότι μπορούμε να απεμπολίσουμε τα εθνικά μας δίκαια.
Θέλω να επιμείνω, αλλά να το κλείσουμε γρήγορα, γιατί έχω κι άλλα να σας απευθύνω σε ερωτήματα. Δεν θα επέμενα, αλλά έχουμε 2 πρώην πρωθυπουργούς, προερχόμενους από τη δική σας παράταξη, που μιλούν για μια πολιτική υπαναχώρησης. Είμαστε εμείς που κάνουμε διαρκώς πίσω σε σχέση με την Τουρκία. Και αυτά δεν είναι λόγια που φεύγουν απλώς, βρίσκουν βίκο αότα. κυρίως στο δικό σας ακροατήριο.
Κοιτάξτε, είναι πολύ σημαντικό το ότι η Νέα Δημοκρατία ήταν ένα κόμμα που κλήθηκε πολλές φορές από τον ελληνικό λαό να αναλάβει την ευθύνη της διακυβέρνησης. Άρα λοιπόν οι επικεφαλείς της Νέας Δημοκρατίας που ήταν και πρωθυπουργοί χειρίστηκαν κρατικές υποθέσεις μείζωνος σημασίας και έχουν μια πολύ βαρύνουσα σημασία οι απόψεις τους. Εμείς λοιπόν όλα αυτά βεβαίως τα ακούμε, αλλά αυτό που νομίζω ότι εννοείται και οι δύο πρώην πρωθυπουργοί, μιλάμε για τον Κώστα Καραμανλή και μιλάμε για τον Αντώνη Σαμαρά, είναι δύο πολιτικοί με πολύ μεγάλη πείρα, δύο πολιτικοί οι οποίοι προσέθεσαν σημαντικά ωφέλη όταν είχαν την ευθύνη της διακυβέρνησης της χώρας και βεβαίως μέσα στη Νέα Δημοκρατία έχουμε και τη δυνατότητα το να συνθέτουμε απόψεις ακούγοντας όλες τις πλευρές. Πάντως, λοιπόν, σε ό,τι αφορά στα θέματα αυτά και κλείνω για το θέμα της υπαναχώρησης, η Ελλάδα δεν έχει υπαναχωρήσει σε τίποτα, στέλνοντας ξεκάθαρα το μήνυμα ότι εμείς αναγνωρίζουμε μόνον μία διαφορά με την Τουρκία. Και αυτή είναι ο ορισμός της υφαλοκρηπίδας μας και ο ορισμός κατ' επέκταση της ανεξάρτητης οικονομικής ζώνης. Πέραν αυτών, όλα τα υπόλοιπα τα οποία μονομερώς θέτει ως διεκδικήσεις η Τουρκία, ασφαλώς και δεν μπορούν να αποτελέσουν μέρος ενός ελληνοτουρκικού διαλόγου, μιας ατζέντας δηλαδή, ενός τέτοιου διαλόγου, γιατί πολύ απλά όλα αυτά είναι μια αυθαίρετη, αν το θέλετε, αιτίαση της Τουρκίας, η οποία δεν εδράζεται πουθενά. Δηλαδή, ξαφνικά το να ισχυρίζεται η Τουρκία αντίθετα με όλη τη διεθνή κοινότητα ότι τα ελληνικά νησιά δεν έχουν υφαλοκρηπίδα και δεν έχουν δικαίωμα στην υφαλοκρηπίδα, είναι κάτι που νομίζω ότι δεν μπορεί κανένας έτσι σταθερά και σοβαρά να ισχυρίζεται κάτι τέτοιο και να τουλάχιστον όλο αυτό να αποτελεί και μέρος ενός διαλόγου.
Αν έχετε βρεθεί στο Υπουργείο Μακεδονίας Θράκης, είναι ένα υπέροχο κτίριο, έγινε ακόμη καλύτερο στις ημέρες του Υπουργού.
Σας ευχαριστώ.
Εκεί, στην προηγούμενη εθνική μας επέτειο, είχε μια καταπληκτική έκθεση με κοιμήλια που αντιστοιχούσαν σε εκείνη την επέτειο. Σε αυτή την εθνική μας επέτειο, δηλαδή πριν από λίγες ημέρες, είχε μια άλλη έκθεση. Το λέω αυτό γιατί νιώθω ότι και η δική σας παράταξη έχει πάρει αποστάσεις από τον πυρήνα της έννοιας του πατριωτισμού. Παραχωρήσατε από το φόβο μη χαρακτηριστείτε εθνικιστές όλο το πολιτικό προσωπικό. Μιλώ για τα κοινοβουλευτικά κόμματα, όχι για τα εκτός Βουλής. Την περίοδο που διωγγωνόταν η δύναμη της Χρυσής Αυγής. Εκεί λοιπόν πήρατε αποστάσεις, αν πούμε ότι με πατριώτης θα παρεξηγηθούμε και θα μας κολλήσουν την ταμπέλα του φασίστα. Απέχει από την πραγματικότητα αυτό που περιγράφω, γιατί σας βλέπω να χαμογελάτε, αλλά δεν ξέρω πώς να ερμηνεύσω το χαμογελό σας.
Θα έλεγα, κύριε Πολύζε, πολύ γρήγορα ότι αυτοί που θα μπορούσαν να ισχυριστούν κάτι τέτοιο αδικούν τη Νέα Δημοκρατία. Γιατί τουλάχιστον η Νέα Δημοκρατία απέδειξε όλα αυτά τα χρόνια ότι είναι ένα πατριωτικό κόμμα, αλλά επειδή εγώ δεν θέλω να αμφισβητήσω τον πατριωτισμό του καθενός, αυτό που θέλω να πω είναι ότι ο καθένας εκφράζει αυτό τον πατριωτισμό με ένα διαφορετικό τρόπο. Για μας πατριωτισμός είναι να υπηρετούμε την πατρίδα μας με κάθε τρόπο, να την κάνουμε πιο ασφαλή και αυτό κάνουμε αναβαθμίζοντας και με διεθνείς συνθήκες και συμφωνίες όπως η συμφωνία με τις ΗΠΑ, με τη Γαλλία, με τα Ηνωμένα Αραβικά Εμιράτα, με το Ισραήλ, την ισχύ της χώρας μας και από την άλλη αναβαθμίζοντας και τις ένοπλες δυνάμεις μας, ακριβώς για να μπορούμε να διαφυλάτουμε την ειρήνη μας.
Καταλαβαίνετε ότι εγώ μιλώ για το φρόνημα όμως.
Ναι, το λέω και σε ό,τι αφορά στο φρόνιμο, η Νέα Δημοκρατία δεν δίστασε εκεί που χρειαζόταν να πάρει αποφάσεις. Σας αναφέρω μια πολύ χαρακτηριστική περίοδο, τη Συμφωνία των Πρεσπών. Όπου εκεί εμείς είπαμε ότι η θέση μας είναι αντίθετη, γιατί εμείς πιστεύαμε ότι όλα αυτά τα οποία επιχείρησαν και τελικά η προηγούμενη κυβέρνηση του ΣΥΡΙΖΑ έκανε πράξη με την συνεργασία και των ανεξαρτήτων Ελλήνων, ήταν κάτι που δεν βοηθούσε την Ελλάδα.
Όμως αφήσατε να παγώσει ο χρόνος το τότε. Είστε 6 χρόνια κυβέρνηση και δεν έχουμε καμία πρόοδο στη συνθήκη. Την διατηρούμε, την κυρώνουμε, την αφήνουμε να σβήσει από το χρόνο, πατώντας και πάνω στον άτακτο γείτονα που δεν την τηρεί στα βασικά της.
Κάθε χώρα όταν συνάπτει συμφωνίες, αυτές δεσμεύουν τη χώρα και διεθνώς. Εμείς λοιπόν είχαμε προειδοποιήσει ότι αυτή η συμφωνία, αν υπογραφεί, είναι μια συμφωνία που δεσμεύει την Ελλάδα, όχι την κυβέρνηση μόνον η οποία συνήψε τη συμφωνία. Άρα με αυτή τη λογική, εμείς αυτό που είπαμε ότι ήταν μια επιζήμια συμφωνία, αλλά από εκεί πέρα, εάν υπογραφόταν, γι' αυτό καταψηφίσαμε τη συμφωνία και ζητήσαμε να μην κυρωθεί από τη Βουλή, ήταν ξεκάθαρη θέση της Νέας Δημοκρατίας, αλλά από εκεί πέρα είμαστε υποχρεωμένοι, σύμφωνα και με το διεθνές δίκαιο, να σεβόμαστε αυτά, έστω
λοιπόν,
και αν
κύριε
διαφωνήσαμε
Υπουργέ, δεν θέλω να σας
στη βάση.
προβοκάρω, αλλά βλέπετε κι εσείς απέναντι, εγώ εδώ απέναντι, ότι έχουμε ένα λεπτό.
Είμαστε τα τελευταία,
δεν θέλω να σας
μέτρα
προβοκάρω, γιατί θα σας πάω από την πατρίδα στη θρησκεία. Μόλις γυρίσατε από το Άγιο Όρος.
Ναι, είχα μια διήμερη περιοδία στην Αθωνική Πολιτεία.
Για πείτε μας, πολύ γρήγορα, τι συμβαίνει εκεί.
Κοιτάξτε, το Άγιον Όρος που είναι μοναδικά παγκόσμιο φαινόμενο μιας θρησκευτικής κοινότητας, δεν υπάρχει κάτι αντίστοιχο, όχι μόνο για την Ορθοδοξία, έτσι, ένα τέτοιο θρησκευτικό κέντρο, είμαστε υποχρεωμένοι εμείς που το έχουμε στους κόλπους μας, η Ελλάδα εννοώ, πραγματικά να βοηθήσει για να μπορέσει να συνεχίσει αυτό το τεράστιο πνευματικό και θρησκευτικό έργο το οποίο ασκείται εκεί. Παράγεται εκεί. Με αυτή τη λογική, επειδή έχουμε και τη θεσμική ευθύνη στο Μακεδονίας Θράκης, στο Υπουργείο Ιστορικών στο Μακεδονίας Θράκης, να φιλοξενούμε και το Κέντρο Διαφύλαξης Αγιορείτικης Κληρονομιάς και έχω και την ευθύνη να προεδρεύω σε αυτό το Συμβούλιο, διαρκώς είμαστε στο πλάι των πατέρων στο Άγιον Όρος για να τους βοηθήσουμε, είτε με την αναβάθμιση των κτηρίων τους, γιατί μιλάμε για κτίρια 300, 500, 800 χρόνων, εκκλησίες 1000 χρόνων, όλα αυτά πρέπει να διατηρηθούν και να παραμείνουν. Όλα αυτά λοιπόν, κύριε Πολύζε, είμαστε κοντά τους να τους βοηθήσουμε και μάλιστα με την ευκαιρία της συζήτησης να σας αναγγείλουμε ότι τον προσεχή Σεπτέμβριο, στη διάρκεια της Διεθνούς Εκθέσεως Θεσσαλονίκης, πρώτο Θεός να είμαστε γεροί, μιλάμε και για το Άγιον Όρος, θα έχουμε ένα μεγάλο συνέδριο για το Άγιον Όρος, μαζί με μια μεγάλη έκθεση κοιμηλίων στο διοικητήριο, εκεί όπου στεγάζεται το Μακεδονίας Θράκης, γιατί αυτό το κτίριο, και κλείνω με αυτό, είναι ένα κτίριο που φιλοξενεί και τις εκθέσεις, ένα κτίριο εμβληματικό στην καρδιά της πόλης, ένα κτίριο ιστορικό. Εκεί υπεγράφει το πρωτόκολλο παραδόσεως Θεσσαλονίκης από τους Οθωμανούς στους Έλληνες το 1912 και αυτό το κτίριο ανήκει στον κόσμο, δεν ανήκει σε εμάς. Εμείς απλώς το χρησιμοποιούμε.
Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά. Το Υπουργείο πάντως Μακεδονίας Θράκης, σας είχαμε έντονη συζήτηση, είναι σε καλά χέρια. Καλό Πάσχα.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε
και εσάς που μας παρακολουθήσατε.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome to the next panel, which will focus on geoeconomics in the Indo-Pacific and implications for the Euro-Atlantic security. My name is Plamen Tonchev. I'm head of Asia Unit at the Athens-based Institute of International Economic Relations. And I'm honored and privileged to have two distinguished speakers on this panel, starting from Professor Takahara, who is a distinguished visiting professor at the Tokyo Women's Christian University and Professor Emeritus at the University of Tokyo. And next to me is Mr. Simon Tay, non-resident ambassador to Greece, and I do hope that you will be here as often as possible, Ambassador. Mr. Tay is also the chairman of the renowned Singapore Institute of International Affairs. Let me kick off with telling you what my bugging question is, something that's really of interest to me. You know, here in Europe, when we look at the map, we have the impression that the Indo-Pacific region is far away. But is it really as remote as it may seem on the map? And are there things that we can actually learn from the Indo-Pacific? If anything, when something happens in your vast region, we can immediately feel the repercussions in Europe as well. And again, if anything, Greece being a power in global shipping, its large commercial fleet does a lot of business in the Indo-Pacific. So I wonder whether we should reconsider this kind of miscalculation or misconception we have of the Indo-Pacific in here in Europe. And I wonder, Professor Takahara, now that we have the US-China standoff, and it's really becoming increasingly intense, to put it mildly. Actually, to me, it seems like a sort of a shootout between two cowboys under the hot sun, you know, in a spaghetti western. The difference being the spaghetti westerns are more entertaining, and what's happening these days is actually very serious. And I wonder, perhaps we could ask you how you, in the Indo-Pacific, manage or fail, you'll tell me, how you manage to navigate this confrontation between China and the United States. I'm sure this is a daily concern of yours.
Well, that's a tremendously large question, but first of all, let me thank the forum organizers and actually the Japanese Embassy and JTI for supporting my visit here. You know, it's been a dream of mine to come to Delphi that I learned much about in high school 50 years ago, so this is fantastic to be here. Now, you know, one foci of US-China competition is Taiwan. So what's going to happen to Taiwan? Now the Chinese don't even hide it. They openly say that they are exerting military pressure on Taiwan. And if there's any Taiwan contingency, be it an attack, invasion, or just a blockade, that's going to disrupt the sea lines of communications very badly. And that is going to affect an enormous percentage of trade that we have now in the world. And that causes a huge tsunami that will cover the whole global economy, I would say. It cannot, you cannot escape from the negative effects of that from happening. So that's how the US-China competition, although indirectly or even directly, would affect your security here in the broad sense of the term. And also, the Chinese have been resorting to means of economic coercion. So in terms of restrictions on trade, be it import or export, you know, in Europe, countries like Norway, countries like Lithuania have been targets of the economic coercive measures by China. We in Asia have more experiences, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, you name it. So how China is going to use its economic clout, I think, has enormous significance to the European countries too. And will they do that in the context of their competition with the United States? So everything is connected nowadays.
Indeed it is, and thanks very much, Professor Takahara, for bringing up Taiwan as a major flashpoint arguably the most dangerous flashpoint in the world, and I'm taking your word about tsunami that could be caused in case of a conflict over there. But speaking of trade and economic coercion, I wonder, Mr. Tay, whether President Trump believes that the two most beautiful words are deal and tariffs. And I wonder whether, given that all the tariff he's announcing and occasionally freezing, whether one should pursue a deal with the states or whether one should stand up to Washington and strike back. What would your view on this be?
Well, let me first go back to your opening statement of how we see the connections and comparisons between the EU and my part of the world. When I came here, I was delighted to be at the classically navel of the world. And in this Delphi forum, I'm astonished by the depth and breadth of discussions here. The Middle East, problems within the EU itself, the development of Greece, as you know, this country dramatically grown in scale and ambition over the last years of this government. And of course, the Americans, who Greece is an ally with, the EU is part wedded in NATO, and so are we in our part of the world. And of course, this tariffs you brought up. So I have no doubt that there are important connections between the Indo-Pacific and the EU in geoeconomics as well as security. And there are some conceptual differences. He's mentioned Taiwan, which I agree. I go to Taiwan often. I meet them and sympathize with them. But I, sitting in Europe, feel a stronger pulse of actual conflict. The concern with Ukraine, long-standing. From Greece particularly, you feel the connection to the Middle East and what's happening in Israel and Gaza. And I think these are, at a moment, a different level of problems we have. So then come to the broader question of what can we perhaps share notes. I think one of them is that we have learned in the Indo-Pacific to rely on America as an offshore balancer, not an alliance, except for Japan and a few other countries, for the whole region, not NATO. But very importantly, and we have begun to feel, even though it makes us uncomfortable, a slight shift, not only in these present tariffs, but over perhaps the last decade. And I do not regard this as something I welcome. I'd rather it be otherwise, but a lot of it is up to America. Now, I do take the point about China. For many of us, we really have got beyond the point of being naive about China. You mentioned Trump's tariffs, and similarly, there are Chinese economic coercion. Bananas left in pots to rot for no reason, other than to punish a fellow Asian. So without being naive about China or America that is changing, we have got to respond inclusively. I come from the Southeast Asia. ASEAN is often overlooked, even when Europeans look at Asia. They see China, of course. India has been really grabbing a lot of headlines, a lot of interest, and both these giants deserve it. But my region of 660 million people is important for the market, but also for our idea of what security is. And unusually, it is part of the connection of how we link to the big Northeast Asian three, and of course, Australia and New Zealand down south. And while they're not part of the regional comprehensive partnership, India is a close friend of Southeast Asia. So I think that this approach of being inclusive and much as possible without being naive about some of potential rivalries and bullying, I think this is critical for us to work on.
Thanks very much, Mr. Tay. I'm taking your point about economic security. In fact, you spoke about security, added the adjective economic security. But I also taking your point about ASEAN, which may have been neglected and certainly not paid significant attention to. I wonder, Professor Takahara, speaking of economic security and ASEAN, which is a large regional organization, whether all this standoff and all these tariffs, whether they could actually trigger a process of regionalism in both, Southeast Asia and Northeast Asia, in the Indo-Pacific at large, and whether actually this could have a positive effect, in terms of regional integration.
Well, you know, when we think about regionalism, we think about Europe as one chunk, Southeast Asia perhaps connecting with Northeast Asia, East Asia as one chunk, America, North America, South America. But now what's happening, I think, is this attempt, as this panel shows, how Asia and Europe can link up. So it's a new kind of regionalism, if you want to call it regionalism. And it's a big question. The trend is, because of these tariffs coming from the new Trump administration, we are thinking in that direction. But we should make sure that we are not going back to the 20th century when bloc formation led to war. So, you know, Japan for many years were not for regional arrangements because we thought that free trade is important, but it should be global. And that's why for many years the Japanese did not adopt a regional FTA kind of a policy.
Right.
But then the thinking changed. Regional FTAs are not the stumbling blocks, but the building blocks for a global FTA. And then we changed our policy. So we don't want to forget this, an important history of not going back to the pre-war days.
Thanks very much. I know we happened to have a chat with Dr. Tay before this panel, and I know that you already hinted at that, cooperation between Europe and the Indo-Pacific. And I wonder whether one of the unintended, perhaps unexpected positive impacts of all these developments could be closer cooperation between the Indo-Pacific and Europe. Yes. Could it be that, in fact, because of this more difficult access to the American market, you know, Indo-Pacific countries could actually look at Europe, and Europe could also look at the Indo-Pacific in a more positive light?
Yes. I appreciate the question. I think it's on everybody's mind, including Europeans. My view is that there is absolutely zero substitute for America, both now and in the future. Economically, as a final demand, with a lot of the strengths they have in R&D, size of companies, the pattern of capitalism. But if America doesn't want to play, who can persuade it? That is the challenge. So I think for us and Europe, it's looking at plan B. This is not what we actually want, but we can't just be waiting and waiting. We have to figure out what else we can do. Within that, I think ASEAN and Asia's plan B is already in place with the regional agreements you talked about, the regional comprehensive economic partnership, or even the CPTPP, which Japan led. I played a small role in this when I helped negotiate Japan's first FTA with Singapore, convincing Asians to work with Asians. But let me therefore say it is really plan B when the global fails us. Plan B plus would take us to your territory. The EU has talked about an FTA, a free trade agreement with ASEAN for a long time. There have been stumbling blocks. It's not purely on EU's fault. Singapore is already an FTA. In fact, I have to go back and help keep it going, and with Vietnam as well. And so this is something that we really need to talk about and move forward with. When I'm in Singapore, I find a lot of European companies interested. When I see the big economies of EU, Germany, France, and not part of the EU anymore, but in Europe, the UK, clearly Asians are interested. I think the new dimension might be to have a more total engagement, where, like Greece, Central Europe, these have been, from our perspective, overlooked. I think in the world that's emerging with America making certain demands, we'll have to look at it again and work closely together. And one more thing about working together. I'm hoping that this will be very rules-based. What you talked about, the World Trade Organization, it's not just a question of who you're siding with, but what rules you're observing. And so similarly, if the EU has certain rules which we can't accept, or China does, I think we need to be very transparent about it, call them out.
Thanks very much, Dr. Tay. I think that we've already given you enough food for thought. Do feel free to raise your hand and ask questions or make some comments. If you do so, I will kindly ask you to state your name and your affiliation.
Can I just
yes,
add
please,
two things?
Yes, Professor Takahara.
You know, when the late Prime Minister Abe came up with this concept of the Indo-Pacific, the idea was to connect Africa and Asia, the two promising growth fields of the world economy. And it's going to be the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean connected that will combine all the area as one. And have we forgotten about Europe? Not really. You know, look at the UK. The UK has joined the CPTPP. And I think it will be a very good idea for more European countries to follow that way. And we will form a big, we can change the name, it doesn't have to be TPP, but a new arrangement, you know, that all of us can enjoy the benefits of it.
Point taken. Thanks very much, Professor Takahara. Any volunteer who wants to ask a question? No. Please.
Yes, hello, John Laderos from Sophocleusin. We have heard many things about the trade of goods. What is your position and your views on the trade of services?
I suppose you mean the trade of services between Europe and what, the
Europe
Indo-Pacific
and the Indo-Pacific
region?
Yes.
Yes. I wonder whether you would like
Can I
to
start?
take the floor, please.
I think clearly as a professor, I believe this is really the huge unexplored dimension of trade. There is so much that can be done. But there are real sensitivities of this given Asia's position. There aren't enough professionals. There aren't enough, especially in the new areas of technology and in green services. So I think that this is something that we need to approach at the right time. Right now, I think trade in goods should be sped up, particularly goods that would help us all move towards a green economy. So even if the broad FTA can't be done, I think a sectoral one which has a certain progressive tint, sustainability or other areas, will be something very dramatic to move on. My country is an exception. I think we are very open to foreign talent. Trade in goods as well. We trade about 300% of our GDP, whereas, you know, continental countries trade about like 25, 30%. So we will feel the pain of these present shifts, but the solution will probably have to be quite a staged opening rather than to simply open to all. One of the problems will be, additionally, opening to China at the present point, given the deflationary pressures from their exports. If they can't go to America, will they divert those very cheap goods into the rest of Asia and to Europe? And if so, what legal defenses are there to that, perhaps emergency measures?
Right. Anyone else? If not, then I've got a couple of questions. Back to Professor Takahara. I did take note of your reference to Taiwan as a major flashpoint. So far, we've been speaking about trade, and maybe we should speak about hardcore security. And what do you think is needed for Europe to fully understand the implications of a potential, God forbid, potential conflict around Taiwan?
Yes.
You spoke about a potential tsunami in economic terms, but could there be other implications as well that we should be aware of?
I think, in fact, many European countries have understood the point that I was trying to make, and that's why many European countries have started to send their naval vessels to our part of the world. You know, it could not function perhaps perfectly as deterrence measures. However, it's a very important signal to China. Don't use your fist. You know, don't do anything physically, because that's going to disrupt not only the economies of the region, but it's going to affect the European economy in a very bad way too.
Right.
If I could chip in on that.
Please.
I do have a lot of empathy for Taiwan. There are actually only 3 islands in the world where the Chinese majority are Hokkien, a particular dialect of China. Taiwan, Penang in Malaysia, and Singapore. And we are the only independent republic. I do spend a lot of time there, and I encourage them to take their defense seriously. They underspend. They have national service which lasts less than a year, Singapore, with no clear enemy, our men spent 2 years in the national service, armed forces. But more importantly, I think Taiwan has to really figure out how to find that path, which does not mean returning to the mainland on the mainland's terms, but without provoking the mainland to a terrible war for the region and for each other. They've got to take kind of ownership over a relationship that could actually be quite stable. It has been for periods. It's come through a period of real instability today, which is why I agree with Taka-san that at the moment it looks like one of the red flashing dots in our region. Broadly speaking, I think that the peace we've relatively had in Asia can be maintained with American presence in the past, but we have to deal with the fact that America may be less committed or less certainly committed than it has been. And so we've got to figure out how to have the habits of peace amongst ourselves. Not just Taiwan, but even brewing. A rivalry between India and China is a horrific thing to think about. They have had squabbles and skirmishes on the north high plateau of the Himalayas. It could happen again, and control over the Indian Ocean, the Indo-Pacific in that sense, is something else that Indian strategic thinkers are worried about. So I think this really is a time where if America it seems a bit more uncertain compared to America we've known before, the Asians have got to figure out what to do for themselves. And if there are analogies to EU, I'm not here to teach you anything, but I leave it to you whether there are analogies.
Thanks very much. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please. Could you give the lady a mic, please?
Thank you. My name is Kostadina. I'm from the American College of Greece. I have a question. Do you believe that there is a way somehow the European countries with the Indo-Pacific ones create relationship to subsidize from the losses of the United States, to subsidize from the losses of the tariffs? Thank you.
Whom are you addressing this question to?
Either of us. Yeah, sure.
Please.
I think, first of all, what I said about America having no substitute, it is still the largest market in terms of consumer power. So final demand, the typical pattern for Asian production is we sort of produce amongst ourselves little intermediate parts. The final assembly is done by China, and then it gets sent across the ocean, probably on a Greek vessel, to Long Beach or other ports. And that's where we've tried to change the game a bit, and we need to do more of Asia's demand. There is a relatively growing middle class, or a higher class, depending on the wealth range. For example, when I buy home appliances, I always look at European brands like Miele, etc. Because my family likes expensive things. So I think there is a lot of ground to grow the trade. And on our side too, there's a lot of demand for certain infrastructure, certain products which Europeans are good at, city planning, all these things. So I think these are areas where we could grow. But to be clear, there is really, again, I will say it, no substitute for America at present.
All right. I cannot resist the temptation to ask you about the South China Sea. If anything, it's a major trade route. And Greece, by the way, is very much interested in that because some 60% of the EU's shipping capacity, that's the Greek shipping the commercial fleet. So you do have Greek ships, sailing all the seas and oceans in the Indo-Pacific, and the South China Sea is yet another potential flashpoint. I wonder, Professor Takahara, if you have a view on this. To what extent we should, apart from shipping companies, to what extent Europeans should be sensitized, to the importance of this potential flashpoint?
Well, I wonder what we can do to enhance the consciousness amongst the Europeans as to the importance of this question. We can cite figures, like 40% of world trade goes through the South China Sea and things like that. But if there is a more visually impactful something, and I think that would be better. Maybe I can show a slide, you know, of the artificial islands that the Chinese are creating, or what. But I'd rather ask for a lot of wisdom from you.
Right.
How can we impress the European friends as to the importance of the South China Sea?
All right. We have.
Right.
Please, go ahead.
Singapore is a major shipping country, and I'm proud to say that a lot of the Greek companies you talked about have a second home in Singapore. And because we're positioned that way for transshipment and bulk carriers, we carry a lot of the trade, not just for ourselves, we're a small country, but for the whole region. So we are concerned about freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. But just to clarify, I would say the shipping industry faces so many challenges today. While we were here in this wonderful place, the IMO are meeting in London discussing what to do about climate pricing, and the American Trump administration has sent a torpedo about the possible agreement on climate pricing, carbon pricing. So I think the industry as a whole has been remarkably resilient, remarkably brave, the Greek ship owners particularly. And I think they will have to adjust. The South China Sea, in that sense, is a potential choke point, but I wouldn't say it's the only issue on the table for them. There are a lot of issues where the governments have got to come in to really support this major industry, not just for Greece, but really, as you said, a huge, about 80% of the world's trade is carried by sea. And if we have choke points, whether political or climate or other things, it will be very, very difficult.
Thanks very much. Is there any burning desire for a last-minute question? Please, and be very short. We have 3 minutes to go. I think, thanks very much, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for both speakers to have a concluding remark in answering this question. We have 2.5 minutes to go.
Which order do you want?
So, a minute each, please.
Me first? Oh,
please,
okay.
Dr. Tay.
I think that first, Taiwan is a big question for the whole region and the world, not just because of chips, but this idea that there can be a degree of association with historical links, etc., without necessarily being under the thumb, to be a different pattern from what we've seen in Hong Kong. I wish the Taiwanese people very well, but how do we counsel them? If they will have counsel, of course, they are their own sort of attitude to the mainland, which has changed over time, depending on China's attitude to Taiwan too. So in that sense, I do hope that whether it's the Europeans or fellow Asians, we will not necessarily push Taiwan in too strong direction either way. It is up to them and the mainland primarily. There are American advisors now in Taiwan. There are American, Japanese active diplomacy. I think that this is all to the good to reassure them. But if they were to sort of push them forward, I would counsel my Taiwanese friends not to do so.
I think that's a very clear point. Thanks very much, Dr. Tay. Professor Takahara, a minute, please.
Yes, Taiwan is very important to the world as a model case of democratized society. And it's very important for us, for all those who treasure democratic values, to pay a lot of attention to what goes on around Taiwan. And I believe that all the European countries are very much interested in preserving the rules-based order and the values that support the system that we have today. So please focus on Taiwan.
I think that these are huge questions which we managed to squeeze into 30 minutes. It wasn't too bad, was it? Can I thank our distinguished speakers and hope you did enjoy, and I hope that you did take notes out of this panel and this discussion. Thanks very much. Thank you.
The next session starts momentarily.
Good afternoon to you all. Welcome to this session. Sorry. Try again. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Greg Mills from South Africa. I'm a member of the board of the Delphi Forum. It's a great pleasure to be here and to welcome a fellow South African to this panel, or this chat as it's termed, to talk a little bit about what the Trump presidency means for Africa. And with me I have the Honourable Ryan Smith, who's a Member of Parliament, a member of the National Assembly of South Africa, and is a member of the Portfolio Committee on Foreign Affairs in the Parliament of South Africa. Ryan is not to be confused with Elon Musk, in spite of the fact that he's wearing a T-shirt. His sartorial standard is entirely down to his transfer through Istanbul this morning. So you can blame it on Turkish Airlines if you want to. I know that would be a very Greek thing to do. But it's no disrespect meant by it. Africa has not enjoyed a very strong last decade. If you take our per capita income in US dollar terms, our real per capita income since 2013, our per capita income has increased by -1%. In fact, it has decreased by 1%. Around the world, it has gone up by 20% in terms of overall income. In Asia, and you've just had an Asian panel, it's gone up by 42%. In America, it's gone up by 20%. In Europe, despite a decade of relatively slow growth, it has gone up by 16.7%. Even in Latin America and in the Middle East and North Africa, that figure has steadily risen. Africa is the outlier, unfortunately, and this is in part down to very high rates of population growth. As Africa doubles its population over the next generation, of course, we have to put in place systems that allow for that and which rise the rate of growth, but also improve our educational and governance standards. And that's a challenge before all of us. And in some respects, this challenge has been made more difficult by the Trump administration. And here, as I said, to talk about that is Ryan Smith. But nine months ago even, certainly 10 months ago, we had an entirely different government in South Africa. We had a single-party dominated government which had essentially been running South Africa since the advent of democracy in 1994 in the form of the African National Congress. Come the election of the 29th of May last year, the ANC was brought below 50%. In fact, its share of the vote was brought down to 40%. And a government of national unity was formed along with the principal opposition parties, the largest of which is a party that Ryan belongs to, which is the Democratic Alliance. So the question I would like to start off with by asking Ryan is simply, what difference has this change in political fortunes in South Africa made over the last 9 months?
Thank you, Greg, and thank you to all the viewers. Firstly, my apologies. I had every intention of wearing a suit today, but I landed a few hours ago and my bag got lost somewhere between Cape Town and Athens. But I think I'm channeling my inner Zelensky by not wearing a suit today, so I'm going to take it on the chin. Very good question. South Africa is in in a really, really interesting space at the moment, because you talk about the first time our country's in a coalition dispensation within democracy post-94. But even before 94, we also had single-party rule for about 40 years. So it's actually the first time that South Africa is having a coalition dispensation for the first time ever in about 70 years, since the formal republic was formed at the start of the 20th century. And it's caused a massive psychological shift in South Africa for many voters, because one-party domination has almost been entrenched in the minds of South African voters. There was never a belief that we could have a system where another party could win a majority, or even if we could have a coalition government that we see now. And so there's been a massive psychological shift, I think, in the country over the last year, and a real sense of renewal and new possibility that voters are starting to experience. And it's really, I think, what makes it so exciting is you're seeing the growing pains of democracy taking place in Africa. And what makes it so, I think, exciting for me is that Africa's got a bad rap when it comes to democracies and to institutions. We've got, thankfully, in the southern African region, some very, very healthy democracies by the likes of Zambia, Botswana, Namibia to a certain extent, in South Africa. But moving into the space where you're seeing a more kind of developed grey area in democracy is certainly creating new room for discussion and new room for, I think, best practice for coalitions on the African continent.
Well, thank you. And we're also joined here in this hall by the Minister of Finance and his policy advisors of the Republic of Zambia. And we'll be talking about Zambia tomorrow as a brief advertisement about the challenges of recovery and of transition through reform, which Zambia has managed so spectacularly well over the last 3 years. So there is real hope for change. But one of the challenges that South Africa faces, and as a born, bred, and patriotic South African, unfortunately I have to say this, is we've not only been hit by tariffs, well, yesterday we were hit by tariffs, this morning we woke up and we weren't hit by tariffs anymore. We don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, but we were hit by tariffs, but we were also hit by a very negative slant to our relationship with the United States under Trump. Could you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that South Africa has been treated or kind of seen by the international community with a halo over its head. You know, we had the post-94 democratic dispensation, you had Nelson Mandela, you had the ANC come in, and South Africa was granted a lot of preferential access to markets by means of something like the African Growth and Opportunity Act by the United States. And I think that over successive ANC majorities, the ANC became complacent in terms of its foreign policy and its foreign trade objectives. And we see that foreign policy in South Africa was starting to drift away from the constitutional principles in our founding sort of laws and legislation, and more towards the political whims of the ANC, which is the governing party, or has been the governing party over the last 30 years. And so what we see now, and we as the opposition had warned about this for many years, that South Africa needs to recenter its foreign policy. We must make sure that we take decisions on a principled basis. The minute we start to indulge in the political whims of a particular party, or kind of move away from what we stand for as a nation, it is going to create problems for us. And I think that the ANC, when it ran the foreign policy unilaterally, was so used to being able to do whatever it wanted on the international stage with no recourse and with no sort of sense of punishment, cozying up to administrations that were completely illiberal, giving Zimbabwe a complete blank check to continue without any consequence, you know, seeing democracy completely backslide in Zimbabwe and other parts of Africa. And there was no real consequence for South Africa for abandoning those constitutional principles. And, you know, foreign policy doesn't take place in a vacuum. There's always a reaction normally. And South Africa's gotten away quite easily, I think, over the last 2 decades. The Trump administration is very different. They are not treating South Africa with kid gloves. They're not treating us in a preferential way. And depending on who you ask, and you know, you could argue either point, it could be seen as both a good and a bad thing for South Africa. Yes, in the short term, there's going to be some impacts in terms of the tariffs that are being imposed. But long term, it's actually a very good way of saying to South Africa, you don't just get to decide foreign policy on a whim. This is not an ad hoc process that you can just decide. There must be something rooted in a set of principles. There must be something that represents the people of South Africa and the constitution that we fought so hard to create. And the minute we deviate from that, there must be consequences for whoever takes those bad decisions. And so I think we're now coming into a space where we see South Africa acting on the international stage in a more realistic and pragmatic way, and with a world that actually shows consequences and is a lot more transactional than it previously was.
I mean, one of the challenges for Africa is we're always seen as a problem to be solved rather than as an opportunity to be entertained. And the big change over the next generation is, as I've already mentioned, is that our population numbers are doubling to 2.5 billion people within the next generation. It's an extraordinary transformation of this giant, young, youthful, dynamic market of 2.5 billion people. Frankly, for Greece and for other countries in this region, just a stone's throw away to access it. Now, South Africa is often perhaps pictured also as a country which has more problems than solutions. But I mentioned Elon Musk at the beginning of this conversation. We're also brimful in the continent with economic talent. Elon Musk is a product of South Africa, for good or bad. That's where he comes from, and some of his idiosyncrasies seem to stem from. But there are many other successful South African entrepreneurs, Southern African entrepreneurs. The continent is blessed with an enormous stock of critical minerals. We have Zambia here in the audience. There's massive possibilities, particularly in this youthful dynamism and youthful energy. More than half of young people under the age of 35 are going to be African by the turn of this century. I mean, it's a fantastic opportunity for those who are early movers. What do you think, Ryan, is needed to realize the ambition of an integrated Africa, of a single market Africa? How would you list the set of priorities?
Gosh, that's a good question. Look, I think the bedrock of creating successful African societies and economies is stability, security, and I would say institutions, institutionalizing democracy and institutionalizing institutions, rather, into African countries. I think that South Africa gets weakened the more we see a backslide away from democracy into a sort of benign dictatorship or complete authoritarian governments. And I think that without that as the bedrock of any African society, we won't see any progress on the African continent. And I think therein lies all of the problems. And I mean, Greg, you wrote a very good book actually called Expensive Poverty, where Africa also is seen as this recipient in perpetuity of foreign aid. But foreign aid actually does very little if there aren't strong institutions and strong democratic societies that are free of corruption by means of those institutions to make sure that that money comes in and is spent where it's supposed to be spent. Because otherwise you're sending foreign aid in bunches and bunches and bunches to Africa, but it doesn't go to where it should be targeted. And so without democracy, without those institutions, without the rule of law, for example, you won't be able to kickstart and really ignite Africa's potential. So I think that kind of is the bedrock of what you need first and foremost. On top of that, I think Africa needs to leverage its unique sort of standpoints on the international stage. Yes, South Africa is mostly commodities driven. It's rich in minerals and natural resources, but I think that if you look at Africa's labor market, it should be leveraged in the same way. Africans are incredibly resourceful people. They make something out of nothing. And I think entrepreneurship and SMMEs are certainly, I think, the best way to get business and economies off the ground in Africa. But added to that, we need to embrace economic policies in African countries that really match the labor framework. So we don't have very educated populations in Africa. They might be very young, but they don't have the same level of education as what you would see in the developed world, for example. But if you're going to pursue an investment strategy that matches investment with that particular labor force, you can actually find a good way, I think, of finding a sustainable way of bringing investment into Africa while employing people at the same time, growing national fiscus bodies, and really creating a more sustainable African economy. And then on top of that, you can look at something like the African Free Continental Trade Agreement. I always get the actual acronym wrong. Where the dream of Africa functioning in the same way that the European Union does then comes into play, where you can have trade beyond borders without tariffs, without inhibitors, where you can have, I mean, Africans are already talking about a single currency, for example, or talking about a single passport. So we even are looking beyond what the European Union has embraced here in Greece, you know. So there's a lot of dreams, I think, for what Africa wants to do, and some very, very good ideas. But as I said, Greg, I think those fundamental basics at the bottom, democracy, sound institutions, building on top of that with sound economic policy, and then really looking at Africa's potential and matching that with international players is the best way for us going forward.
We'll take some questions, but I wondered if there's anybody in the audience that follows rugby. Anybody follow the game of rugby? Nobody? We'll teach you outside afterwards. It's quite an elementary introduction to the sport. But I often say that if you want to see how a successful country works, study our rugby team. 30 years ago, even 15 years ago, in South Africa, we used to have racial quotas. We used to have a system which said that so many of our rugby players had to be black, so many had to be colored, mixed race, so many had to be this or that or white, because it was a white-dominated sport. And along came a new coach, call him the president in this instance, but the coach, and he had a completely different attitude. He said, we will employ the best people to make this a winning rugby team. We will change the team per the opponents that we face, but our goal is to win, because if we win, we will create following and more people will get drawn into the sport. Now, we've won the World Championship, I think it's 4 times, twice in a row, regarded as the best rugby team out there. And if you look at the South African rugby team, it is the full spectrum of the rainbow. Nobody talks about quotas anymore. The majority of the team is not white anymore. It's a completely integrated, well-managed, well-led unit, which is naturally integrated, a bit like Africa could be naturally integrated based on need. In other words, based on demand, based on excellence. And those are some of the principles we have to turn around and put into a business and into an integrative context. So I'm a firm believer, as you've probably heard, in the power of competition. And one of the big changes, Ryan, has been that since the end of the Cold War, of course, in 1980, there were just 2 African democracies. Today, there's more than 30 African countries that regularly hold elections of various quality, but around a dozen that are considered by Freedom House to be a democracy. Zambia, I think, in the last 30 years, 35 years, has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 changes of government at the polls, I think it is, all of which are peaceful, all of which have proceeded without any upset whatsoever. So democracy has become much more an accepted part of our system of choice and our system of competition. What do you think more can be done to encourage democratic circumstances in the African continent and the competition that goes with it?
I'm going to, I think fostering democracy in Africa is a tough one because you're going up against traditional sort of tribal belief systems that often clash with what democracy stands for. You're going up against very religious societies that often also feel as if religion should have a greater say in the running of a government. And so I think African sort of societies often tend to perceive democracy as a threat. They see it as, not being able necessarily to get the way of African culture or the way that a particular African country runs. There's a lot of debates often between what should be an African country, what should not be an African country in terms of borders. But I think certainly, just to tap into what we were speaking to earlier about the young population of Africa, I think that young Africans live in a very different world than their parents did. And we see this happening in South Africa. If you look at the recent shift in political allegiance in South Africa in particular, it's because the generation that lived under apartheid is slowly dying out. And so the muscle memory or the kind of, the muscle memory of voting with your heart and not with your head is slowly dissipating. And I think even just outside of South Africa, you're seeing in African countries with the digital age and information age and access to social media, you've got young African citizens starting to be exposed to democracies outside of just their own country or in other parts of the world. We can watch protests happening on the other side of the world on TikTok or Instagram. And I think that young people are becoming far more incentivized and sensitized to freedom and to the values that underpin free societies. So I think that's been a very useful tool, I think, in recent times to help incentivize democracy and really bring it to the fore in African societies.
I'm a little bit dismayed that the people who experienced apartheid are dying out because, in fact, I was alive under apartheid. But other than that, some questions. Anna, you had your hand up. Is there a microphone or? There we go. Here's a microphone coming. Slowly, as it turns out. He needs to be trained by the Springbok rugby team.
So as far as I follow the South African policies, it is interesting that you have the same problem, one of the same problems that the Western societies have, and this is migration. So I would like to tell us a few things about how migration is perceived in South Africa from other African countries. Thank you.
Great question. Do we have any more questions? One over here.
Yes, hello. My name is Marilena Agüero. I'm from Club of Madrid. Greg, and we met before. How are you? This year, South Africa is leading the G20. It was chairing the G20. And I'd love to have your views on how, on the one hand, that is going, and what this means for Africa, obviously, and secondly, the fact that the 2026 G20 is, in theory at least, going to be led by the US. So how you're envisioning that transition or that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. Last question. There's one over here. A young person. I can speak. Okay.
My name is Nicholas Hernandez. I'm from Pittsburgh College. Thank you both so much for being here today. I just had a quick question. Oh, sorry. Thank you. My name is Nicholas Hernandez. I'm from Pittsburgh College. Thank you both so much for being here today. We've been seeing a lot of America First policies from Trump, whether it be potential tariffs or cutting of U.S. aid. How do you think South Africa, and especially the youth in South Africa, is responding? Do they want to be more collaborative with the USA and are separating Trump from USA, or are they leaning more into that competition and protectionist policies?
Thank you. There's some great questions there. I'll give Ryan a stab, and maybe I'll try and wrap up with a couple of answers of my own.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to be as brief as I can because I'm keeping an eye on the time. Migration in South Africa is not dissimilar, I think, to how you perceive it in Western countries. We have a lot of migration between African states. South Africa in particular receives a lot of, I wouldn't even call them migrants, I'd call them refugees coming from Zimbabwe, fleeing the regime under the ZANU-PF that's been in power for the last, I would say, 40 years. The problem is that because of the high levels of inequality and unemployment in South Africa, foreigners are used as the scapegoat by many populist and radical politicians, and that narrative is sown into South African society as well. So I don't think that by nature South Africans are xenophobic or anti-migration. We want it to happen legally, and I think we're very receptive to having migrants come into the country. But in the context of rampant unemployment, particularly youth unemployment and inequality, it creates a lot of tension, I think, between South Africans and other African citizens coming into the country. So I hope that gives you a little bit of context. Migration is a big problem. I think because it places an unnecessary burden on South Africa. We've got these citizens coming in who don't pay tax but are reliant on the services that South African citizens pay for. So it's not dissimilar to what I think Europeans are experiencing with migrants coming from other parts of the world. So I think in the way that you see it in Europe is very similar to how it happens in South Africa, just with different countries and different migrants, to answer that question. The G20, very, very good question. It's a pity because our G20 presidency has been so overshadowed by everything else happening in the world. I don't think anyone has heard, even us at home, I mentioned it in my committee the other day, we don't hear about any of the engagement groups, we don't hear about any of the resolutions that might have been taken, any of the agreements that might have been signed. We, as a party, sent a list of proposed objectives and outcomes that we wanted from the G20 to the president. We haven't heard back from him, but I think that we've been so tied up with dealing with the Trump administration coming in, Trump and Marco Rubio refusing to attend the G20. Marco Rubio said that he wouldn't come to the foreign ministers' meeting, which was a big blow to us. We were lucky enough to have the chargé d'affaires who came to the foreign ministers' meeting. But to add insult to injury, the US is inheriting the G20 presidency from us. So whatever our agenda is going to be, we have to make sure that we achieve it by, I think it's the end of November this year when the US takes over, because there's no guarantee that whatever our agenda for the G20 will be carried over. In fact, I think it's safe to say that it will not be carried over. And so it's almost as if South Africa is running out of time. We've been given this tiny, tiny window to leverage as much as we can from the G20. And that's what we've certainly been pushing for. We said use it wisely. It's an immense window of international opportunity for South Africa, especially in the GNU context.
30 seconds, Trump.
To really leverage what we need to leverage. So I'll leave it at that. Trump, I think South Africans are practical people. I think they understand that the Trump administration's reaction to South Africa's foreign policy decisions in some ways is just. But I think that the tariffs, especially if you look at it in the global context where it just seems very erratic and maybe ill thought, South Africans are struggling to understand that. We've got a 30% tariff, I think, on South African exports. The last time I checked, it changes every day. And that will deal a deathly blow to South Africa, because if you look at what we export to the United States compared to China, for example, China is the recipient of commodities. They take raw minerals and ingredients from South Africa, whereas what we export to the US is manufactured goods and agricultural exports, agri-processed goods. And that's what South Africa needs. We want to develop our manufacturing sector. We want markets for those. The minute those markets are cut off or made more difficult for us to enter, it has an immediate effect on jobs in particular. The South African Citrus Growing Association has estimated that 35,000 jobs are on the line because of the tariffs. So it's bad. But just to wrap up, there's an opportunity for us to strike a really good deal for South Africa, and I think this is where diplomacy really comes into play, and South Africa's got a very important role to play as well.
Thanks very much, Ryan. An excellent job, in spite of wearing a T-shirt. Two quick things for you to remember. I think it's fantastic that Africa is featuring on the Delphi Forum's platform. Thank you very much, Simeon, for having us here. Just remember this one statistic. When this is a 10 billion person world, 25% of that number will be from Africa. There needs to be a commensurate voice, particularly among young people. And the second thing related to the last point is aid has been a terrible way of developing. It's not been a bad way of dealing with humanitarian disasters, but a terrible way of developing. We can use, particularly from an African perspective, this opportunity to develop a vision of Africa beyond aid. Instead of being a problem to be solved, it's a partnership and an opportunity to be entered into. May that narrative change quickly from aid to business, and may this be a contribution towards that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
You know, when I chair such discussions, not very often, but I do sometimes, I usually consider myself more as a custodian of context rather than as a moderator of questions. Well, not with Deputy Prime Minister Kubat Talabani, whose political inheritance is storied and well known. His father was the first president of the Republic of Iraq after the American action. However, this inheritance matches his own intellectual and diplomatic rigor. And Deputy Prime Minister, is the third time that you're in Delphi, and it's also the third time we're on stage together. So I guess that we consider you more as a friend than a speaker. Friend of mine, friend of Simo, friend of Delphi's. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Vasily. Thank you, Simon. Thank you to the entire Delphi community that is always so gracious, such excellent hosts. And it's a pleasure to be with you, old friend, back on the stage again.
The pleasure is all ours. So we meet at a time when the Middle East is in the midst of, I would say, one of the most fluid and important reconfigurations in modern history. And you know that Kurdistan has long played a role of ensuring stability and order in the region. And my first question, if I may ask, is how do you envisage Kurdistan's posture in the modern mosaic, which is the Middle East?
It's a good question, and I'll try and keep my answer short because we've had to navigate this very fluid, very volatile region for thousands of years, and we've always managed to, in the end, make the right decisions. We are in a very unique position within Iraq, but also within the broader region. There is turmoil around us. There are threats. There are major challenges. But there are also great opportunities. And for us, we will remain as wise as we can be. We have our faults, and we've made our mistakes in the past. But we have an opportunity now to focus on what really matters, and that's Kurdistan, its stability, its prosperity, its economic development, and opportunities for our youth and for our population as a whole.
You know, you've cultivated a very strong and long-standing strategic relationship, I would say, with the Western allies, with the European Union, with the United States, both when it comes to military and counter-terrorism cooperation, but also when it comes to investments, economic partnerships, and I would say also political ideals. So, I mean, what are your top priorities for this relationship in the near future?
We valued our relationship with the United States, with the European Union, with the UK, with Western powers, with friendly countries such as Australia, but also we navigate our relationships with regional powers too. And I think this is, again, one of the advantages that we have, is we are able to talk to everybody. We meet with everybody. We engage everybody, and we feel that dialogue and engagement is the only way we can actually survive and navigate these choppy waters. We have always been very open, very public, not shy about saying thank you to those that have helped us, and there have been many that have helped us over the years. We have this opportunity in Kurdistan because of what happened in 2003, and we've always been very thankful to the United States, to the coalition, to everybody that helped us be free of Saddam, be free of the tyranny and the dictatorship. And we value the sacrifices that have been made, and we appreciate the investments that have been made. So I feel that the time is right now, as Iraq has begun to stabilize, as Kurdistan continues to remain a stable, thriving, potential economic, prosperous region in the Middle East, that it's time to do business. And the international community, our European partners, our American friends, should look at the opportunities available in Kurdistan. And just being here in Delphi, it reminds me that, the world is not just about oil and gas. There is so much more potential, and especially in Kurdistan, for investments in key areas such as agriculture, such as agro-tourism, industrial development, agro-industries, tourism as a whole. These are the areas that we look to expand on in Kurdistan. This is what really separates Kurdistan, in my opinion, from the rest of Iraq. And again, just being here in beautiful Delphi is an inspiration, and inspires us to look at how Greece has really managed its various sectors and overcome its economic hardships and internal challenges, and some external ones as well.
Yeah. You said some very important things. The first one being that you're thankful to the United States, and the second being that it's time to do business. And I believe that more than diplomacy is a lot about business. So what are your priorities with the new U.S. administration?
We obviously have very good relations with the United States. We've never been shy about saying that, and we always look to strengthen those relationships. But we have to marry up these opportunities with the interests of our public. Right now, we have a very young population, so we need to do more to create more jobs, to create more sustainable economic growth. Again, when we talk about Kurdistan's economy, everybody talks about oil, everybody talks about gas, but I keep trying to say we have so much more to offer than oil and gas. And again, we have a climate that is conducive and a society that is welcoming, hospitable society. So we look at rural development as a massive opportunity. Anyone that's been to Erbil can see that it has grown, that it has evolved, that the construction has reached a very impressive level. Slemania, the second largest city in the Kurdistan region, also is undergoing an economic boom with construction, with housing projects, with developments. But sustainable growth means going out to the rural areas. It means developing the districts, the sub-districts, and improving the economies of these areas. And this is where the best agricultural lands are. This is where many of the historical sites of Kurdistan are. This is where the touristic potential of Kurdistan really is. And that'll be our focus in the years ahead, to focus on rural economic development and provide more hope to our populations in the rural areas. And obviously we look to our friends and partners like the United States, like our European partners, to join us in this journey.
So I'll get back to oil and gas because it's important, but since you said that you have to offer more, and I know that for a fact because I've been both to Erbil and Suleimania more than once, I believe that there's a more important battlefield, and this is the quest for talent, the quest for innovation, the quest for digitization. I know that you've been a proponent of these changes, so what are your priorities in harnessing this potential? And I'm sure you have a lot.
You know, I think Kurds are just generally entrepreneurial. We've always had to be. It's, you know, geography and history has forced us to be entrepreneurial by nature. We've had to, again, somehow get to point A, from A to B, safely. And we've been able to. Now we are looking at the next generation of entrepreneurs. Before they were politicians, now they're inventors, now they're startups, now they're young businesses, people with hopes, with dreams, with ambitions. And we have to utilize the technology that's available today, learn from those that have done it well, know more about AI, know more about digitization. And actually, just last week, we had a very successful innovation and entrepreneurship forum in Slemania. We had many speakers from all over the world that came, that lent their expertise. And Slemania is really becoming the tech and entrepreneurial and innovation hub for all of Iraq. But I don't want to stop there. I want it to be the innovation hub for the entire region.
So I cannot resist the temptation to ask about oil and gas, because Iraq, you know, is the second largest country, you know, when it comes to oil reserves. But I feel that oil reserves is not the most important thing in the 21st century. I mean, sustainability and also integration into global supply chains is very much important. So my question is, how, I mean, Iraq and Kurdistan, which is full of gas, especially Suleimania, you have 30% of Iraq's gas, plans to, you know, to exploit the untapped potential in this area, and how you can manage, you know, resources sovereignty with international cooperation.
So oil is going to run out one day, and oil makes countries lazy. There's no doubt about it. I think I mentioned last time on the stage that they used to call it Dutch disease, but now it's Kurdish disease. It's no longer called the Dutch disease. So thankfully, we have been able to now shift our priorities. You talked about gas. Gas is an enormous potential for Kurdistan. And I know when we talk about gas in Europe, everyone gets excited and thinks, oh, there may be an alternative to Russian gas. No, Kurdish gas will not be an alternative to Russia's gas. Kurdish gas will be used to power Kurdistan, to create cleaner energy for Kurdistan, to supply industry in Kurdistan with cleaner energy, with a cleaner fuel source. There is so much we need to do for Iraq and Kurdistan with our gas before we start thinking and talking about exports. So for us, the priority, again, it comes back to this is a natural resource and this is a national resource, and it has to go to our public, and the basic needs of our public right now are still the basic services of water, electricity, and basic initial services.
Thank you. So let's get back, you know, to Kurdistan. You've been a proponent of women empowerment, which is something we're not seeing very often in the Middle East. So I guess that you're pioneering something very much important. And if I may ask, how society changes in Kurdistan because of your policy reforms?
I was lucky. I was raised in a family where, you know, there was equality in my household. So I grew up where women and men had equal say and equal rights in the house. So I've always believed that, you know, a country cannot be successful if half of its population are not involved in leading it. whether it's in government, whether it's in business, whether it's in academia, whether it's in the society as a whole. Why not harness the power and the talent of half of your nation's people? So, and we've seen, and it's clear, and you read every report from every international organization, it tells you countries where they have more women in leadership have less wars and better economies. Institutions that have more women in leadership are stronger, more robust, more transparent, and that's what we want. Ultimately, we want a strong, robust, transparent society that is effective and efficient, and we can only do that by creating an environment where women can lead. And that, I'm not alone when I say this. There are many in the Kurdish leadership that believe this also.
But you're at the forefront, which is important. So, since we're discussing domestic Kurdistan issues, you're about to form a cabinet, right? And, forming a cabinet is not just a political action. It's, in my opinion, an existential pursuit. So, if I may ask, how the formation of the new cabinet will improve Kurdistan's standing within the federation, which is Iraq, and also how will assist Kurdistan in projecting better outside of Iraq?
Well, we had a very successful election in Kurdistan with a very high turnout by our standards. It was more than 75%, which was a real message from our public that they believe in the process. The traditional two strong parties, the KDP and the PUK, got the majority of the votes, which gives them now the mandate, it gives us the mandate to form a government and govern effectively. Forming coalition governments is never easy. Maybe in the past it was easier because the topic was always about who gets what position. You take this ministry, I take this ministry. This time we're doing it differently. We want to overcome the mistakes of previous years and agree on a framework on how Kurdistan should be governed, not necessarily who governs Kurdistan. We're very close. We're very close to an agreement on a document that outlines the vision for how the region should be governed. And we're at the point now where we can start talking about what the government looks like. And we hope to have a new cabinet, because Kurdistan, in this time, with all this regional turmoil, with all of these uncertainties, whether it's Syria, whether it's US-Iran relations, whether it's what's happening in Iraq itself, which has elections, by the way, in November of this year. With all this going on, we need a government that is strong, that has the mandate of the society, that can plan, execute, and serve the people.
How to govern a country, is a discussion going on, I guess, in every country in Europe, Greece included. And since we're talking about this, about the applications of governance, you've introduced digital governance in Kurdistan. We did also in Greece, some years ago, not a lot, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So, and I know that you were a pioneer also in this field.
Thank you. Look, the biggest challenge facing Iraq today is governance. People think it's security, people think it's the economy, people tend to look at things always at this very geostrategic and geopolitical lens. But at the end of the day, governments must govern, not rule. There's a difference between governing and ruling. And too many governments in our part of the world rule their people, not govern them. And that's why I've always believed that improving governance has to be the #1 priority of any government. And that's the #1 issue in Baghdad today. It's not security, it's not the militias, it's not the international issues, it's not the neighbors. The biggest challenge facing Iraq today is good governance. And the same applies to Kurdistan. And good governance for Kurdistan means effective government, which means transparency, which means speed of delivery of service, which means effectiveness in the delivery of service. And digitizing government is, in my opinion, essential to providing better services, faster services, more transparent services, and a more responsive government with our population, which is why I've advocated and led over the last 10 years a very robust initiative to transform our style of government, to move away from an overly bureaucratic system relying on paper and relying on ledgers to a more digital government, which also can interact better with the private sector, interact better with the international community, but also bring our youth into governance, because we have a very young population which is very digitally friendly.
Yeah, of course. You know, we discussed your relationship with the Western allies, but we didn't discuss anything about Greece. You know, you're in Greece. You met the foreign minister, you met the energy minister, you met many other ministers. You're meeting the deputy prime minister tomorrow. I mean, what are your priorities regarding your relationship with Greece?
We have a lot to learn from Greece, and we have a lot in common with Greece. And we've seen a lot of progress bilaterally over the last few years. And I really do place some of that progress, if not most of that progress, to this forum. Because it's been in this forum that we've been able to bring our ministers. We have our planning minister with us. We have the deputy foreign affairs minister of Kurdistan here with us. We have numerous advisors that have come, and in the past we've brought other ministers from other ministries, and they have been able to interact with their counterparts, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in tourism, whether it's in energy. We talked about waste management today. We had a fantastic meeting with the foreign minister today, and looking forward to our subsequent meetings. But a few years back, I came here trying to advocate for flights between Athens and Kurdistan, and now, thankfully, we have direct flights between Athens and the Kurdistan region. So this now will open a whole set of possibilities for trade, for tourism, for agricultural development, for academic exchanges, for for Kurds to come and visit Greece, and also for Greeks to come and visit,
of course,
Kurdistan. So I think we look at what you do really well. You do tourism really well. Agriculture and agrotourism is something that you really fine-tuned, and many of these strengths that you have also apply to Kurdistan. So we look forward to engaging your government more, but also interacting more with your think tanks, with international organizations, and with the people as a whole. And you have really good food here as well.
That's the most important. So I think that, I was thinking yesterday that in our age, most forums, not Simeon Delphi Forum, but most forums are limited to slogans, to very, very shallow conclusions. But I think that late May, in Iraq, Suleimania, a meeting of seriousness and continuity will take place. Do you want to say something about it?
Absolutely. We're delighted, with Simon's approval, of course, to announce that we will be hosting the first Delphi Economic Forum in Suleimania in Kurdistan in
Simon, come with us.
May 18th, I believe, the 18th and 19th of May, which is another step towards stronger relations, better interconnectivity, better dialogue, more friendships, and more progress.
Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, it is a great honor that we're going to partner together for this important event in Suleimania. I had the opportunity and the pleasure and the honor to visit your country, both Erbil and Suleimania. It is a great place, and actually would like to try to help your vision for your society and try to bring investments, trying to develop the business. So we're going to be there in the middle of May. We have the great support of Madame Diamantopoulou, of Mr. Avramopoulos, of many friends around here. So we're looking forward to a great event on Sunday and Monday, the 16th and 17th of May. And the effort is not to make a Greek Kurdistan, conference, but an international conference, which eventually is going to grow every day. So we thank you very much for the confidence, for the trust, and thank you very much for being here with us these last 3 years.
No, we thank you. Thank you and your leadership and your friendship for always inviting us, for always giving us a platform to be able to speak to not just Greeks, but the people that attend here, some old friends from my time in Washington that I see, and many new friends that we've made from your political, business and academic community. So we look forward to making Delphi proud by having an amazing event in Kurdistan.
Absolutely. Whoever is interested
So
to join us,
you're all invited to Kurdistan late May.
You're all everybody's invited, by the way. Absolutely. I can assure you good food.
Deputy Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Vasily. Thank you.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
Καλησπέρα σας. Η τωρινή συζήτηση εμφανίζεται στο πρόγραμμα ως The Stock Market as the Pillar for the Growth of the Greek Economy. Έλληνες συμμετέχοντες, βασικά ελληνικό το κοινό, Greek Market, οπότε θα το τρέξουμε στα ελληνικά. If there are interested parties, there is interpretation, but you'll have to get your kit together back near the door. Όπως είχα πει και στους συμμετέχοντες, δηλαδή στον κύριο Γιάννη Βρέντζο, ο οποίος είναι CEO της Alter Ego Media, συνεπώς από το χώρο των media, τον δύσκολο αυτό χώρο, τον κύριο Μανώλη Κοντό, ο οποίος είναι Group CEO της Austria Card Οι παλιότεροι θυμούνται τον Λύκο στην Ελλάδα σε ένα ιδιαίτερο κομμάτι της εκτύπωσης που ανοίχτηκε και έκανε πορεία από την Ελλάδα προς τα έξω. Και τέλος τον κύριο Δημήτρη Κυπαρίση, CEO της Optima Bank, της οποίας τα χρώματα όλο και συχνότερα αναγνωρίζουμε στους δρόμους της Αθήνας και των προαστίων. Να πω ότι ήταν πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα η επιλογή χρωμάτων που αλλάζει κάπως την... Δεν είμαι πελάτης, σας πω, δεν μπορώ να το λέω.
Θα το διορθώσουμε.
Αλλάζει κάπως την εντύπωση στον δρόμο. Όταν λοιπόν διάβασα αυτό το θέμα, είπα, ένα καλοστρωμένο θέμα, 3 εταιρείες που διαφορετικές μετέχουν στο ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο, τι ζήσανε, τι πιστεύουνε και τι θα φέρει το μέλλον στην ελληνική οικονομία. Απλά πράγματα. Και μετά πριν από 2-3 μέρες είπα, δεν είναι καθόλου εύκολο. Και έτσι θα τους παρακαλέσω σε μία πρώτη φάση για ένα πάρα πολύ γρήγορο σχόλιο. Τι αισθάνθηκαν όταν προχτές δεν υπήρχαν οι αγορές, εντάξει, και οι δικοί μας όμως, και σήμερα το πρωί ξανά υπήρχαν οι αγορές. Δηλαδή, τι κάνει σε μια εταιρεία η οποία βρίσκεται στο χρηματιστήριο, η οποία περισσότερο είναι active στο χρηματιστήριο από μια τράπεζα, όταν βλέπει αυτή την απόλυτη ανασφάλεια και όταν βλέπει το απρόβλεπτο μπροστά της. Θα ήθελα ήδη τον κύριο Βρέντζο να μας πει την ματιά του. Βέβαια, τα μέσα τα οποία διαθέτει η εταιρεία του είναι υποχρεωμένα να αντιδρούν σε αυτά τα πράγματα, αλλά αυτό πάσχουμε οι δημοσιογράφοι. Εσείς πώς το βλέπετε σαν εταιρεία?
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ καταρχήν και για την ευκαιρία να βρίσκομαι σε αυτή την πολύ ωραία διοργάνωση. Κοιτάξτε, εμείς παρότι είμαστε ως Alter Ego Media μια καινούργια εταιρεία στο χρηματιστήριο, είχαμε την επιτυχή εισαγωγή στο χρηματιστήριο τον Ιανουάριο του 2025. Ο κύριος μέτοχος της εταιρείας, ο κύριος Μαρινάκης και ο όμιλος, έχει μια εμπειρία στις κεφαλαγορές τουλάχιστον 18 χρόνια με 2 εισαγωγές στο χρηματιστήριο της Νέας Υόρκης, τα ομόλογα στο ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο. Άρα γνωρίζουμε καλά ότι η συμμετοχή στις κεφαλαγορές είναι ένα μακροπρόθεσμο project και κατά την άποψή μας τόσο οι εταιρείες που διαπραγματεύονται στα χρηματιστήρια όσο και οι επενδυτές θα πρέπει να έχουν ένα μακροπρόθεσμο ορίζοντα. Όσο δύσκολα να είναι τα πράγματα στις αγορές, οι αγορές υπάρχουν και θα υπάρχουν και χρέος των διοικήσεων των εταιρεών είναι να εστιάσουν στο business τους, να εστιάσουν στην εφαρμογή των επιχειρηματικών τους σχεδίων και να δείχνουν απόλυτο σεβασμό και υπευθυνότητα προς τους μικρομετόχους. Γιατί ένα σημαντικό κομμάτι σε σχέση με τα χρηματιστήρια είναι ότι όταν μπαίνει μια εταιρεία στο χρηματιστήριο δεν πωλείται. Απλώς βάζει κάποιους συνεταίρους, βάζει μάλιστα και κάποιους συνεταίρους που είναι passive investor. Άρα έχεις μια τεράστια ευθύνη και σε επίπεδο κύριου μετόχου και σε επίπεδο εταιρείας να υπηρετείς τα συμφέροντα και να δίνεις αξία για τους μετόχους. Εμάς, δεν σας κρύβω, πιο πολύ προσπαθούμε να αξιολογήσουμε τις επιπτώσεις των νέων συνθήκων στον κλάδο και στην οικονομία. Όπως ξέρετε, η δραστηριότητα των media επηρεάζονται άμεσα από την πορεία της ελληνικής οικονομίας, άρα αυτό είναι που αξιολογούμε εμείς πώς θα επιδράσει στις νέες συνθήκες. Θέλω να πω ότι τουλάχιστον στη δικιά μας εμπειρία και επειδή οι εταιρείες media έρχονται σε επαφή με το σύνολο της οικονομίας, καθότι έχουν πελάτες σχεδόν το σύνολο των επιχειρήσεων, μεσαίων και μεγάλων επιχειρήσεων μιας χώρας, προς το παρόν και το 2025 είναι μια χρονιά που φαίνεται να εξελίσσεται θετικά.
Οπότε, κύριε Βρέντο, θα σας ταλαιπωρήσω στη συνέχεια με περισσότερα συγκεκριμένα για την πορεία. Εν τω μεταξύ, να περάσω τον κύριο Κοντό. Εσείς είστε πλησιέστερα σε κάτι που παλιά λέγαμε παραγωγή. Σας ήρθε κάποια στιγμή αυτές τις μέρες η έννοια που πήγαμε και μπλέξαμε όντας στο χρηματιστήριο?
Καλησπέρα και από μένα και ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση και την ευκαιρία που μας δίνετε να απευθυνθούμε στο κοινό και να δώσουμε και εμείς την δική μας οπτική για το πώς είναι κάποιος να δραστηριοποιείται στο ελληνικό γίγνεσθε. Εμείς είμαστε μια εταιρεία εφαρμοσμένης τεχνολογίας. Είναι μια εταιρεία που έχει πολλά χρόνια ιστορία, πάνω από 130 χρόνια. Ξεκίνησε από την Ελλάδα, έχει ελληνικές ρίζες. Αλλά είναι ένα πολύ καλό παράδειγμα, κατά την άποψή μας, μιας εταιρείας που κατάφερε να γίνει διεθνής. Πλέον έχουμε παρουσία και δραστηριότητα σε πάρα πολλές χώρες. Αλλά θεωρώ ότι το γεγονός ότι ζούμε πάλι, στην ερώτησή σας, μια ευμετάβλητη κατάσταση. Αυτή η εταιρεία έχει δει πάρα πολλές παρόμοιες καταστάσεις στο παρελθόν και νομίζω από την πορεία της έχει αποδείξει ότι μπορεί και ανταπεξέρχεται και βρίσκει τρόπους να προχωράει το βηματισμό της και να συνεχίσει να εξελίσσεται. Συμφωνώ απόλυτα ότι ζούμε πάλι τις τελευταίες εβδομάδες μια ιδιαίτερη κατάσταση. Ξέρουμε ότι υπάρχει μια αβεβαιότητα καθημερινή. Ξυπνάμε κάθε μέρα και δεν ξέρουμε τι θα αντιμετωπίσουμε, όπως είπατε. Και θεωρώ ότι αυτό θα είναι κάτι το οποίο πιστεύουμε ότι δεν θα είναι κάτι που θα ξεπεραστεί σε 1 και 2 εβδομάδες. Νομίζω αυτό θα είναι κάτι το οποίο πρέπει να είμαστε προετοιμασμένοι ότι αυτή η κατάσταση θα συνεχιστεί και για αρκετά μεγάλο χρονικό διάστημα. Εμείς αυτό που κάνουμε από την πλευρά μας είναι ότι κοιτάζουμε να επικεντρωνόμαστε, να συνεχίσουμε να κάνουμε τη δουλειά μας σωστά. Κοιτάμε να πάρουμε όποιες αποφάσεις χρειάζεται να πάρουμε γρήγορα προκειμένου να μπορούμε να ελιχθούμε σε αυτή την κατάσταση. Ναι, η εταιρεία ξεκίνησε να είναι παραγωγική, αλλά πλέον είναι μια εταιρεία εφαρμοσμένης τεχνολογίας. Που εφαρμοσμένη τεχνολογία τι σημαίνει? Σημαίνει μια εταιρεία που δεν κάνει τεχνολογία που μένει στο εργαστήριο ή μια τεχνολογία που μένει στο πανεπιστήμιο. Είναι μια τεχνολογία που εφαρμόζεται στην πράξη και ενισχύει κρίσιμες υποδομές. Παρέχουμε λύσεις πλέον που έχουν να κάνουν με την ταυτοποίηση πολιτών, με ηλεκτρονικές ταυτότητες και όχι μόνο πλέον ταυτότητες που ήταν σε έγχαρτη μορφή, συστήματα πληρωμών. Άρα, εμείς έχουμε δει την εξέλιξη αυτή της τεχνολογίας και προσπαθούμε να ενισχύουμε και εμείς με τη σειρά μας την εξέλιξη και την ψηφιοποίηση όλο και του δημόσιου και του ιδιωτικού τομέα. Και άρα η άποψή μας είναι ότι σε κάποια στιγμή τα πράγματα, η ιστορία έχει δείξει ότι σε κάποια στιγμή τα πράγματα ομολοποιούνται σε ένα βάθος χρόνου και άρα αυτή είναι και νομίζω η οπτική η οποία θα πρέπει να έχουμε όσο αφορά την κρίση αυτή. Δηλαδή δεν είναι κάτι το οποίο θα πρέπει να μας ανησυχεί, αλλά να μας αφυπνίσει και να είμαστε πάντα alert. Άρα αυτή είναι η άποψη που έχω εγώ.
Να σε κρατάει δηλαδή μονίμως.
Να είμαστε σε εγρήγορση.
Να μην κοιμόσαστε εύκολα. Λοιπόν, τώρα κύριε Παρίσι, θα στραφώ σε εσάς με 2 ερωτήσεις, σμπροξήματα. Το ένα είναι ότι είσαι τράπεζα. Είσαι τράπεζα που δοκίμασε την αγορά λίγο νωρίτερα από την Alter Ego Media, αλλά πρόσφατα σχετικά και σας πήγε καλά. Ταυτόχρονα όμως, κρατάτε τα χαρτοφυλάκια κάποιων πελατών σας και βοηθάτε κάποιες εταιρείες να μπουν στην αγορά. Το δίδυμο της ερώτησης ξεκινάει διότι πριν από κάποια χρόνια, 4-5 χρόνια, βλέποντας σε μια άλλη τράπεζα, δεν υπήρχε τότε διαθέσιμη ευρύτερα, το χαρτοφυλάκιο της μάνας μου, που ήταν σε ηλικία που δεν μπορούσε, ευτυχώς, να το βλέπει, στις 5-6 μετοχές που είχε, σε 2 τραπεζικές μετοχές, μεταξύ των οποίων η μία ήταν εκείνη που το κρατούσε, είχε τελίτσες. Το κοίταξε λίγο αγριεμένος, αν και η δουλειά μου είναι κοντά στα θέματα. Αυτά ήταν μετά το δεύτερο haircut και την αύξηση κεφαλαίου. Τέλος πάντων, εντάξει, το μετοχικό αυτό, ένα μεσοαστικό μετοχικό χαρτοφυλάκιο, οι 2 τραπεζικές μετοχές είχαν αξία τελίτσες, δηλαδή κάτω από το ευρώ. Όταν λοιπόν χειρίζεται κανείς με αυτόν τον ρόλο εμπιστοσύνης που έχει στον πελάτη του και με τον ρόλο εμπιστοσύνης που έχει στον πελάτη τον οποίο εισάγει στο χρηματιστήριο. Α, πώς ζήσατε τη δική σας εμπειρία και Β, πώς βλέπετε την εμπειρία των πελατών σας, ιδιωτών, θεσμών, εταιριών.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Τώρα το παράδειγμα που αναφέρατε είναι ένα πολύ ειδικό παράδειγμα και είναι...
Once in a lifetime που λέμε, ελπίζουμε.
Ελπίζουμε, βέβαια. Και είναι το αποτέλεσμα μιας τρομακτικής κρίσης που πέρασε η ελληνική οικονομία και που χτύπησε πρώτα τις τράπεζες και τις χτύπησε τις τράπεζες κυρίως γιατί είχαν επενδύσει στο ελληνικό χρέος, το οποίο εκμηδενίστηκε και αυτό κατέστησε τις τράπεζες να μην έχουν ίδια κεφάλαια και να χρειαστεί να κρατικοποιηθούν πρακτικά, γιατί επί της ουσίας το 2011 και το 2013 όλες οι τράπεζες φαλιρίσανε στην Ελλάδα. Και επιλέχθηκαν οι 4 μεγαλύτερες τότε, μέσα στις 4 οποίες συγχωνεύτηκαν όλες οι υπόλοιπες και τις οποίες ανακεφαλαιοποίησε το ελληνικό κράτος. Νομίζω ότι οποιονδήποτε να ρωτούσες πριν την κρίση κατά πόσον η επένδυση σε ελληνικά ομόλογα ήταν μια ασφαλής επένδυση, όλοι θα λέγανε ότι ναι, είναι μια ασφαλής επένδυση. Και με την ίδια λογική κινούνταν και οι τραπεζικοί, που βάζανε την υπερβάλλουσα ρευστότητα των τραπεζών σε τραπεζικά ομόλογα. Τώρα, από εκεί και πέρα, το χρηματιστήριο ήταν, είναι και θα είναι πάντα ένας μοχλός που βοηθάει την οικονομία να κινείται. Ένα marketplace στο οποίο οι επενδυτές, αυτοί που τους περισσεύουν χρήματα, που έχουν χρήματα κάτι να κάνουν, βρίσκουν τις επιχειρήσεις που έχουν ανάγκη από χρήματα και παντρεύονται με τη λογική ότι οι επενδυτές γίνονται συνέτεροι. Αν το σκεφτούμε έτσι αφιψηλού, μάλλον οι περισσότεροι θα συμφωνήσουμε ότι είναι καλύτερο να είμαι ιδιοκτήτης μιας καλής εταιρείας παρά υπάλληλος. In the long term, μάλλον τα έσοδά μου ως ιδιοκτήτης μιας καλής εταιρείας θα είναι καλύτερα από τα έσοδά μου ως υπάλληλος αυτής της εταιρείας. Και αυτό λίγο πολύ, έτσι, αν το δούμε αφιψηλού, κάνει το χρηματιστήριο και στην Ελλάδα και παγκοσμίως. Η ευθύνη που έχουμε οι εμπλεκόμενοι με το χρηματιστήριο και ο ρόλος της τράπεζας είναι πρώτον να κρατάει το χέρι σε εταιρείες που θέλουν να μπουν στο χρηματιστήριο και να βρίσκει τους επενδυτές που θέλουν να επενδύσουν και απ' την άλλη να συμβουλεύει τους επενδυτές για το κατά πόσον οι εταιρείες που θέλουν να επενδύσουν είναι καλές, ποιες είναι οι προοπτικές τους, να συμβουλεύουν. Περισσότερο να δίνει τα δεδομένα, όχι ακριβώς να συμβουλεύει, γιατί τελικά...
να ξεδιπλώνει τα δεδομένα.
Να ξεδιπλώνει τα δεδομένα, γιατί η απόφαση πάντα ανήκει στον τελικό επενδυτή. Ακόμα και αν δούμε την ιστορία, οι αγορές πάντα έχουν τα πάνω και τα κάτω. Η ιστορία όμως δείχνει ότι μακροπρόθεσμα πάντα είναι καλύτερη η επένδυση στις αγορές, στην επιχείρηση, παρά σε οποιαδήποτε άλλη μορφή επένδυσης. Ακόμα και αν κάποιος είχε επενδύσει στον S&P, ας πούμε, πριν τη Lehman Brothers, θα είχε περάσει μια κρίση, σήμερα θα είχε πενταπλασιάσει τα χρήματά του. Αν είχε επενδύσει πριν τον COVID, και πάλι θα ήταν περίπου 76% πάνω στα χρήματά του. Θα είχε περάσει βέβαια τουλάχιστον μία περίοδος που θα τρόμαζε. Θα έλεγε, τι γίνεται, καταστρέφει το κόσμος. COVID. Θυμηθούμε όλοι τι συνέβη με το πρώτο lockdown. Όλοι νομίζαμε ότι τελείωσε ο κόσμος. Δεν ξέραμε αν θα βγούμε ποτέ από τα σπίτια μας, αν θα ζούμε μετά από κάποιους μήνες. Κι όμως η ζωή, οι οικονομίες βρίσκουν το δρόμο τους και σταδιακά τα πάντα επανέρχονται. Τώρα περνάμε μία περίοδο ανασφάλειας. Γεγονός είναι ότι αυτά που συμβαίνουν στην Αμερική, και δεν ξέρω αν θα κάνετε συγκεκριμένα κάτι παραπάνω ερώτηση σχετικά με το τι συμβαίνει το τελευταίο καιρό με την πολιτική του Τραμπ, έχουν δημιουργήσει ανασφάλεια, έχουν δημιουργήσει αυτά τα ups and downs. Για τις επιχειρήσεις όμως που είναι ήδη μέσα, όπως είπαν και οι προηγούμενοι, το σημαντικό είναι να συνεχίσουμε να κάνουμε τη δουλειά μας, όπως ξέρουμε, να εκτιμούμε το περιβάλλον και να παίρνουμε τις κατάλληλες αποφάσεις που θα προφυλάξουν τις επιχειρήσεις μας από τα ups and downs που έρχονται και να συνεχίσουμε τη ζωή μας.
Ο κύριος Κυπαρίσης πρακτικά μου επήρε ένα κομμάτι της δουλειάς μου, το οποίο εντάξει, δεν είναι κακό, και θα περάσω πίσω στον κύριο Βρέντο, γιατί media, βασικά η δουλειά των ανθρώπων των media ήταν και μάλλον είναι και θα παραμείνει να καταλαβαίνουν, να αναλύουν, ίσως και να φαντάζονται λιγάκι και να βγαίνουν με μια σχέση εμπιστοσύνης στον λήπτη των υπηρεσιών τους και να εξηγούν. Αυτό, όπως ακριβώς εξήγησε ο κ. Κυπαρίσης, αυτές τις τελευταίες μέρες, κάποτε υπηρέτησα σε μια από τις εφημερίδες που ανήκουν σε εσάς τώρα, που ήταν ημερήσια εφημερίδα, στο Βήμα. Και θυμάμαι ότι όταν έφυγα και βρέθηκα στον οικονομικό ταχυδρόμο, που ήταν εβδομαδιαία, είπα ένα μεγάλο ουφ. Όταν κατάλαβα τι είπα δεν είστε καλά σου. Διότι όταν κλείνεις την Πέμπτη για να κυκλοφορήσεις το Σάββατο, την Παρασκευή μπορεί να συμβεί κάτι μεγάλο. Το μεγάλο που εμένα μου συνέβη ήταν ότι ο Κώστας Σιμίτης τον οποίον τίμησε πριν από λίγες ώρες στην ουσία το φόρουμ, ετοιμαζόταν να αναγγείλει τον προϋπολογισμό του, τον άδειασε ο Ανδρέας, παραιτήθηκε ο Σιμίτης, έφυγε η σταθεροποιητική πολιτική και εγώ είχα κλείσει. Και τότε ήταν και λίγο αργή η διαδικασία. Τώρα όμως τα πράγματα είναι πάρα πολύ μεγαλύτερα. Πώς λοιπόν τα μίντια προσπαθούν σαν δουλειά να αποτυπώσουν τις πελώριες αλλαγές, το αδιανόητο μέχρι προχτές, και πώς είναι το να λειτουργείς σαν τμήμα των μίντια και να έχεις απευθυνθεί στον κόσμο για να έχεις τα κεφάλαιά τους να τα διαχειριστείς.
Κοιτάξτε, καταρχήν στο κομμάτι που θίξατε όσον αφορά το editorial κομμάτι της λειτουργίας των media, πρέπει να καταλάβουμε όλοι ότι παγκοσμίως, και αυτό είναι οι αρχές που εφαρμόζει η Alter Ego Media, υπάρχει ένας διαχωρισμός της διοίκησης και του business της εταιρείας και του editorial κομματιού. Υπάρχουν κάποιες αρχές που λένε ότι πρεσβεύουμε την αξιοπιστία, πρεσβεύουμε την ελευθερία της γνώμης. Εκεί κάπου περιορίζεται ο ρόλος του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου και των άλλων οργάνων διοίκησης όσον αφορά το editorial κομμάτι. Άρα δεν είμαι σίγουρος ότι είμαι ο κατάλληλος άνθρωπος να σας κάνω πιο σοφό, και ειδικά εσάς, το πόσο δύσκολο είναι να κάνεις τη δουλειά σαν δημοσιογράφος και να αναλύσεις πλέον τα συγκεκριμένα θέματα, ειδικά μάλιστα όταν και το εύρος των θεμάτων που πρέπει να καλυφθούν είναι πολύ ευρύτερα. Η πληροφορία αυτή καθ' αυτή είναι ευρέως διαδεδομένη. Οι δημοσιογράφοι μας και γενικότερα οι δημοσιογράφοι σε τοπικό επίπεδο ανταγωνίζονται σε επίπεδο έκφραση γνώμης, παροχής πληροφορίας, σε παγκόσμιο πια επίπεδο, γιατί η πρόσβαση σε πληροφορία σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο είναι τεράστια. Άρα είναι κάτι που δημιουργεί προκλήσεις για τα σημερινά μίντια, αλλά σημαντικό έχει στην εξειδίκευση, στην κατάρτιση και πάνω απ' όλα στην αξιοπιστία σε αυτό που παράγεις.
Και ο μέτοχός σας, τι από αυτά συναισθάνεται και κατανοεί άραγε?
Η συναίσθηση είναι απόλυτη και εξού και η επιλογή της εισαγωγής της Alter Ego στο χρηματιστήριο. Ξέρετε, υπήρχαν μετά από μια μεγάλη πορεία που δεν υπήρχε σημαντική εκπροσώπηση εκτός από την ιδιαίτερα αξιόλογη εταιρεία των Αττικών Εκδόσεων που επιβίωσαν από τη δυσκολία της περίοδου των κρίσεων και παρέμεινε εισηγμένοι. Δεν υπήρχαν μίντια στο ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο. Αυτό είναι μια σχετική στρέβλωση. Ξέρετε, σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο τα μίντια εκπροσωπούνται σημαντικά στις παγκόσμιες κεφαλαγορές και νομίζω ότι υπάρχουν τρεις βασικοί λόγοι. Ο ένας λόγος είναι ότι είναι εταιρείες με σημαντική ανάπτυξη, ανάγκη επενδύσεων. Τα μίντια πρέπει να έχουν χαμηλή χρηματοοικονομική μόχλευση, δεν πρέπει να είναι δανεισμένες. Άρα, το να είναι στο χρηματιστήριο τους δίνει τη δυνατότητα να έχουν ίδια κεφάλαια και να μπορούν να αναπτυχθούν με τρόπο ασφαλή για το μέλλον τους. Δεύτερο κομμάτι, ότι διαχειρίζονται μπράντες, περιουσιακά στοιχεία με ιδιαίτερη αναγνωριστιμότητα, άρα και η εισαγωγή τους στο χρηματιστήριο τους βοηθάει να ενισχύσουν την αναγνωριστιμότητά τους, αλλά και αυτή η αναγνωριστιμότητα τα καθιστά ελκυστική πρόταση για τους επενδυτές. Το τρίτο όμως και ίσως το σημαντικότερο, τουλάχιστον στην επιλογή και του κ. Μαρινάκη να εισάγει την Alter Ego Media στο χρηματιστήριο, ήταν ότι τα media έχουν μια ευρύτερο ρόλο στην κοινωνία, μια ευρύτερη ευθύνη προς τη χώρα. Η εισαγωγή στο χρηματιστήριο συνεπάγεται δύο σημαντικά πράγματα. Ένα είναι την υιοθέτηση των αρχών εταιρικής διακυβέρνησης και ένα δεύτερο την διαφάνεια. Αυτά είναι πλέον απαραίτητα προκειμένου μια εταιρεία να είναι στο χρηματιστήριο. Όταν αυτά είναι παρόντα, τότε και η αξιοπιστία των media ενισχύεται και η σχέση εμπιστοσύνης του πολίτη με τα media είναι διαφορετική, γιατί υπάρχει πλήρη διαφάνεια στον τρόπο λειτουργίας και έτσι τα media υπηρετούν πολύ καλύτερα τον ευρύτερο ρόλο που έχουν.
Ευχαριστώ. Ο κ. Κοντός πριν, μόνος του, μας εξήγησε πώς ερχόμενη μια δραστηριότητα από αυτό που εγώ περιέγραψα, υψηλής ποιότητας εκτύπωση, έτσι, πήγε και βρέθηκε να είναι σήμερα ενσωμάτωση σε λειτουργίες και όχι μόνο σε έγχαρτη ή κάρτας μορφή, τεχνολογίας. Ζούμε στην Ελλάδα, έτσι, όπου η πρωτογενής παραγωγή τεχνολογίας είναι, ας το πούμε έτσι, περιορισμένη. Η μετάβαση από την πανεπιστημιακή στην καινοτομία, επίσης περιορισμένη. Πώς αισθάνεται μια εταιρεία που είναι ελληνική, που δραστηριοποιείται εκτός συνόρων, όταν πρέπει να πείσει τον ξένο πελάτη, κυρίως, ότι η τεχνολογία την οποία ενσωματώνει στο προϊόν της είναι τεχνολογία αιχμής?
Πολύ ωραία ερώτηση. Γιατί είναι κάτι που αντιμετωπίσαμε όταν ξεκίνησε η εταιρεία να βγει εκτός συνόρων και να γίνει διεθνής. Υπήρχε μια αμφισβήτηση κατά πόσο μια ελληνική εταιρεία τελικά μπορεί να γίνει διεθνής. Και εδώ θα ήθελα να το συνδέσω λιγάκι και με την απόφαση να γίνει ουσιαστικά εισαγωγή στο χρηματιστήριο του συνολικού ομίλου. Γιατί, όπως είπατε σωστά στην αρχή, οι ρίζες της εταιρείας είναι ελληνικές. Ξεκίνησε από την Inform Lycos, η οποία βρέθηκε να εξαγοράζει την Austria Card, όντας μια εταιρεία που ήταν στην Αυστρία, και πλέον η Austria Card να είναι η μητρική της Inform Lycos. Και πρόσφατα, το Μάρτιο του 2023, αποφασίσαμε, όχι με IPO, αλλά με cross-border merger, δηλαδή με την ελληνική Inform να είναι εισηγμένη, να βρέθηκε να εισάγεται όλος ο όμιλος, η Austria Card, τόσο στο ελληνικό όσο και στο αυστριακό χρηματιστήριο. Ο λόγος που το κάναμε ήταν διότι θέλαμε να δείξουμε ότι είμαστε ένας όμιλος, είμαστε μία εταιρεία, θεωρούμε ότι το χρηματιστήριο είναι βασικός πυλώνας προκειμένου να μπορέσει να αυξήσει τη διαφάνεια, να δείξει την εξωστρέφεια που έχει μια εταιρεία, να ενισχύσει το προφίλ της και την αναγνωρισιμότητά της. Άρα, γι' αυτό ήταν ο λόγος που αποφασίσαμε να εισάγουμε όλο τον όμιλο στο χρηματιστήριο. Και πλέον είμαι στην ευχάριστη θέση να πω ότι έχουμε κατορθώσει, χωρίς να ξεχνάμε τις ρίζες μας, να έχουμε μια διεθνή παρουσία και η Ελλάδα να είναι γύρω στο 15% των συνολικών δραστηριοτήτων του ομίλου και όλο το υπόλοιπο να είναι σε διεθνείς αγορές. Άρα νομίζω είναι στην πράξη η απόδειξη ότι εφόσον κάνεις τις σωστές επιλογές, αποφασίσεις να φέρεις τους κατάλληλους συνεργάτες, και εξαγοράσαμε προφανώς και εταιρείες, γιατί η ανάπτυξη αυτή ήταν οργανική και ανόργανη, δηλαδή και εκ των ιδίων μέσων που είχαμε, αλλά και με εξαγορές εταιριών στο κομμάτι της τεχνολογίας. Αυτό που θα ήθελα να κρατήσουμε είναι ότι θεωρούμε ότι όλοι οι οργανισμοί θα πρέπει να κοιτάζουν μπροστά και να συνεχίσουν να εξελίσσονται προκειμένου να είναι relevant για τις ανάγκες των πελατών. Αυτό κάναμε κι εμείς. Και έτσι καταφέραμε τώρα να έχουμε παρουσία από την Αμερική μέχρι την Αφρική. Η αύξηση του κύκλου εργασιών και της κερδοφορίας να έρχεται από καινούργιες αγορές που πριν κάποια χρόνια θα λέγαμε πώς είναι δυνατόν μια εταιρεία που ξεκίνησε από την Ελλάδα τελικά να είναι η Αγγλία ή η Τουρκία ή να είναι μεγάλες αγορές για εκείνη, αλλά αυτό και κάναμε. Και ο τρόπος που το καταφέραμε είναι ότι κοιτάξαμε να εξελίξουμε τις λύσεις μας και τις υπηρεσίες μας, πάντα με γνώμονα εφαρμόζοντας τεχνολογία, που σημαίνει ότι κατανοούμε τις ανάγκες των πελατών, ακούμε ποια είναι τα pain points τα οποία έχουν και κοιτάμε να τους δώσουμε λύσεις προκειμένου να βοηθήσουμε στο δικό τους μετασχηματισμό. Και ο μετασχηματισμός αυτός δεν έχει να κάνει μόνο απαραίτητα με τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, αλλά όσο και στο δημόσιο. Άρα πλέον έχουμε φτάσει να μπορούμε να βοηθάμε την εξέλιξη της οικονομίας που γίνεται μέσα από τις εξέλιξεις των επιχειρήσεων που εμείς στηρίζουμε. Δηλαδή, εμείς είμαστε εταιρεία που παρέχει λύσεις σε άλλες εταιρείες. Και αυτό θα είναι κάτι που θα συνεχίσουμε να κάνουμε, φροντίζοντας να είμαστε συνεπείς και προσιλωμένοι σε αυτό το στόχο και έχοντας μια ιστορία μακρά που αποδεικνύει ότι είμαστε ένας αξιόπιστος συνομιλητής και συνεργάτης προκειμένου να βοηθήσουμε σε αυτό το μετασχηματισμό και να, κατά συνέπεια, αυτό να βοηθήσει την εξέλιξη της οικονομίας, είτε αυτό είναι της ελληνικής, είτε των άλλων αγορών που υποστηρίζουμε.
Λοιπόν, ο ανασχεδιασμός του προγράμματος που ξεκίνησε από χτες χάρη στην απεργία, προχώρησε σήμερα, γενικά ψάχνουμε τις αίθουσες με μεγάλη επιτυχία μέχρι στιγμής. Μας δίνει, αν τα μάτια μου, τα οποία φοράνε γυαλιά, άρα είναι καλά, λένε σωστά, κάτι παραπάνω από 12 λεπτά, για να πάμε σε αυτό που από την αρχή εξήγησα, ότι είναι η πρόκληση, πώς δηλαδή η αβεβαιότητα και η διαχείρισή της και πώς η επίγνωση των εταιριών από την χρηματιστηριακή αγορά μπορεί να βοηθήσει στο growth, στη μεγέθυνση ή στην ανάπτυξη που λέμε καμιά φορά, μπλέκοντας λίγο τα πράγματα, της ελληνικής οικονομίας. Έρχομαι λοιπόν να κάνω πάλι τη γύρα, ξεκινώντας από τον κύριο Κυπαρίση. Τελικά αυτή η μετάβαση, πέραν του να το λες, υπάρχει. Δηλαδή, ο επηρεασμός, το πρωί είχαμε τον επικεφαλής του SSM με την κυρία Παπακοσταντίνου να κάνουμε μια συζήτηση για το πώς θα πρέπει οι ευρωπαϊκές επιχειρήσεις να αποκτήσουν περισσότερο μέσω της κεφαλαίου-αγοράς και όχι του δανεισμού τη βάση τους. Αυτό το εσωτερικό στοιχείο της σύνδεσης της χρηματοδότησης με την ανάπτυξη και τη μεγέθυνση, πρώτα πάλι από τον κύριο Κυπαρίση, για τον τραπεζίτη. Πώς γίνεται αυτή η διασύνδεση και πώς βελτιστοποιείται?
Κοιτάξτε, η διασύνδεση υπάρχει ήδη. Αυτή τη στιγμή στο ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο είναι εισηγμένες εταιρείες που έχουν μια κεφαλαιοποίηση περίπου στα 110 δισεκατομμύρια. Αυτό είναι περίπου το μισό ΑΕΠ, της χώρας, έτσι. Πέραν όμως των εισηγμένων εταιριών και της αξίας που έχουν αυτή τη στιγμή, υπάρχουν και η αγορά των ομολόγων που χειρίζεται το ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο. Υπάρχει δυνατότητα δηλαδή σε εταιρείες να αντλήσουν χρηματοδότηση, ρευστότητα από το επενδυτικό κοινό μέσω της, μέσω της έκδοσης ενός ομολογιακού δανείου, το οποίο είναι διαπραγματεύσιμο στο χρηματιστήριο. Τα τελευταία 5 χρόνια, σήμερα αυτή η αγορά έχει περί τα 4,2-4,3 δισεκατομμύρια. Μόνο τα τελευταία 4-5 χρόνια έχουν αντληθεί πάνω από 3, γιατί ξέρετε και αυτά είναι σχετικά μικρής διάρκειας χρηματοδοτήσεις. Όλο και περισσότερες ευκαιρίες στρέφονται σε αυτού του είδους τα εργαλεία για να υποστηρίξουν την ανάπτυξή τους. Και εκεί είναι και ο ρόλος των τραπεζών, που ετοιμάζουμε τις επιχειρήσεις ούτως ώστε να μπορούν να μπουν στο χρηματιστήριο τα ομόλογά τους ή και τις μετοχές τους. Άρα υπάρχει. Και μάλιστα έχει και πολύ καλές προοπτικές στο ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο. Βέβαια, η αλήθεια είναι ότι απευθύνεται σε λίγο πιο μεγάλες επιχειρήσεις. Δεν είναι αυτού του είδους τα εργαλεία για μικρές επιχειρήσεις και για μικρά δάνεια. Αλλά ειδικά το ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο είναι μια αγορά η οποία αναπτύσσεται σημαντικά τα τελευταία χρόνια. Έχει πάει πάρα πολύ καλά και στις αποδόσεις της. Μην ξεχνάμε ότι το τελευταία τετραετία έχει σχεδόν διπλασιάσει τα μεγέθη του ελληνικού χρηματιστήριο. Η απόδοση που είχαν οι επενδυτές ήταν περίπου 95-97%. Και μάλιστα τώρα είναι και στα πρόθυρα της αλλαγής πίστας του ελληνικού χρηματιστήριο και από τις αναδυόμενες αγορές να περάσει στις ανεπτυγμένες αγορές.
Καλά, αυτό η προχτεσινή ημέρα μάλλον μας άφησε λιγάκι.
Δυστυχώς κάποιες συγκυρίες, κάποιες φορές έρχονται σε κακό timing. Αλλά, ίσως είναι ένα setback που θα μας πάει πίσω κάποιους μήνες. Νομίζω ότι έρχεται. Και αν λάβουμε υπόψη ότι η πλειονότητα των επενδύσεων, ακόμα και στο ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο, είναι από ξένους, πολύ πάνω από το 50% των επενδύσεων είναι από ξένους, η είσοδος του χρηματιστηρίου σε ένα στάτους αναπτυγμένης αγοράς ανοίγει τη βεντάλια σε πολύ περισσότερους και πολύ μεγαλύτερους επενδυτές. Γιατί, όπως καταλαβαίνετε, οι επενδυτές που επενδύουν στις αναπτυσσόμενες αγορές είναι χ, οι επενδυτές που επενδύουν στις ανεπτυγμένες αγορές είναι χ επί πολύ, πάρα πολύ. Άρα, οι προοπτικές περαιτέρω άντληση κεφαλαίων, αλλά και ενίσχυση των υφιστάμενων επιχειρήσεων στο ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο, κατά την άποψή μου, είναι πάρα πολύ θετικές. Και η Optima Bank είναι κομμάτι του χρηματιστηρίου. Είχαμε και εμείς ένα IPO πριν από 18 περίπου μήνες. Το πρώτο IPO τραπέζης μετά από 17 ολόκληρα χρόνια. Θέλω να πιστεύω ότι ήταν και ένα IPO που έδωσε έτσι μια πνοή στην αγορά. Ήταν πολύ πετυχημένο, με πολύ μεγάλη υπερκάλυψη, για μεγάλο ποσό. Και θέλω να πιστεύω ότι σε μεγάλο βαθμό και οι επιτυχίες των επόμενων IPO που γίνανε Επηρεάστηκαν από το καλό κλίμα που δημιουργήθηκε και από τη δική μας εισαγωγή. Εμείς δηλαδή είχαμε 5 φορές υπερκάλυψη, υπήρξε, το Αλτερίκο είχε 10-11 φορές... 12 φορές υπερκάλυψη.
Συμβάλλετε κι εσείς όμως,
Αλλά αυτά είναι εσωτερικά.
Εντάξει, αφού όμως βρεθήκαμε εδώ πέρα, ας
ανταλλάξετε κάποια.
Ας ανταλλάξουμε και τις φιλοφρονήσεις. Ναι.
Πάντως εγώ τώρα θα χρησιμοποιήσω αυτό για να ξαναστραφώ στον κύριο Βρέντο και να τον ρωτήσω το εξής. Η στρατηγική της επιχείρησης, σαν επιχείρηση, έχει να κάνει και με τη διαχείριση της εικόνας. Το εξηγήσατε με πολύ εύγλωτο τρόπο στην αρχή. Μπήκατε τώρα. Και αυτό που περιέγραψα πριν, ο τυφώνας Τραμπ, ή μάλλον οι μετενέργειες του τυφώνα Τραμπ, κυρίως δε αυτό, το οποίο σε μια χρηματιστηριακή τοποθέτηση κάνει μερικές φορές μεγαλύτερο σοκ από αυτό που ελπίζεις ότι θα ξανανεύει. Είχατε μέρες που είπατε τι το κάναμε?
Δεν είχαμε μέρες που είπαμε γιατί το κάναμε, γιατί ξέραμε ποιος είναι ο σκοπός, ξέραμε ποια είναι το στρατηγικό όραμα, ξέρουμε ότι έχει γίνει κάτι με ορίζοντα χρόνων πολλών μπροστά και για κάτι πολύ μεγαλύτερο από αυτό που υπάρχει τώρα. Άρα, σημαντικά έχει να κάνει ο μακροπρόθεσμος ορίζοντας, σημαντικό έχει να κάνει η προετοιμασία. Και εδώ θα ήθελα ίσως να σταθώ ότι η δικιά μας εμπειρία από τη διαδικασία εισαγωγής ήταν ιδιαίτερα θετική. Νομίζω αξίζουν ένσημα στις υπηρεσίες της Επιτροπής Κεφαλαιαγοράς λειτουργούν σε ένα πολύ καλό βαθμό. Οι υπηρεσίες του Χρηματιστηρίου Αθηνών είναι πολύ συνεργάσιμες και βοηθάνε τις εταιρείες και κατά τη διάρκεια της εισαγωγής και στα πρώτα βήματά τους. Οι επιλογές που κάνεις όταν μπαίνεις στο χρηματιστήριο σε σχέση με την αποτίμηση που μπαίνεις, την ποιότητα των επενδυτών που επιθυμείς να συμμετάσχουν και να προσελκύσεις, είναι πράγματα που βοηθάνε την εταιρεία και στις δύσκολες μέρες της αγοράς που εμείς έτυχε να τις ζήσουμε πολύ γρήγορα. Άρα όχι, δεν μετανιώνουμε. Ο σκοπός είναι μακροπρόθεσμος και πλέον αφού συμμετάσχεις στην αγορά πρέπει να καταλαβαίνεις ότι έχεις μια ευθύνη να υπηρετήσεις αυτή την αγορά γιατί πραγματικά μπορεί να αποτελέσει σημαντικό μοχλό ανάπτυξη στην οικονομία. Εγώ θα επεσήμενα 2 πυλώνες. Ένα είναι ότι δίνει δυνατότητες χρηματοδότησης στις επιχειρήσεις και μάλιστα δίνει δυνατότητες χρηματοδότησης στην εγχώρια επιχειρηματικότητα. Και πρέπει να καταλάβουμε όλοι μας ότι η εγχώρια επιχειρηματικότητα είναι ο πυλώνας ανάπτυξης μιας οικονομίας. Οι πολυεθνικές έρχονται, αλλά δεν έχουν κανένα πρόβλημα να αποχωρήσουν όταν οι συνθήκες, όχι μόνο στη χώρα και διεθνώς, αλλάζουν. Τα ξένα φαντ δεν αποτελούν μακροπρόθεσμο πυλώνα ανάπτυξης εταιρείας. Έχουν συγκεκριμένους χρόνους, θα φύγουν, δουλειά τους είναι να κερδοσκοπήσουν. Πολλές φορές κερδοσκοπούν με λεφτά μέσα από το εγχώριο τραπεζικό σύστημα. Άρα πολλές φορές λες γιατί αυτές οι υπεραξίες βγήκαν από τη χώρα, δεν θα μπορούσε να χειριστούν διαφορετικά. Άρα ένα κομμάτι είναι η στήριξη της εγχώριας επιχειρηματικότητας που είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική και νομίζω ότι και η πολιτεία, η κυβέρνηση πρέπει να κοιτάξει πώς μπορεί να υποστηρίξει την εγχώρια επιχειρηματικότητα. Ο δεύτερος πυλώνας είναι ότι αν υπάρχουν κανόνες στην αγορά, σεβασμός της αγοράς από τις επιχειρήσεις, αποτελεί εν δυνάμει ένα μοχλό διάχυσης της όποιας οικονομικής ανάπτυξης και ωφέλους και στους μικρομετόχους. Νομίζω ότι είναι μια δυσάρεστη συγκυρία ότι την ανάπτυξη του ελληνικού χρηματιστηρίου τα τελευταία 3-4 χρόνια, πόσο την τοποθετούμε και όλη αυτή την αύξηση των αξιών, κυρίως δεν την καρπόθηκαν μικρομέτοχοι στην Ελλάδα, γιατί ήταν πολύ περιορισμένη η συμμετοχή τους. Άρα είναι ένα εργαλείο που πρέπει να το χρησιμοποιήσουμε, πρέπει να το αναπτύξουμε για το καλό της οικονομίας. Γιατί κακά τα ψέματα νομίζω ότι ήρθε η ώρα, μετά από 15 χρόνια από τις κρίσεις που είχαμε με τα μνημόνια, τις πολιτικές που ήρθαν απ' έξω, τα τελευταία χρόνια θα έλεγα μία προσήλωση, μια διαχειριστική προσήλωση στην επίτευξη χρηματοοικονομικών στόχων, είναι ώρα να δημιουργηθεί μια οικονομική πολιτική, μια στρατηγική και από το πολιτικό σύστημα και από τους εταίρους και από την ελληνική επιχειρηματικότητα, με διαφορετικούς όρους βιωσιμότητας, όρους κοινωνικής δικαιοσύνης, όρους ευημερίας, γιατί βλέπετε πλέον ότι μετά και τις πολιτικές από την αμερικάνικη κυβέρνηση αρχίζουν να αναδεικνύεται η σημασία των εθνικών οικονομικών πολιτικών. Και έχω μια αίσθηση ότι αυτή τη στιγμή δεν υπάρχει μια ξεκάθαρη εθνική οικονομική πολιτική για το πού θέλουμε να πάμε σαν τόπος και σαν οικονομία.
Μάλιστα. Θα κάνουμε κάτι πρωτότυπο αυτό το πάνελ. 30 κάτι δευτερόλεπτα πρωτού τελειώσει ο χρόνος μας. Θα παραδώσουμε το πόντιουμ στο επόμενο πάνελ. Θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Βρέντζο, τον κύριο Κοντό και τον κύριο Κυπαρίσι για την συνεργασία τους και εσάς για την υπομονή σας. Καλή συνέχεια.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Kriyan Butler, and I'm the Director of the Global Economy and Finance Program in Chatham House. And I'm really pleased to welcome you to our next discussion, which is going to be about President Trump's economic policies, the implications for the US economy and for the wider world. And we've had, I think, over the last couple of days, an enormous amount of discussion about President Trump's trade policies, but it's very important to remember that this is just one of several components in the president's overall economic strategy. Alongside tariffs, you also have his plans on fiscal policy, the extension of the 2017 tax cuts, potentially more than that. You've also got his approach to public expenditure and the activities of the DOGE in terms of cutting public expenditure. There's also his approach to the labor market in the US and his promises to deport up to 10 million undocumented workers, to constrain future migration flows. And then more broadly, there is his approach to, if you like, the US administrative structure, the decisions that have been taken to remove the independence of a wide variety of US federal agencies which have been established by Congress. Not up to this point, the Federal Reserve, but we'll see how that goes. And then a whole range of other policies that have impacted on the independence of universities and other key elements within the US economy, including, for example, legal firms. So today what we want to do is, in the context of what's been happening on tariffs, also talk about these other elements. And to do this, we have a brilliant panel here. In Delphi, I have Dame Diane Julias, who is a distinguished fellow in Chatham House. She was one of the founder members of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of England, has had many other distinguished roles. Dame Julias, welcome. We also have online, and I believe, yes, they're all there. We have Janet Henry, who is the Global Chief Economist of HSBC and has a wealth of experience in looking at global economic issues, I think particularly at times in the past with a focus on Europe and Asia. We also have Rem Korteweg, another colleague of mine from Chatham House, an associate fellow at Chatham House, also a senior research fellow at the Klingendale Institute. And Rem has focused on European strategy and in particular the interplay between foreign policy, trade, and security policies. And last but by no means least, we have Nathan Sheets, who is the chief economist in Citigroup and has a very distinguished career, both as the director of the Division for International Finance in the Federal Reserve, but also undersecretary in the US Treasury in the Obama years. So we have a brilliant panel. I have to say that both Janet and Rem were hoping to be with us today. They would have been on the panel, but unfortunately the travel disruption prevented them from doing so. However, it's great to have you all online. And Nathan, I wonder if I could start off with you straight away. So I set out, if you like, the broader MAGA agenda in the global economy. Back in November, we had a somewhat similar discussion in Chatham House in which we were looking at that set of policies. Now we are several months on. We know a bit more about what President Trump means when he says things. So how would you look today at the overall picture for the US economy and in particular the short-term outlook? Nathan, over to you.
Thanks, Grant. I think you did an excellent job of articulating the various buckets of policy to think about with President Trump. And candidly, the immigration policy, the fiscal policy is going broadly in line with my expectations. I would have expected there to be a little bit more of an emphasis on deregulation than we've seen. I continue to think of that as a core part of his agenda, and I think that that's still in the pipeline. The DOGE effort has been more aggressive, on the other hand, than I would have expected. And there's likely to be some cost savings associated with that, but perhaps also some disruptions to the effectiveness of government. And I think that's a question that we need to think about. And then finally, the tariffs have been orders of magnitude bigger than what I was expecting, at least in terms of their effects on the economy. I was kind of thinking maybe we get 5, maybe 7 points on the effective tariff rate, which is the average tariff on an import entering the United States. And at the moment, even with the pause, we're looking at 25% effective tariff rate. And without the pause, we would have been well over 30. With lower tariff rates, you can say, oh, they get absorbed into margins and so forth. But it's harder to make that case with these kinds of numbers. So when I put this together, implications for the U.S. outlook, one key word that I want to emphasize is uncertainty. That I think a lot is happening very, very quickly. How do households and firms respond to that? Well, they want to hit the pause button. They want more information. They're going to wait and see. And in that environment, it induces hesitancy into economic activity. And we're seeing this in the sentiment data. We're seeing this in the confidence data. And I think it poses a significant downside risk to economic activity. Now, finally, if I have to parameterize all of this, I would say you're looking at an effect on balance as a result of all of this. Roughly a percentage point. Can I get to a percentage point and a half? I could lower real U.S. GDP growth over the next year is likely relative to my expectations as the year began. And then similarly, this is a stagflationary policy mix with these high tariffs, a percentage point to percentage point more inflation. So uncertainty, stagflationary kind of shock working its way through, downward risk to growth, and upside to inflation is my expectation.
Nathan, thank you very much. If I could just drill down on one aspect. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion here about the multiple objectives the president has with his tariff policy, but one clearly is to raise more revenue, and this plays into what may be coming down the track in terms of tax cuts and so on. I mean, what is your estimate? I mean, let's take your figures on average tariff rates. What's your estimate of the amount of additional revenue sort of that the US federal government may have, and how does that stack up, if you like, against how much it's going to cost to extend the tax cuts and do various other things in that space?
Depending on where the tariffs land and a number of other factors, the revenue that is likely to be several $100 billion. I think you could easily get numbers $300, $400, $500 billion of new annual tax revenue associated with tariffs at the level that have been articulated. And that can be used to fund additional tax cuts. And to the extent that that happens, that's going to provide some support to economic activity and to growth. But that's going to be a positive demand shock for the economy, more growth, but that's also going to reinforce potentially some of the inflation effects associated with the tariffs. So we got to step back and think about how all of that nets out. Now, another way you could use those revenues, and this is also consistent with the spirit of the DOGE effort, is you could put it toward deficit reduction. And I think that would be very welcome by the markets. Secretary Benson has said he's going to watch the 10-year Treasury yield, where it's recently been moving in the wrong direction. I think if they took steps to bring down the deficit, that could be very helpful in that respect. So they have some options as to how they deploy these revenues.
Yeah, but it clearly could be a substantial amount. Jan, you've heard Nathan's kind of description of the picture in the US. I mean, I guess my first question is, do you broadly agree with what he's saying, or is there anything you would pick out as being, you know, more significant potentially? And then, given that picture, you know, what do you think the implications are going to be for the wider world? Are we going to see, I mean, potentially significant falls in global growth in this coming period? Could we see a global recession even under some scenarios? And how do you think if you like, the non-US central banks are going to deal with this kind of stagflation threat?
Well, I certainly agree with the key words, Nathan, that you picked out, namely uncertainty, which means hesitancy in investment and in spending, indeed, and slower growth than we would have had otherwise, and higher inflation. That stagflationary environment, I think, is a pretty serious one for countries to deal with. And indeed, in terms of the confidence figures in the US, which are really shockingly low, I think we're also going to see whether we get some kind of a political reaction to this. In a way, this kind of shock therapy that the Trump administration has put out will be a bit of a test of the constitutional strength of the United States. You know, will Congress manage to step up to its traditional role, which is as a check on the executive? The checks and balances are a very strong part of the US Constitution, and they haven't been working so far in the first few months of Trump's campaign. I think what could really trigger more of this check on the type of tariff and other policies that Trump has would be if indeed the US slides into recessionary territory. Now, as I understand what Nathan was saying, he's talking about a percentage point off growth. I don't think that would put it into recession. But we could see a much bigger downturn, partly because of what has been happening to the stock market, because of the wealth effect in the United States, and simply because of confidence factors if people are not interested in consuming. So I'm a little bit more pessimistic, I think. In regard to your second question about the world economy, there I think we do have to come back to the tariff situation. You know, the United States is the biggest importer of goods in the world. China is the biggest exporter, although the EU is very close to that number. So we've got the biggest two actors in the trade balance with extremely high tariffs on each other. That probably won't shut off all trade, but it's certainly going to have a major contractionary effect on world trade. Now, of course, there'll be other compensating things that I'm sure we'll talk about, but I foresee that that is going to be quite a big negative shock to the world economy.
Yeah. And if you were another advanced country central bank, so the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, ECB, and you saw this explosion of uncertainty in the global economy, what would you be doing now, aside from trying to gather all the information you can about what's going on?
Well, I think it'll vary country by country.
Right.
I don't think there's one answer. What we have in the United States, if indeed we do have this kind of inflationary shock, I think will prevent the Fed from lowering rates, maybe not lowering them at all, or certainly in a much slower rate that I think the market is currently expecting. In the UK, which I'm the most familiar with, we will also have an inflationary uptick because of the tariffs and because of the tightness of our labor market, but that could change. So I think there too we'll probably see a little bit of cut in rates. They're 4.5 now. We might see them down at 4 by the end of the year. Japan may want to trade off its monetary policy with some help on the trade side, because Trump has put extremely large tariffs on Japan, which is, a major strategic ally of the U.S. So there'll probably be a little bit of give and take on some of the other countries.
Thank you.
And in terms of Europe, there's a little more slack. So I imagine that the ECB will probably come down at least one more notch.
Thank you very much. Janet, you've heard a sort of perspective from the US and a broader picture. I mean, obviously one of the really important issues is how the president's tariff policies is going to kind of reorder world trade to some extent. There is a real fear in both the emerging world and in advanced countries about the possibility that China, particularly as it's subject to such extraordinarily high tariffs, will redirect trade flows to those other advanced markets. But on the other hand, in the past, we've seen the Chinese authorities, particularly during financial crises in 97 to 99, and then in 2007-9, actually be what people would describe as kind of responsible in these kind of circumstances. So, first of all, what do you think is going to happen in terms of the global pattern of trade flows, and specifically, how do you think China is going to, what kind of role is China going to play in this going forward?
Yes. Well, I guess things have already changed over the course of the last 24 hours, because by yesterday morning, when the reciprocal tariffs were imposed for a few hours, and the moves in financial markets kind of had everyone freaking out about the idea of a financial crisis and some kind of global recession. Already things have calmed to some degree. But, I would reinforce the whole uncertainty point that I think everyone on this panel will be referring back to, because we have got this 90-day reprieve, but it's only 90 days. And actually, we've not even had 90 days of this administration, so that we know that things can change day to day. But based on what we've got so far, what we know, which is that we've got 125% tariffs on China and a 10% tariff on pretty much everything else, other than 25% tariffs on a whole array of sectors, then actually the big story in the world right now is this massive structural shift regarding the US and China. To some extent, it's been eroding over the course of the last 5 to 8 years, I would say. Certainly when we had the beginning of the tariffs, we've already seen some shift regarding, I guess, Vietnam being used as a lily pad in particular, with that enormous trade surplus that they now have with the US. But even though Vietnam has now only got a 10% tariff, I think there's still a nervousness that we could get bigger tariffs on Vietnam as well. So I think just because we've had this announcement about 90 days, you can't be confident that there might not be more tariffs on more sectors, that companies are not going in the US be able to completely shift their supply chains that have been built up, not just over the last 5 or 8 years, but over the last 30 years, can't be moved in the space of the next 3 months or more. So, I think you've got the kind of short-term shift on trade. We've seen a huge front loading in the US. The trade data is going to be very difficult to read after that huge front loading. That may fall back quite sharply. And the China angle is hugely important. We know that there are certain products that make up important parts of supply chains where China makes up 80–90% of the inputs from the US. So yes, maybe you can go to Cambodia and get some of them. Maybe you can go to Bangladesh and get some of them. But you can't replace the China story immediately. And the other point, about what it means for elsewhere, well, I think it's already clear that over the last year, concerns about China's ultra competitiveness have not just been in the US. We've had tariffs in terms of being imposed by Europe, by Mexico, by Canada, and even by Asian economies. Most Asian economies trade a lot more with China than they do even with the US. And they start from a position of quite low inflation. So whether it's solar panels, electric vehicles, quotas, you are already seeing other countries impose some trade barriers with regards to China. And Europe is an interesting one in this regard, because Europe has made it clear to the US, to some extent they want to be aligned with the US, and to some extent they want to set their own China policy. We've also seen the US use the China angle as being a means of negotiation, whether it's with Mexico and Canada. If perhaps you impose tariffs on China, then we might be able to go a little bit easier with you. So we've got these enormous shifts, this whole reconfiguration of global trade. We're clearly not seeing anything in the way of trade deals globally. It's now much more about the bilateral and the regional. Countries have been scurrying around for ages. Europe signing a trade deal with Latin America, different countries seeking bilateral trading relationships. That's what's all happening at the bigger picture, more structural level. But the new development is this apparent break between the US and China. And while I expect some, maybe some carve-outs, some possibilities of deals, this is a huge severing. And for now, I see, for globally, it's a supply shock. For the US, it's a supply shock. But actually, if other countries allow some disinflationary pressures to come through from Asia, it could actually be quite helpful from an inflationary point of view. And they're obviously also going to be helped by the fallback in the oil price, which also could have implications for what central banks do.
Janet, thank you very much. I mean, just going again on the sort of options facing the Chinese authorities, I mean, one thing they could do is say, well, we're facing these constraints in terms of exports to the US. We could also face constraints vis-a-vis the rest of the world. So we're actually going to double down on the domestic economy. We're actually now going to finally try and grow domestic consumption on a permanent basis, something that many external experts have called on China to do for many years, and which up to this point really hasn't happened. Do you think this could be the thing that changes the economic strategy within China, or are you doubtful about that?
No, I think it is already something that's changed. What we've seen is a continuation of these policies. So far, it hasn't been on the scale of what we saw in 2009. Or indeed what we saw in 2016, when it really was on a massive scale. But there are some big structural challenges, some big headwinds that China had been facing in the property sector in particular. And now this realization that there needs to be much more of a shift towards a consumer-led model, and also perhaps to embrace the private sector a little bit more. There is this big motivation that's come through the DeepSeek news that we've had in recent months, I think you will see a bit more urgency from China. Already we've had announcement not just about trade-in schemes to support lower income consumers or people trading in goods to support consumer spending, but also certain areas in the property market, buying up homes, renting, selling them to lower income people, changing the whole structure of migrant workers. So these are structural stories as opposed to short-term policy stimulus that could help the shift towards consumption and accelerate the whole urbanisation process. But I think that you will get more stimulus as well in terms of support to local governments' finances, and also if they can promote the private sector and improve employment prospects, that can mean that Chinese consumers, which still have exceptionally high household savings rates, encourage them to lower their savings rates a little bit. So I think it is a medium-term story as opposed to we're just going to see a one-quarter bounce because of a big policy stimulus and it will all be about infrastructure spending or property, like some of the stimulus packages that we've seen in the past.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I mean, let's hope that that's how it turns out. Rem, if I could move on to you. I mean, up until the end of 2024, there was a kind of whole trend of countries around the world developing economic security strategies. I mean, it was partly triggered by the pandemic, then the geopolitical tensions and so on. But in a way, you know, the economic security strategies were also linked to industrial strategies, and to some extent in the advanced countries that was kind of new. I mean, well, not necessarily so new in the emerging economies. We've now had a very short period of President Trump, and economic security is as important, if not even more important. But how do you think those strategies now look? Do they still work, or are the countries that have developed them going to have to rethink them in quite a fundamental way, given that, you know, for example, if you were Canada, you have to think about the US as a potential threat to your economic security in a way that you probably never imagined before?
Yeah, thank you very much, Creon, for that question. And also thank you very much for the invitation to join this excellent panel. By asking the question, you're also kind of answering it. I think the main change, as opposed to the pre-Trump economic security strategies, is that the US is now a factor of uncertainty and instability. So the bottom line is that before the Trump presidency, companies and governments were talking about diversification and the creation of China plus one strategies to ensure business continuity and avoid unwanted dependencies. Now what you hear in the corridors of power is, well, we should be thinking of America plus one strategies as well. So that's the big change. But let me just reinforce a couple of things that have been said also by Janet and others, is that yes, we are now facing real uncertainty. We are in a phase of a reconfiguration of global trade ties, and that the US-China tensions, the tariff war, if you will, is now the single most important story that also European capitals, Brussels, the EU is worrying about. And just to highlight that, Europe faces what you could describe as a double whammy. On the one hand, there is now a short-term reprieve of 90 days for US tariffs, but who knows, they might come back on again. And of course, there are already tariffs on the European automobile sector. There might be new tariffs coming with respect to digital services taxes. We don't know. And this reciprocal tariff discussion will not go away. And on the other hand, where is Chinese export now going to go to? Yep. And there is a real risk that that's going to end up on European markets. And so European governments, European businesses are worried about, on the one hand, being priced out of the American market, and on the other hand, facing Chinese dumping in their home markets. And so what do European governments, which I know best, pursue? They pursue the basic tenets of their economic security strategy, which is, first and foremost, focus on the internal market. Focus on strengthening the internal market. focus on key technologies like semiconductors, quantum, artificial intelligence, biotech, even defense now these days. Reduce the regulatory burdens within the internal market. It was Mario Draghi and his very influential report that pointed out that if you add everything up when it comes to internal regulatory burdens inside the EU, it amounts to a 44% tariff on intra-EU trade. And trade within the EU is much more important than trade with third countries, even if those third countries are China or the US. So there's going to be a focus more inward through generating more funding for innovation, for research, for reducing dependencies on not just China or Russia, but now also the United States. But there is a very important new accent which is being sort of explored, which is the partnering element of economic security, which is building new trade ties to be able to circumvent or become resilient to any shocks in the system because of the US-China tariff war. And what I expect is that over the next couple of years, we will have a very different debate inside the EU, particularly about trade agreements, whether those are sectoral agreements or plurilateral agreements, that the EU is going to reach out with countries that share their concern about where the rules-based trading order is going towards and is really going to underline the strategic nature of trade agreements. And I expect that the EU is going to move forward on that, and that also domestic publics are going to accept that trade agreements are a very important part of responding to effectively the protectionist turn of the US and the escalating tariff war between the US and China.
Very, very interesting. I mean, I guess they will be broader than just trade. They could potentially get into a whole range of regulations. I mean, the obvious question is, this works in relation to, as you rightly said, other countries that respect, rules-based approaches. But there's a lot of talk about an EU-US trade agreement as coming out of this. And yet, you wonder how much value will that have? I mean, what's your view on the potential benefit to the EU in an economic security sense of negotiating some kind of trade deal with the US?
Well, I think what the EU has been doing so far is signaling a willingness to negotiate or to at least sit at the table with the United States to discuss tariffs and counter tariffs. That's sensible. At the same time, I'm old enough to remember that Mexico and Canada thought that they could avoid US tariffs, and then 30 days later, whoops, there they were again. And so given that uncertainty, given that real sense of unpredictability of US trade policy at the moment, I would expect the EU not to think that a bilateral deal with the US is sufficient. And you can already see in more intense negotiations or discussions with Canada, with Mexico, with the Mercosur countries, with the key technology holders, so Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and whisper it or say it softly, but in some respects, we're moving towards a world where the G7 countries are going to start to work together without the United States and add a couple of other like-minded or key technology holding countries like South Korea or Brazil or India, even for that matter, to see how they can weather this Chinese-American storm.
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, what you're saying is that this is a kind of unique US phenomenon at the moment in terms of the approach to US trade. We have 7 minutes left. I mean, we could go on for a long time, but what I'm going to do actually is ask each of you one question following up from your earlier comments, but I would be grateful if you could try and give I know it'd be a great answer, but a short and punchy answer. Nathan, could I just ask you, I mean, you talked about short-term economic prospects. What about the long-term economic prospects for the US? President Trump talks about reshoring, more investment. Same time, it could be US gets cut out of global supply chains for the very reasons that Rem was describing.
Great question. I think that fundamentally that the underlying U.S. economy is solid. So I'm hopeful that the innovation and the competitiveness and the resilience that we've seen over the last 5 years since the onset of the pandemic and the years afterward will over time reassert itself. But I think it's also fair to say that President Trump is stress testing that. Now, one other point, I was very taken by the phrase America Plus One. And the problem is that the U.S. offers goods producing firms around the world a unique source of demand. And I think that's precisely what President Trump is playing on in expecting and, in his view, incentivizing foreign firms to increase their investment in the United States. And that seems to me to be the big question about this policy over the longer term, is how do foreign firms respond to that? Do they increase their investment as he desires, or do they say, too much uncertainty, we just don't know, U.S. is a less reliable partner, and we're going to back away and maybe not sell as much stuff as we would otherwise. Yeah. But the U.S. does offer something that's hard to replace elsewhere in the world, particularly with the consumer market.
Yeah, very, very important point. Yeah. Deanne, actually, Nathan early on talked about the fact that the kind of deregulation element in the Trump strategy hadn't yet come to the fore, but could well do. Now, one element of that could be financial risk, not least because of just, unwinding things that were done after the global financial crisis, but also the new area of cryptocurrency and so on. From a central bank financial stability point of view, I mean, how worried are you about, if you like, the US becoming a new source of financial stability risk for the world economy?
I think financial risk is also up. Economic risk is up and financial risk is up. I think there are two particular areas that I'm sure their central bank will be looking at. One of them is just the degree of leverage, again, that's come through in the hedge fund side and the non-bank side of the financial markets, particularly with this very high frequency trading, leveraging up just a tiny spread between current and future prices. That basis point trade is really huge now. And we know from past financial crises, leverage is often the thing that causes the system either to freeze up or indeed for some markets to collapse. And the other thing that I think is quite worrisome is what eventually happens with cryptocurrency. There was a time when Trump was talking about buying up cryptocurrency as part of the U.S. Reserve, in essence, making a false market in the things that people like Elon Musk and others are selling. So we don't have a good handle on cryptocurrencies at all, and I think it's really not something that most central banks want to promote at this point.
Yeah, understood. Janet, I mean, we talked earlier about sort of China as a potential source of demand, if you like, for the Chinese economy. What about China as a potential source of demand for the global economy? And we have seen, I think, the reduction in Chinese tariff barriers against quite a number of emerging economies. This is kind of politically, diplomatically a good thing to do, but do you think it could have a real economic impact? So to some extent, China will become more of a driver for the global economy than in that demand sense than it has been hitherto.
Well, the thing is, in the past, China has been a strong destination for demand, but for investment goods. You know, it always used to be, if China was booming, you buy commodities, you buy Germany. And the difficulty if China is successful about, having built out extraordinary amount of infrastructure, is that as it moves towards more of a consumer model, like most countries, you spend more on services than you do on goods. And in China's case, it makes all of the goods. Apart from, a certain amount of luxury items. So back to Nathan's point, I'd be inclined to agree with him that the US does offer the extraordinary consumer demand, and at the moment, I think those that might be hoping that suddenly the European consumer and the Chinese consumer are going to fill any hole that might be left by a sharp slowdown in US consumer demand for goods might be a little bit disappointed. I think, you know, China's seeking to become a bit more like the US, more internal demand, more consumer demand, but at the moment it has the production to meet most of that consumer demand for goods.
Thank you. Rem, I mean, you talked about the existing, if you like, European Union strategy and the sort of, as in Europe has done it, but Canada and India also are focusing on removing internal barriers and doubling down on the efficiency and effectiveness of their domestic economy. But one crucial element in the European Union story is the Savings and Investments Union, as we now call it, or the Capital Markets Union before. And I guess the key question is, to what extent does this new security stimulus actually mean that some of the barriers to creating that market, which we've seen in the past stall its progress, actually may now be overcome, and, you know, with actually potentially enormous benefits for the European Union economy?
Right, and this is the million-dollar question, at least, or million-euro question in Brussels, that we've been talking about a capital markets union since 2009 or 2010, and it really hasn't moved forward. Is this new geopolitical environment, is it creating the external incentives to really deliver? Again, Mario Draghi in his report is very unequivocal about this. I think there are two questions connected to whether the Capital Markets Union is going to deliver. One is, what role, if any, can the UK play in this? I mean, we are also in a geopolitical environment where there is a growing realignment between the UK and the EU. The UK, of course, has a pretty deep financial market of its own to offer. Does that factor in? And secondly, and this is very controversial, particularly in Northern European countries, also the country I know best, the Netherlands, is there also, aside from private capital, any room for more public funding or even common assets or joint debt? And these, I think, are, you know, the questions that are live now. I mean, as an outsider, I would say if the Capital Markets Union doesn't produce any results in this environment, it never will.
Yeah. Rem, thank you very much. And sadly, we are out of time, but I'd like to, if you could join me in thanking all our panelists for some really great comments and insights on the US economy and its wider world implications. Thank you very much.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
Dear friends, I am delighted to share some thoughts with you on how to boost Europe's strategic autonomy and security and defense capabilities in a rapidly shifting geopolitical environment. These are key topics that we will be discussing later in the week at the EU Finance Ministers meeting in Warsaw. And it is quite telling that security and defense is now on the agenda not only at the Foreign Affairs Councils of the European Union, but also at the meetings of finance and economy ministers. This reflects the growing realization that security and economic prosperity are mutually reinforcing. They work in tandem. Of course, security is a big word with many facets, starting with an environment of freedom and peace for our countries, a strong economy and stable societies bringing prosperity to all, and solid partnerships based on mutual respect that leads to win-win outcomes. The European Investment Bank Group is committed to contributing to a strong Europe in all these three areas. And that is why, since 2024, we have expanded our eligible investments and stepped up financing for Europe's security and defense industry. We're working on a solid pipeline of 14 projects and expect to at least double financing this year to a record high. In this area, my message to Greek and EU counterparties, companies, public authorities, and to all of you attending the forum today is that we are open for business and ready to provide financing for projects, infrastructures, and innovative technologies that will strengthen our collective security. This, for instance, includes investments into dedicated military facilities, like the army barracks, which we're currently assessing in Lithuania. It also includes military equipment, like an agreement with an EU government for the purchase of army helicopters, which we hope to announce soon. It also includes support for innovators developing advanced security technologies, most recently with investments into dedicated venture capital funds. This last example brings me to the second point that I mentioned at the beginning, economic strength. Because the foundation of European security is an innovative, resilient, and productive economy. An economy where new ideas and technologies can grow, and where companies and investors have stability, certainty, opportunities to scale up. In this sense, every euro invested by the EIB Group to support key infrastructures, large projects, and homegrown innovation is an investment into our collective security. And this is also the case in the third area, with our operations throughout the world, which help build strong partnership with trusted partners and contribute to a strong multilateral framework providing financial stability, prosperity, and peace. There is clearly strong momentum in these three areas, a strong determination to coordinate our policies and respond effectively to the current geopolitical context, to work together for a stronger Europe in a more peaceful, stable, and sustainable world. And this gives me confidence that when everything, everywhere, all at once is changing, Europe is going to provide certainty and clarity to investors, businesses, and citizens. A safe harbor, really, where things make sense and a bridge for a better future. Thank you for the opportunity. I wish you fruitful discussions and a successful conference, and look forward to joining you in person in beautiful Delphi next year.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our panel with the long title, Mobilizing Private Equity and Private Credit to Finance Innovation, Technology, and Infrastructure. I am delighted to be joined by two experts in all of those topics, or with insights in all of those topics. To my right, I have Mr. Dimitris Tsitsiragos, who is the chairman of the Alpha Bank Group. But equally importantly, I would say, someone who's been in the business of financing infrastructure and technology and the alleviation of poverty as a member of the IFC for many, many years. So he gives a unique perspective in my mind as bridging the gap between emerging markets and more advanced economies, and he knows one or two things about lending in the process. Equally delighted to be joined by my colleague and personal friend, Theo Yatrakos. His title, Head of EMEA Alternative Investments, basically means that he runs the private equity coverage team for all the major asset managers for Citigroup in the European market. So his job is to mobilize, actually, private equity and fund it either in the public markets or in the private credit markets, to do all of those things in our long title. So thank you, gentlemen, very much. I'm Apostolos Gouginis. I am an international lawyer in London, and I work in the financial markets, also including in Greece. So I will be moderating this panel. You'll allow me to set the scene first, maybe for 30 seconds, so that we can flow from there. Private equity and private credit, two asset classes that are relatively new in the sense of the growth that they have experienced and the importance that they have acquired in the financial system. I think still, as part of the overall economy, I would think that the minority of GDP and the minority of jobs are being created or are being managed by these funds. Last statistic is something around 10%, perhaps in the US, maybe 7% of GDP in the UK, in terms of contribution of the broader private equity industry. But still, in absolute terms, we're talking about trillions of dollars of assets under management and equal amounts of dry powder to be deployed. So we have commitments by the limited partners in these funds that are ready to be deployed in an unprecedented growth of these two asset classes. At the same time, we have to finance technology and innovation and investments in infrastructure, again, at unprecedented levels, as the world is moving into new phases. And in as much as innovative ideas are behind technology and innovation, most technology entrepreneurs will know that after the initial idea and after the hard work that goes behind these innovations, the stark reality is they need to raise the finance and the capital to make them happen. So that is the overall context. I want to start with Theo. And Theo, having set the scene a bit, would like you to talk to us about the trends right now in the private equity industry as you see them, and also how all of that can be relevant for Greece as is looking to attract as much capital as possible.
Sure. Look, thank you very much, first of all. Thank you, Apostolos, for moderating the panel, and thank you to Delphi Economic Forum for giving us the opportunity today. Big question, right? I mean, and there is a lot of topics, so let me pick it up. I'd say, first of all, the private equity ecosystem right now is clear at an inflection point, at a point where it's going to transform itself over the next 10 or 20 years. You spoke about private equity and private credit. I'm going to say that we already have part of this industry where the line between equity and credit is almost blurred, where basically you have some of the biggest global diversified asset managers, the Apollos, KKRs, Blackstones of this world, and there is more, I don't want to be unfair to anybody, where your availability, your fungibility to play across the capital spectrum is phenomenal, and where they have significant fundraising abilities to raise capital with appetite to generate returns at the right level in this spectrum. And you're going to see that through the cycle, this return equation changes and shifts. But let's speak about what we call private equity first, right? I mean, by private equity, we mean, let's call it the traditional buyout business, right? I mean, what we grew up to work with in the 80s and the 90s. 2 or 3 big observations, right, about private equity. Number one, it's a much bigger industry. It's a much bigger industry, much more diversified industry than it used to be. The amount of dry powder, as they call it, the amount of capital available to them is impressive. Different estimates, you can estimate it's got $5 trillion, $6 trillion outstanding, but in any event, it's a humongous amount. And we're going to get to a bit to how they look at opportunity, but right now you're seeing private equity being at the slowest pace of deployment as a percentage of the dry powder. Through the cycle, you expect that on an annual basis, the private equity, the global private equity firms deploy around 30% of the outstanding dry powder per year. Okay, probably high 20s to 30%, which probably means that it takes you between 3 to 4 years to deploy your fund, and then you gotta wait in order to exit and monetize. This figure now has actually dropped below 20%, and there are reasons for that. So think about private equity, very liquid, lots of resources, and scarcity of opportunities. Not enough good opportunities out there. I'd say the second point is it's a tough job, right? I mean, private equity investing is a very tough job, and this is also why it's so commensurate as well. But it's also fair to say that the last 2-3 years, it's a tougher job than it was 7 or 8 years ago. And that's, again, a function of a number of different factors. Higher rates, okay? It's at the heart of that. Now, private equity is not just about financing, it's not about just credit, it's not about leveraging your business, it's about a bunch of other things. But let's face it, the fact that they can accomplish extraordinary returns is a lot about the fact that they have this unique talent to be able to acquire business and lever them to the hilt, and this, in this way, turbocharging the returns on equity. Also, it's tougher because, again, we talk about size, they target bigger businesses. Bigger is better, clearly. It's tougher to exit. It's tougher to monetize. All of those guys are in the business of buying and selling companies. And if you buy something today for $10 or $15 billion, as we see a number of deals across Europe, you gotta propel it to a $20+ billion valuation at your exit. How do you exit this? How many sponsors are there who can actually afford to buy this? Are there strategic buyers for your portfolio company? If the answer to both is actually difficult, okay, you got to IPO your company. What does it leave you with? You got a obviously very volatile and cyclical IPO market. I mean, equity capital markets, I mean, everybody knows, very cyclical. And then once you IPO it, you still probably have to do 7, 8, 10 sell downs of your participation in order to get to a full monetization. So more challenging times. Now, you talk about Greece, and we should go into a bit, kind of peeling the onion of how people are looking at Greece. I mean, it's an understatement to say that private equity right now is more interested in Greece than it was 6 or 7 years ago. I mean, it's obviously, it's been a game changer. They look at this country and they see a fascinating economy. They see stability. They see growth. They see a country of spenders, not savers. So all of the features are there. But private equity doesn't, wake up one morning and say, hey, you know what, guys, we need to buy something in Greece, or we need to buy, something in Sweden. They look for good businesses, strong fundamentals, strong management teams, and what they call a private equity thesis. And they also look, because these guys, they don't have a crystal ball. They're not getting paid to predict the future, with precision. They will admit they're often wrong, and they're wrong a lot, right? So you actually need to underwrite something that has enough backstops in order to protect your downside, and in order to actually forecast what's going to happen if events go the wrong way, because usually they do go the wrong way.
I'll come back to that a little later, Thodori, but I would like now to turn to the chairman. I mean, obviously, you are the chairperson of one of the largest banks in Greece, one of the 4 systemic banks, with an illustrious history and also a critical role in virtually every aspect of what is bankable in the Greek economy. One cannot think of any particular sector in which your institution and your peers don't play a role. Why can you talk to us a little bit about your perspective? First of all, I mean, picking from where Theo left it in terms of the Greek economy becoming a more attractive destination, perhaps for private equity. How do you see the macro and the investment climate in Greece as an initial introduction, and then perhaps what Alpha Bank is doing, to accelerate that as much as possible as a private actor, but at the same time take advantage of it for the benefit of its shareholders and its stakeholders at large.
Thank you. Thanks to Theo as well. Thanks, Apostole. Thanks to the organizers for the invitation. Actually, it's on a personal note, it's very nice to be back here in the 10th year anniversary of the event. I was here at the first event as an IFC representative. And as you talk about Greece becoming a more attractive investment destination, the ones who were here 10 years ago remember very different Greece, very different times. So I think the key message here is when we also want to talk about private equity and private credit looking at Greece, is Greece's investment climate today and Greece's position in the global economy and the European economy and the markets today. And I think the key element here is that Greece today has earned again the confidence of the markets and the confidence of investors. And this is key. If you look at the numbers, and I will paraphrase some of the things we heard from our Bank of Greece governor a few days ago, Greece grew, last year GDP grew at around 2.3%, which was the same as GDP growth in the year before. It's one of the highest rates in Europe. The most positive thing about growth in Greece in the last years, and I think the governor said it very well, since 2019, investment in Greece has been growing. And as part of this investment growth has allowed the country to cover some of the investment gap that we face and we've been facing since the crisis. Average investment per GDP in Europe is around 22%. In Greece today, we're at around 15–16%. In the depths of the crisis, we're at 11%. And this investment has been growing. But the key element, and the governor flagged this one, is the nature of investment is very different. Before the crisis, 2007, 2008, I think 4/5 of the investment was going towards residential housing, and the balance was going to productive investment. Today, the situation has been reversed. The bulk of the investment is going to productive investment, which allows Greece to develop a new productivity model, and I think make Greece more competitive. And I think that's a big plus, and that makes Greece more attractive for private equity investors. I will leave private credit separately. We will discuss about it. We'll talk about it a little bit later. I think the second thing is, I mean, in my old job, we used to talk about the investment climate. And if you look at one, as an investor, one looks at what has happened in Greece in the last, say, 6–7 years, the change is quite significant. That doesn't mean that things have, we've solved all our problems. A lot more has to be done. And I think one of the good things is, the Deputy Prime Minister made a number of announcements about the areas that he wants to focus on and the areas that he wants to address in terms of reforms being continued and making the country a more attractive investment destination. I think from our perspective, what we look, and I think also from local, the Greek investors, but also foreign investors, we need to still work on simplifying the bureaucracy in Greece, eliminating a lot of the procedures, speeding up the approval process. We need to work on judiciary, and we need to work on the administration of justice to make it faster. We need to simplify the tax system in Greece a number of things that are also
Well,
priorities of the government. The government has worked on it.
To wit, a few things have not changed since 2015, because back then we were talking about the same issues, the administration of justice and the bureaucracy.
Well,
So
I think the Greece today is, I mean, let's be fair. Yes, we talk about the same things. I mean, there are things that are problems of the country, but today Greece is a much more digital country than it used to be in 2015. I think if you look at what happens in terms of like partly as capital controls, but partly as the wage changes, I think Vasilis is here and Lazarus will correct me. I think we do like more than 90% of the transactions in the system are done electronically. This was not the situation in the past. Banking transactions are done electronically. I think, you know, as I talked, the nature of the investment is very different than what it used to be. I'm not saying we've solved all our problems, but we have to do a lot more. And I think it's reflected on the levels of growth we have in the country. I think we as Alpha, I mean, we are at the forefront of this effort to help the growth in Greece remain sustainable, to help support Greek entrepreneurs, and to help also support foreign investors coming into Greece, including private equity investors. I think from our perspective, I mean, our loan book has been growing steadily in recent years. I mean, we had a record year last year in terms of loan growth. The other thing we've been doing is we're at the forefront of leading infrastructure investments in Greece. And in doing so, we've worked with a number of large asset managers. You know, like Heinz comes to mind. You know, we financed the airport, we have the Canadian pension funds there. We've done a lot of work with also Macquarie, who is in Greece. So this is a vote of confidence in the country. At the same time, I mean, what we're working on is with our partners, you know, looking at being historically the bank of entrepreneurship, the bank of innovation. We want to help our existing Greek clients become globally competitive. And I mean, when I look at my past life as a development banker, and I think is for Greece to grow, for Greek enterprises to grow, we need to look at the world as a market. We don't need to look only as Greece, but as a world, as a market. And extroversion is something that we find as Alpha Bank very, very important. And in that respect, I think a big plus for us is our partnership with UniCredit and our existing relations with UniCredit, as you know, as a shareholder. Through UniCredit, we're introducing new financing tools in the market for the Greek corporates, but we're also opening new avenues for the Greek corporates because the Greek banks withdrew from a number of international destinations. We now joining up forces with UniCredit, we're giving them a channel to help their businesses grow into Central and Eastern Europe, and also more globally. So I think that is extroversion is something that we push very much as Alpha. We also want to support innovation, and I think some of the elements of that the private equity brings to the table are also some of the elements that a systemic bank in Greece brings to the table. I think I was in another panel, and somebody put it very nicely, another banker, I think I know who it is, talked about the role we as banks playing in helping taking, you know, 93% of enterprises in Greece are small enterprises, and helping grow these small enterprises into becoming more institutions, building corporate governance, thinking of succession planning. And in that respect, one of the ideas, and also building critical mass. So in that respect, one of the recent acquisitions we announced, you know, with Axia, is an effort in that direction, is to have better investment banking capability, we at Alpha, so that we can help our clients.
You're making a very good point. Often people forget that for small and medium-sized enterprises that are growing in an economy, the first port of call for improving governance, improving functions, improving behavior internally, improving succession plans, is the commercial bank. It's not the IPO market. It's not a private equity fund. You are the first ones to go there and say, you have to change this, you have to change that, you need to be better at that. So I think what you say makes a lot of sense in a financial system as the Greek one, which is predominantly dominated by the big commercial banks. You have a role to play as an incubator, I would say, of small business talent that perhaps can grow over time into the hands of the local and, why not, the international private equity community. We can come back to that, but I don't know if you would agree with that.
No, I think I see it very much as a role. I think is maybe it's my bias as development banker, but I think is banks in Greece and in a country like Greece, they have a social role to play. And I think our role is to help build capacity and help build champions. And I think that's the objective of Alpha, but this is the history of Alpha as well.
Thank you very much. Theo, coming back to you and your international hat, I mean, one of the themes of our panel is infrastructure. A lot of the alternative asset managers that you work for, some of the largest ones, they have multiple strategies, including, of course, infrastructure. I have two practical questions for you. One is, what are the maybe one or two mega trends that are happening right now in the world that perhaps we don't know about or we don't know enough about, that some of the smart guys that you work with are financing right now that we'll see perhaps in a few years? What are the exciting new things in the broader technology and infrastructure space? And then more specifically with Greece and infrastructure and your clients, where do you see the opportunities? Where do you see the trends?
Absolutely. Look, so to your first point, I think it's pretty clear. It's artificial intelligence and the need for digital infrastructure. That's a mega theme more than any other theme right now. And again, think about all of those asset managers as this is driving their multi-strategy approach. If you read Blackstone's annual report or their investor presentations, AI and digital infra is core to any of their strategies. The private equity business is buying businesses that actually offer services to data centers. The real estate business, which is the largest business of Blackstone, is buying land for new data centers that will be required for deploying AI. So I think there is nothing coming close to that. Digital infra, lots of white space in Greece, no doubt about it. And I think also about businesses surrounding digital infra. It doesn't need to be just owning the data center, just owning the grid. How actually do you service this industry? How do you commercialize all the data you get out of this big trend? Now, Greece and infrastructure, I mean, very long tradition, very long track record. The chairman spoke about PSP and Athens Airport. I mean, it's multi-sized, but I would say two or three things. What are infrastructure investors after, when they look at a country? They look at stability, take for Greece. They look at a strong banking sector, okay, because especially for infrastructure investors, with lower returns, your ability to get the right capital structure is even more critical. I keep, one of the things that I keep hearing from investors who come to Greece for the first time is, well, two things. One is super strong management teams. People are surprised by the quality of the management teams they find here. And second is they're saying we're seeing actually very resourceful and agile banking environment in terms of being able to provide, leverage financing, infrastructure type of financing, and very competitive. I'm not suggesting you increase prices, but lots of compliments on that. So I think the sort of macro, the sort of general landscape is helpful. The one thing I would actually put out there, which probably we're not thinking about it enough in Greece, is we think about infrastructure as buying airports, for example. And I remember when we were privatizing the Greek airports, and IFC was there as well. Motorways, maybe some sort of utility infrastructure. And this is what we actually call, this is like core infrastructure. The infrastructure community, however, has expanded significantly to what they call core plus, and basically looking for other sectors where you have, the features of infra investments, resilience, some sort of regulatory framework, or if you don't have a regulatory framework, you've got, long contracts, visible cash flows, and ideally some sort of, anti-inflationary protection. And this is why you see infrastructure investors spending money in education, environmental services, smart metering businesses, waste management, even lotteries, across the world are owned by infrastructure. Probably the largest infrastructure deal of 2021, if you think about this as a sort of a bit of a peak of the cycle year, was Refresco, which is the biggest plastic bottler in the world. So think about this, like a plastic bottler a very anti-ESG material simply because of the longevity of the contracts and the fact that they took a view and said, look, we've got all of these big corporate customers along the world. They cannot operate without our bottles. Yeah, that's an infrastructure investment. So that's what I would actually put out there. And I'd say that away from just concessions and state-owned utilities, there is a bunch of private-owned businesses that could actually tick a lot of the criteria for infrastructure investors.
I think Theo makes some excellent points, and these are some points that we have been discussing internally as well. And I call some of these things core, or you call it core or plus infrastructure. I think of it, some of it is the social infrastructure, and you see a lot of private equity investors going into education, going into health. I think here in a country that is, depends heavily on tourism, we can look at the infrastructure around tourism. And you talked about some of the things that, when we talk about the investment climate in Greece, some things that maybe need further improvement, and that's, I know it's something that's also on the agenda of the government. We have a PPP regime in place. It's a PPP regime that we can make it better. We can make it more attractive. But I think if we think at infrastructure not as not the traditional infrastructure, roads and motorways and ports, and roads, ports and airports, and power, where everybody is very active. But we look at these areas that can improve services in Greece. That, I think, is an opportunity for investment, and it's an opportunity also to build new businesses in Greece.
One controversial question is coming. I don't know who wants to take it. Are there any sectors of the economy, either hardcore utilities or issues of, I don't know, national, perhaps areas where they are adjacent to national security or similar areas of infrastructure where you feel that a financial investor with a short-term horizon to make money and exit may not be an appropriate investor? Would you exclude any parts of the economy from, I don't know who wants to pick that, from that? And on,
I cannot think of any, but I don't know. Do you?
Look, I think the you always find meetings. So if you want to do a deal, you're going to. I mean, again, I go back to we privatized the regional airports of Greece in a very, very, very tough environment, and you had real investor interest, and there was a national security issue because some of them have military use or joint use, civil, and you find meetings. So these guys are clever guys, and they come up with solutions. I'd say there is possibly, well. We've seen in certain jurisdictions of Europe, take Poland, for example, take Hungary, where it wasn't really kind of the nature of the business, but it was more, again, goes back to government stability, and where there was a big risk, which is a binary risk, of nationalization of those businesses. So that's something they cannot take. But as soon as you actually convince them of the government stability and continuity of government, you're okay. The other thing that a lot of investors are very sensitive to is reputational risk and any kind of other social sensitivities. There are investors who just don't invest in healthcare services because there is a human element attached to it. There is all kind of reputational litigational issues that they want to associate themselves with. Same goes with education, and especially when actually you talk about kind of what you call the K-12 or basically junior education. But that's probably the bigger social element rather than, I think people by now are pretty experienced in dealing with a number of those.
Mr. Chairman, one area we have on the slide, but we haven't covered, and again, maybe it's going to be controversial. Pretend your CEO isn't here. I want to ask you about sort of the direct lending or the credit fund kind of surge we are seeing not in Greece yet, but we're seeing a lot in Western Europe. All these alternative asset managers that we talked about. I mean, they are raising enormous credit funds with a clear strategy to fill in the gap that is either left on the left from the capital markets and on the right from the commercial banking systems in the relevant countries. I mean, clearly Greece has a commercial bank-dominated financial system, and that's not going to change, not in our lifetimes. But still, do you see any complementary role for any capital structure for these alternative credit providers to compete or perhaps play a complementary role with you?
Well, thanks. I think you used a very nice word for it. I think in Greece, private credit is complementary at this stage. I think there's enough liquidity in the system, and it's a bit of a supply and demand which is a bit different than Europe and different than North America. And I think it also reflects something that we have in Greece. You know, when I think about the challenges we have in Greece and some things we could do is we can deepen the capital markets, okay? We can develop a deeper, you have developed, to develop the capital markets and deepen the investor base. Abroad, insurance companies look for alternatives, you know, investment and investor products. I mean, we're not there yet in Greece because we don't have such a demand. Eventually, we could get there. But in today's Greece, I think, and Theo, since he covers the space and he might have a different view, I see private credit players, asset managers, as complementary. And I think some of them have already been in Greece because a number of the alternatives players came in Greece and took some of the distressed assets. I mean, that's the one area we have, you know, we saw alternative investors, private credit coming into the country. I think also something that the banks don't do in Greece, and part of it is because of regulation, part of it is because of risk aversion, is in infrastructure space. What you see in other jurisdictions is you see mezzanine structures and preferred equity type of structures. Yeah. I have not seen that in Greece yet. Oh, yeah. You know, private credit players can come and cover that space. Pricing in Greece doesn't necessarily going to be very attractive, but I do think there is a room for that there. And that's something we could do as a bank as well. I think more than that, I mean, securitizations. We've done a number of securitizations. A number of players in Greece have done securitizations, like shipping is the one that comes to mind, where private credit players can be partners for the banks in these activities. So complementary role is the right word for private credit today in Greece. I think if the market grows, potentially we might find opportunities for private credit.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Very well said. I mean,
I think it's very well said. And that's all that we had time for. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Νομίζω θα βγούμε μια φωτογραφία.
The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily. The next session starts momentarily.
Good afternoon, and a great honor to be on the 10th version of the Delphi Economic Forum. The next session, I think, is a very special one because we usually apply judgment on institutions based on what we know, but it is also very difficult often to apply judgment based on what we do not know. And I think the role of the European Central Bank is one such example, because there is usually a lot of press around the amount of regulation coming out of the European Central Bank, but not enough appreciation of the invaluable role that it plays in financial and monetary stability. Sharon Doherty is part of the European Central Banking System, or what we call the Eurosystem, as a member of the Supervisory Board of the European Central Bank, or else the Single Supervisory Mechanism, or SSM, for the ones close in banking, a position she assumed just in January of 2025. Through this role, Sharon has played a pivotal role previously as the Deputy Governor and Central Bank regulator on financial regulator. She has served as the acting governor of the Central Bank of Ireland in 2019, and she has also led several efforts across European central banks on non-performing loans, but also through the European Banking Authority Consumer Protection Group. Last but not least, she has been a co-chair of the Financial Stability Board Working Group on Open-Ended Funds. It is a great pleasure to introduce Sharon, who will be sharing her thoughts with us today. Sharon, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the kind words of introduction, and what a pleasure it is to be here with all of you today. As you said, I've just recently moved to the European Central Bank from the Central Bank of Ireland, and this is my first public remarks in my new role, so it's a really special event for me to come and visit you today to talk to you. And of course, as you mentioned, I have a lot of international experience previously, including having very many colleagues at the Bank of Greece, some of whom I know are with you here today, so again, very special for me. So, two timeless pieces of wisdom were inscribed on the ancient walls of Apollo's temple at Delphi. Know yourself and nothing in excess. Now, these words were meant as philosophical guidance, but I think they evoke what a banking supervisor might advise us all today. Know your risks and don't engage in excessive risk-taking. But risk-taking is intrinsic to banking. It's what allows capital to be allocated and innovation to flourish. But history has repeatedly shown us the dire consequences of losing sight of those Delphic maxims. Risk is a constant in finance, but the nature of that risk and the task of managing it has grown ever more complex in the 2,500 years since those words were first carved in stone. Technological progress has accelerated not only the pace at which we operate, but also the speed at which risks spread through the financial system. And artificial intelligence has the potential to rapidly and profoundly transform not just finance, but of course the broader economy and society as a whole as well. Cyber risk is now easily a top priority for modern risk managers, and crypto assets, stablecoins, and central bank digital currencies may all transform our payments and banking landscape, reshaping how value is exchanged, how financial services are delivered to us, and even how monetary policy is transmitted. Climate and nature risks are also on the rise, and a declining global commitment to mitigate and adapt to these risks could lead to more physical and transition risks in the future. Globalisation, of course, has made the world more interconnected, contributing to our economic prosperity, but it's also made it easier for risks to spread through the system. Because globalisation thrives on predictability and trust, it inherently relies on internationally agreed rules to provide stability and fairness and a level playing field. Yet in recent years, rising geopolitical fragmentation has been putting pressure on these very rules and the institutions that uphold them. So in my remarks today, I want to provide an overview of the current risk landscape and then talk a little bit about how we as supervisors are addressing all of these challenges. And I'll argue that a consistent, level playing field in international banking is crucial, not only for financial stability, but also to enable banks to effectively operate and compete across borders. However, this playing field must be more than just level. It must also be fundamentally sound. And as the calls for simpler rules grow louder, I'll argue that the solution is to harmonise rules, not to weaken or reduce them. The complexity of the European regulatory framework is largely driven by national fragmentation, so any meaningful debate on simplification must begin and end with a clear commitment to completing our single market. And rather than lowering regulatory requirements, I think we can reduce complexity by harmonising our European rules. Now, in recent years, the European banking sector has shown remarkable resilience in the face of an uncertain external environment. Supervised banks have maintained strong capital and liquidity positions, even as they were navigating this challenging macro-financial landscape. This resilience really allowed the banks to act as shock absorbers rather than shock propagators when confronted with the significant disruptions that arose during the pandemic, Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine, or the rapid shift in interest rates. But at the same time, I think we should acknowledge that policymakers mitigated some of these shocks effectively. So in response to the sharp decline in economic activity during the pandemic, for example, fiscal measures helped to stabilise the financial position of households and businesses, while monetary policy accommodation protected credit supply, which in turn limited corporate insolvencies and credit losses. Now, let me just give you some quick numbers to illustrate that bank resilience. At the end of last year, the banks under our direct supervision at the ECB reported a common equity tier 1 ratio of 15.8%, compared with 12.7% in the second quarter of 2015. And similarly, liquidity positions have considerably improved, as has the aggregate liquidity coverage ratio. Banks' asset quality remains solid, and the ratio of non-performing loans to total loans outstanding is now just over 2%, well below the levels we observed a decade ago when the ratio was close to 8%. But there is heterogeneity across countries and across sectors. And notably, countries which originally had higher levels of NPLs, such as Greece, have continued to reduce their NPL ratios, while there have been some significant increases in countries with historically better asset quality. So let me just spend a minute on the rebound of the Greek banking sector. I think the turnaround of the Greek banking sector is a success story, thanks to the many actions that were taken here by the Greek government, the institutions, the supervisory authorities, and of course the banks themselves. Many of you will remember that in 2016, the Greek NPL ratio peaked at close to 50%. But since then, legacy loans have been reduced by 90%, or around €97 billion. And looking at the banking union more broadly, the outlook for asset quality remains stable overall, but pockets of vulnerability do persist in some sectors. One of our supervisory priorities is to ensure that the banks address deficiencies in their credit risk management frameworks, which will enable them to promptly identify deteriorating asset quality and maintain prudent provisioning levels in the future. Now, while credit risk management remains central to modern supervision, modern risk management demands, I think, a far broader and much more integrated perspective. The global system is becoming more multipolar, with many competing power centres, multidimensional with diverse interconnected risks, and multi-layered in terms of time horizons, requiring simultaneous short, medium and long-term planning. So banks today really need to manage multiple challenges at the same time: short-term volatility, medium-term strategic repositioning, and long-term structural transitions like climate adaptation and digital transformation. And in this context, we now understand that it's important to not only look at specific risk categories, but some of the underlying risk drivers as well. So a brief word on the concept of risk. It's a potential adverse outcome that could harm a bank or the banking system, essentially something that could go wrong, like credit risk, market risk, or liquidity risk. But fundamentally, risks really materialise when there are two distinct factors combined: an external threat, like an economic downturn, climate change, or geopolitical tension, and an internal vulnerability in the bank, like weak governance, inadequate controls, or outsized exposures. These elements can really be seen as risk drivers, explaining why or how things go wrong. So in short, risk describes the what, while the risk drivers, the potential relevant threats and vulnerabilities, really explain the why or the how. So let me say a word or two about geopolitical risk, and then cyber risk and market risk. Now, geopolitical risks, by their very nature, have the potential to disrupt the overall operating environment for banks, and they really have risen in recent years. So at the ECB, we've created a dedicated framework to assess their impact on banks, looking at three main transmission channels: through financial markets, through the real economy, and through the safety and security channel. Of course, we closely monitor euro area financial markets, which remain sensitive to prevailing policy uncertainty, with investors reacting to changes in tariffs, energy prices, and geopolitical tensions, which of course we've seen a lot in recent days. On the real economy side, trade tensions might also negatively affect banks' credit exposures to certain countries, to those with additional tariffs, or to certain economic sectors like the automotive sector. And of course, we also carefully monitor banks' exposures in this context. And lastly, geopolitical risks can also challenge banks' operational resilience via the safety and security channel through heightened cyber risk, or in the case of unrest, physical security risks as well. The current environment of heightened geopolitical risk also increases the likelihood of tail events, which are very difficult to predict and quantify. And as geopolitical risks can have bank-specific idiosyncratic effects, it's really important for banks to engage in adequate scenario planning that considers the bank's own business model, its geographical coverage, its sectoral exposures, for example. And it's important to remember that geopolitical tensions are also a key risk driver in the adverse scenario of this year's EBA EU-wide stress test. Now, the nexus between geopolitical risk and cyber risk has also been widely understood. And a recent survey of global bank management shows that banks' chief risk officers see cybersecurity as the single most pressing concern, and 3 out of 4 of them rank cybersecurity as their top risk area for the coming year. Faced with ever more complex cyber threats, which are fueled partly by geopolitical tensions and rapid digitalisation, banks must remain constantly vigilant, and indeed they reported a higher number of cyber incidents in 2024. And worryingly, we see a significant rise in cyber attacks that target third-party service providers used by the banks. So given their high dependency on third-party providers, I think European banks must be more vigilant, particularly among these rapid geopolitical shifts. Against this background, we continue to look at banks' resilience as part of our ongoing targeted reviews on cyber resilience and outsourcing arrangements. And of course, now we have the Digital Operational Resilience Act, DORA, which came into effect in the EU earlier this year, another significant step, I think, towards enhancing operational resilience. So by enhancing their digital capabilities, banks can improve their competitiveness and ensure their business models remain sustainable in an increasingly digital world. Now, geopolitical events like conflicts, sanctions, or political instability also generate great uncertainty in financial markets, which can lead to increased volatility as investors reassess the potential risks and rewards associated with their investments. Markets, of course, react swiftly to unexpected geopolitical developments, often resulting in sharp price corrections. And I think the developments in the past week have clearly illustrated this. So it's really imperative, I think, that we are vigilant to these risks. And at the ECB, we continue to closely monitor the evolving situation and its impact on the banking sector. As we saw in the past few days, the potential for abrupt asset price corrections remains significant due to geopolitical uncertainty, and high equity market valuations compared with fundamentals, narrowing corporate bond spreads and low risk premiums made financial markets susceptible to policy changes, geopolitical tensions and shifts in growth and inflation expectations. Now, non-banks may be among those who are first to feel this geopolitical stress, and as a result, their interlinkages with banks is a particular concern. The non-bank sector has grown significantly since the global financial crisis, and its share of global financial assets now is around half. Of course, non-banks play a really crucial role in funding the economy, serving as an important complement to traditional bank lending. But increased financial intermediation by non-banks and the accompanying greater reliance on capital markets can often offer significant benefits to our economy as well. And this is really at the heart of the European Commission Savings and Investment Union proposal, which aims to further diversify the EU financial system and lessen our over-reliance on banks, thereby reducing related risks. But the expansion of the non-bank sector has deepened the interconnection between non-banks and banks, introducing potential risks to financial stability. Banks may have direct exposures to non-banks through their lending and investment activity, or, for instance, during periods of market stress, non-banks may face liquidity constraints leading to asset fire sales that depress market prices and so affect the banks that hold similar assets. The complexity and opacity of some activities of the non-bank sector can further obscure risk concentration, complicating the risk management efforts of banks. So given all of these dynamics, the banks themselves and us as supervisors need to continue to enhance our monitoring and develop robust frameworks to address systemic risks arising from this non-bank-bank nexus. And in this context, we really strongly support the European Commission's consultation on non-banks, in which the Eurosystem has actively participated. And now we encourage the Commission and the EU legislators to seize this pivotal opportunity to reinforce Europe's policy towards non-banks. More concretely, I think Europe should swiftly and fully implement the policy recommendations that were recently issued by the Financial Stability Board. We also need clearer EU governance. Granting greater responsibilities to ESMA, for example, would ensure a cohesive European vision, driving effective coordination and consistency policy standards across non-bank financial markets. Ultimately, reinforcing the policy framework for non-banks from a macroprudential perspective would complement the entire Capital Markets Union agenda. These initiatives would not only bolster the resilience of non-banks, but also safeguard stable funding flows to the real economy and to support growth across Europe. Now, before I conclude, let me share another piece of Greek wisdom. History is philosophy teaching us by examples. So, what's the philosophy that history teaches us? Well, we know that financial regulation tends to move in cycles. Financial crises often follow periods of deregulation or regulatory forbearance, prompting a subsequent tightening of regulatory frameworks. Yet time passes, memories fade, and the push for deregulation resurfaces. But history is very clear on one thing. A regulatory race to the bottom is a race that nobody wins. In 1974, with the collapse of Herstat Bank, which sent shockwaves through international financial markets, the supervisory community responded by creating the Basel Committee, based on the idea that internationally active banks require cooperative supervision and a regulatory level playing field. Since then, the financial system has grown more global, yet that fundamental insight remains unchanged. Resilience demands robust rules. In other words, internationally agreed rules are essential for maintaining stability in an interconnected world. Decades of practical experience and academic research have proven that insufficient regulation and weak supervision can lead to financial crises with enormous costs and devastating social and political consequences. Research shows that a more stable banking sector reduces the negative effect on a banking crisis on GDP growth, providing us with economic resilience during crisis periods. However, these economic and societal costs are just one side of the coin. There is perhaps a less discussed reason for a robust regulation. An uneven playing field does not enhance the competitiveness of international banks. And conversations with bank CEOs clearly reveal that many of them deem faithful implementation of the Basel III reforms to be in their own best interests. So while much is said about the cost of regulation, we must also consider the cost of non-regulation, not only the societal costs associated with financial crisis, but also the compliance costs of navigating different rules across countries where a bank operates. What would be simpler, adhering to one European regulation or 27 national ones? So as I said, rather than lowering regulatory requirements, we can reduce complexity by harmonising European rules. So let me wrap up. While the European banking sector is resilient overall, we must remain vigilant among an uncertain and evolving risk outlook, because complacency invites catastrophe. Geopolitical tensions, cyber threats and market volatility underscore the need for robust foundations. That foundation is our multilateral, rules-based framework, which anchors our resilience and ensures stability. And only by preserving and strengthening this rules-based international order and by harmonising rules where possible can we confidently navigate uncertainty and safeguard the resilience that's essential to our financial system. Thank you again for the invitation and for your attention.
10 years ago, in a small but sacred piece of land in Greece, an idea came to life, simple yet powerful. That unpacking the complexity of today's challenges requires the sum of the world's ingenuity and creative thinking. And the best vehicle to achieve this is an inclination as old as humanity itself. Gather together, think, discuss,